dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now. Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
आज से कुछ दिनों पहले इस जर्नी की शुरुआत हुई थी जहां पे लोअर ब्रैकेट ने डे 1 में मानो 50 का आंकड़ा काफी आसानी से केवल 3 मैचेस में क्रॉस किया था। लेकिन बारी आई अपर ब्रैकेट की जहां पे डे 1 के बाद 6 मैचेस लग गए उस 50 के आंकड़े को क्रॉस करने के लिए। इसका मतलब साफ है कि कंपटीशन यहां बहुत ज्यादा कमाल का चल रहा है। क्या आज कमबैक करके जा पाएंगे? ये सब जानने के लिए स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का BGMI शोडाउन 2025, जो डे 2 द डे ऑफ कमबैक बोलते हैं। क्या आज कमबैक होगा या आज भी स्ट्रगल बढ़ने वाले, ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा, क्योंकि मेडल वो पूरे तैयार है अपने गुंडों के साथ। साथ ही साथ 8 बिट वो चाहेंगे कि आज अपने साम्राज्य को यहां पे बना के जाए, या फिर गॉडलाइक जिनका आज सब्र का बांध टूटेगा और वो करने वाले उस पोडियम के तरफ रवाना। ये सब जानने के लिए मैं जान रहा हूं बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हो। कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं, केवल 6 मैचेस और उसके बाद ये सारे सवाल के जवाब हमें मिल जाने वाले। बट फिलहाल हम चलते हैं अपने एनालिस्ट की तरफ, क्योंकि वो कुछ स्टैट्स के साथ पूरे तरीके से है तैयार।
थैंक यू सो मच रावण। एक्साइटमेंट तो मुझे रावण के बोलने के तरीके में देखने को मिल रही थी, वो एनर्जी वहां पे थी, और जिस तरह से प्लेयर्स वहां पे तैयार हैं। आज हमने सारे प्लेयर्स से बात करें, उनको देखा, उनको भी पता है कि आज का दिन कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। दूसरा दिन है आज अपर ब्रैकेट्स का, और कल जिन टीम्स का कमबैक नहीं हो पाया वो आज कमबैक करने की कोशिश करेंगे। एनीवेज, एनालिस्ट डेस्क पे स्वागत है आप सबका। मेरा नाम है स्पीरो, मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे इंजीनियर वाइटी। इंजीनियर, क्रेजी कंपटीशन सो फार। अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट के कंपैरिजन अगर हम करते हैं तो अपर ब्रैकेट में सच में गेम खेलने का तरीका थोड़ा सा अलग देखने को मिला, और हम जब बात कर ही रहे हैं कि खेलने का तरीका थोड़ा अलग है तो देख भी लेते हैं। चलेंगे सीधा टॉप प्लेस की तरफ और देखते हैं कल किसने कितने फ्रैग्स किस तरीके से निकाले हैं, क्योंकि कल का दिन कमाल साबित हुआ था।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल चलते हैं आगे की तरफ और टॉप प्लेस पर भी नज़र डालते हुए नजर आएंगे। बट उससे पहले स्पीरो में चर्चाएं करना चाहूँगा K9 को लेकर भी, जो अपर ब्रैकेट में उतना बेहतर नहीं खेले। बट हाँ, जैसा कि हम बात कर रहे थे टॉप प्लेस के बारे में, यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं वो कुछ अच्छी फाइट्स देखने को मिली थी। ओजी ये एक ऐसा नाम रहा जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छा खेला, और ये फिनिश तो आप देख सकते हैं कि पैन से बटोरा गया था,
और वो भी पैन थ्रो किया था उन्होंने, क्योंकि उन्होंने बाद में बुलाया कि वो थ्रो पे सेट था। उसके बाद जोकर, ये एक ऐसा क्लच था ना जो शायद हम दोबारा कभी ना देख पाए। एक तीर से 3 निशाने, आर यू किडिंग मी? आई मीन दैट्स अमेजिंग मैन। आई मीन पहले उन्होंने 2 प्लेयर्स जो ऊपर थे उनको खत्म किया, फिर नीचे जाके प्लेयर को और खत्म करा। तीर कमान बहुत अच्छा चलाते हैं, एक्सप्लोसिव का इस्तेमाल बहुत मजेदार साबित हुआ। बट ये क्लच था, दिस वाज द मोमेंट ऑफ द डे फॉर यस्टरडे, बिकॉज इतना तेज रिएक्शन बहुत ही कम प्लेयर्स का होता है, और ज़ायरैक्स लग तो रहा है कि वो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑलरेडी इंडिया में देखने लगे हैं।
और देखिए उसी के बाद वो रिएक्शन भी देखने को मिला था ओजी की तरफ से, थोड़ा सा मलाल देखने को मिला था। बट ये वो फाइट थी जहां पर सोल और गॉडलाइक एक दूसरे से भिड़ते हुए नजर आए थे। हालांकि गॉडलाइक वो टीम थी जो इस मैच में कमबैक करती हुई थोड़ा सा देखने को मिली थी। बढ़ते हैं आगे की तरफ और नजर डालते हैं ओवरऑल रैंकिंग पर भी। वहां पर देखेंगे कि किस तरीके से टीम्स अब पोजीशन बनाकर बैठी हुई हैं, और वो कौन से नाम रहेंगे जिन्हें आज के दिन कमबैक करना बहुत जरूरी।
कल के दिन के 6 मैचेस में लॉस हरमानोस ने निकाले 2 चिकन, और दे शोड एवरीवन कि किस तरह से बीजीएमआई खेलना है शोडाउन के अंदर। 6 मैचेस में 57 पॉइंट्स और एक बहुत अच्छा बैलेंस बनाया उन्होंने। 30 फिनिश के पॉइंट्स से 27 पोजीशन के अंक है। ओरांगुटान नॉट टू शाबी, इवन तो यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छे स्टार्ट्स दिख रहे हैं। एंड फिनिशेस के मामले में 2 प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं इनकी टीम में जिनके पास 10 से ज्यादा फिनिश है। गॉड्स ओमन प्लेड वेल, लिखिता ईस्पोर्ट्स दे गॉट 39 पॉइंट्स। BotArmyEsports के भी कल 6 मैचेस सदे हुए, लेकिन कल का दिन किसका सबसे अच्छा गया है तो TrueRippers और आर्यन का गया है, बिकॉज सिर्फ 3 मैचेस खेल के टॉप 8 में शामिल वो।
और वहीं पर जब हम सोल की बात करते हैं तो ये वो नाम देखने को मिला है जिन्होंने अपनी गन पावर को तो दिखाया। आप सोचिए कि 26 पॉइंट्स में से 24 वो फिनिशेस देखने को मिलते हैं। मतलब आज के दिन सोल शायद प्लेसमेंट पे भी काम करने की कोशिश करती हुई नजर आए। उसके अलावा जब हम बात करते हैं गॉडलाइक की, तो उतना बेहतर देखने को नहीं मिले। तीसरे मैच में जरूर वापसी हुई थी। जोनाथन वो प्लेयर थे जो अकेले 5 अच्छे फिनिश दिलाते हुए नजर आए थे। बट गॉड्स रेन एक चिकन निकालने के बाद भी केवल 20 पॉइंट।
वो छोटू सा एक चिकन था, 4 फिनिश मिले थे उनको, हर प्लेयर ने 1 फिनिश निकाला था। 14 अंक उस मैच से वो लेके गए, टोटल 20 अंक। दे नो कि उन्होंने कल की ट्रिक एक मिस करी है, बट आज के जो 3 मैचेस रहेंगे गॉड्स रेन के, स्टेप अप उनको भी करना पड़ेगा। बट आज के जिनके 6 मैचेस हैं उनमें से एक है 8 बिट, और वी ऑल नो 8 बिट कितनी खतरनाक टीम साबित हो सकती है जब वो चलना शुरू करते हैं। इक्विनॉक्स, ही नीड्स टू शाइन, रेडन, एस्पावर, सोमराज काफी सीरियस मूड में नजर आए आज। अपने टीम से, अपने अपोनेंट से काफी अलग टहल रहे थे सोमराज, देखा हमने उनको। मार्कोस गेमिंग, आज का दिन उनके लिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट रेकनिंग ईस्पोर्ट्स आप देखिए तो सही, कल के 3 मैचेस में केवल 1 पोजीशन का अंक, और बेहतर करने की जरूरत। बट उससे भी बेहतर K9 को करना पड़ेगा, सिंसिनाटी किड्स को करना पड़ेगा, मेडल ईस्पोर्ट्स को करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज पोजीशन पॉइंट कल के दिन में वो छू भी नहीं पाए। यानी कि सिर्फ अटैक करने के लिए गए, ड्रॉप क्लैशेस काफी सारे, पर उसका फायदा बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ। बट हम लोअर ब्रैकेट की बात इतनी कर रहे हैं, रावण ने भी बात करी। अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स को अगर भिड़ाया जाए ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द फर्स्ट डे, तो रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क वहां पे 3 मैचेस में 43 फिनिशेस के साथ थी। और लॉस हर्मानोस ने 6 मैचेस में 30 निकाले हैं। हालांकि अगर पॉइंट्स आप टोटल देखें तो 3 मैचेस में 59 पॉइंट्स RNTX ने निकाले थे उनके पहले दिन में, और लॉस हर्मानोस ने 6 मैचेस में 57 निकाले हैं। दोनों अपने टेबल्स में टॉप पे इंजीनियर, लेकिन मैचेस की संख्या डबल है लॉस हर्मानोस की।
और देखिए ये एक डिफरेंस भी देखने को मिलता है कि RNTX ने डोमिनेट किया है लोअर ब्रैकेट में, बट जब हम कंपटीशन की बात करते हैं तो वो अपर ब्रैकेट में ज़्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है, जिसके चलते LHS हम कह सकते हैं कि RNTX से जरूर उस पोजीशन के मामले में या फिर उन स्टैट्स के मामले में नीचे देखने को मिली है, बट ओवरऑल बहुत अच्छा खेलते हुए नजर आए। आपने मेटा निंजा को लेकर जरूर चर्चाएं करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि वो भी एक ऐसा नाम है जिन्हें आज के दिन वापसी करनी पड़ेगी। बट एक बार नजर डाल लेते हैं शेड्यूल के ऊपर कि आज के दिन वो सारे मैचेस हमें किस तरीके से देखने को मिलेंगे। वन ऑफ द डिफॉल्ट मैप एरेंगल से हम आज के दिन की शुरुआत करेंगे, और उसके बाद मीरामार, एंड देन आफ्टर द मैप ऑफ कमबैक।
जी हाँ, कल ग्रुप सी ने पहले के 3 मैचेस नहीं खेले थे, उन्होंने आखिरी 3 मैचेस खेले थे। आज वो पहले के 3 मैचेस खेल रहे हैं। ग्रुप ए के तो 6 के 6 मैचेस हैं, तो उनको थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे संभल के खेलना पड़ेगा, स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा। या तो कमबैक होगा या तो सेटबैक होगा, एक चीज तो होगी आज के दिन में। उसके बाद हम जाएंगे सैनोक में, जहाँ पे ग्रुप ए वर्सेस बी खेलेंगे। ग्रुप ए बी अगले के तीनों मैच ही खेलने वाले हैं। उसके बाद मिरामार, फिर रांगल का मैच होगा, जिसके साथ आज के दिन का अंत होगा। मैचअप पे चलते हैं। यहाँ पे पहला मुकाबला बहुत ज्यादा मजेदार। ग्रुप ए लगातार 6 मैचेस में मोमेंटम बिल्ड करना बहुत जरूरी, और ये पहला मैच उस मोमेंटम को बिल्ड करने में जरूर मदद करेगा इंजीनियर।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और देखिए ग्रुप ए को लेकर भी चर्चाएं की जाएं तो ये एक ऐसा ग्रुप रहा है जहां पर मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स उतना बेहतर परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाई हैं। मतलब मैं एफएस की बात करूं तो पहला गेम अच्छा था, बट उसके बाद वो मोमेंटम को कैरी ऑन नहीं कर पाई, जैसा कि आपने कहा। चलते हैं ग्रुप सी की तरफ, जहां पर हम नजर डालेंगे टीम वीएस के ऊपर। ये भी एक ऐसा नाम है जिन्होंने केवल 3 मैचेस में 5 अंक बटोरे हैं, मतलब वापसी तो इन्हें भी करनी होगी।
देखिए 3 टीम्स हैं यहाँ पे मोस्टली, अगर देखा जाए वीएस आपको देखने को मिलती है, सिंसिनाटी किड्स है और मेडल है, जिनके पास कल पॉइंट्स नहीं आए। टीम सोल, टीम गॉडलाइक, डिसेंट प्रदर्शन था, नॉट टू ग्रेट नॉट टू बैड, बट उनको भी अब स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा। आर्यन ने कल के दिन में प्रभावित करा, जो उन्होंने एक मैच बहुत शानदार खेला। आज भी एक्सपेक्टेशंस आर्यन से काफी ज्यादा रहेंगे, एंड जिस तरह से कल हमने उनको सैनोक का वो गेम देखा, स्प्लिट्स, रोटेशन, एवरीथिंग वाज ऑन पॉइंट। बट यू नो व्हाट, हम जो कास्टर्स होते हैं यार, हम सबको लगता है कि हमारी प्रेडिक्शंस भी हमेशा ऑन पॉइंट रहती है। तो देर किस बात की, चलते हैं प्रेडिक्शंस की तरफ और देखते हैं कि किसने आज के दिन में कौन सी प्रेडिक्शन करी है। ऑफ कोर्स शुरू करते हैं बेजी के साथ। उन्होंने 8 बिट का नाम लिया है। पिछले कुछ समय से 8 बिट का नाम बहुत ले रहे हैं बेजी, वैसे देखा जाए तो, एंड लेना भी चाहिए। इट्स अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम, बट आज का दिन इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा। एंकीबॉट ने मेटा निंजास का नाम लिया है। मैं सोल के साथ गया हूं बिकॉज आई हैव अ फीलिंग कल जोकर के उस मैजिकल क्लच के बाद, नकुल ने थोड़ी सी जो मस्ती करी थी उसके बाद आज कॉन्फिडेंस जरूर होगा। इंजीनियर K9 के पीछे कोई कारण?
देखिए K9 के पीछे एक सिंपल सा कारण है। हाल फिलहाल में अगर आप K9 की चर्चाएं करते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं। हाल फिलहाल के जो रीसेंट हम टूर्नामेंट्स की चर्चाएं करते हैं, शायद वही एक सबसे बड़ा कारण है। आप उसके अलावा चर्चाएं कर सकते हैं बाकी सारी चीजों के बारे में, जैसे उनके प्लेयर्स बहुत अच्छे देखने को मिलते हुए नजर आते हैं।
जी हाँ, बट विपुल कुमार ने गॉडलाइक का नाम लिया है, एंड आप देख ही सकते थे जैसे सामने प्रेडिक्ट किया है। आई होप सबकी प्रेडिक्शन कुछ हद तक ठीक साबित हो, बिकॉज हमें अच्छी प्रेडिक्शन करना बहुत अच्छे से आता है, यू नो दैट। एनीवेज, आज की टॉपिक पे वापस आते हैं। पहला मैच एरांगल है, एंड वी ऑल नो ग्रुप ए वर्सेस ग्रुप सी। नाउ दोनों ही ग्रुप्स बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से तैयार है। प्रैक्टिस की बात करी, जिससे भी आप बात कर रहे थे यहाँ पे बाहर, हर कोई यही कह रहा था कि आज वी आर रेडी। कल पहला दिन था, मे बी अर्ली जीटर्स, मे बी समथिंग एल्स, लेकिन आज शायद एक बेटर ब्रांड ऑफ BGMI आपको देखने को मिले।
देखिए मेरा सिंपली मानना है कि अगर आप 6 मैचेस में से 2 मैचेस बेहतर बना देते हैं तो आप आज के दिन को बेहतर बना देंगे, क्योंकि कल के दिन LHS ने भी तो वही किया है। 2 मैचेस में 41 पॉइंट निकाले हैं और बाकी 4 मैचेस उनके बहुत ज्यादा एवरेज देखने को मिले।
देखिए एवरेज जरूर देखने को मिले, बट देयर इज वन टीम जो बिल्कुल भी एवरेज नहीं थी, और वो थी ओरांगुटान। और मुझे लगता है ना, उनसे बात करने में भी थोड़ा सा ज्यादा ही मजा आता है। और मुझे लगता है रावण जो हमारे होस्ट हैं वो खड़े हैं यहाँ पे आरू के साथ, तो चलते हैं सीधा रावण के पास, क्योंकि ही इज रेडी विद आरू फॉर एन इंटरव्यू। सो लेट्स गो।
थैंक यू सो मच एनालिसन। जी हाँ, कल का जो कंपटीशन था ओजी के लिए बहुत मजेदार रहा था, और फिलहाल मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं उन्हीं के आईजेल। इन्हें कोई इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत नहीं है। आरू, आपके अनुसार आपके लिए अपर ब्रैकेट का डे 1 कैसा गया?
मतलब ठीक था, हम लोग को थोड़ा जोन भी फेवर किया था एंड काफ़ी अच्छा भी खेले थे हम लोग, बट वही है कि अभी बहुत सारे और मैचेस भी बचे हैं। तो फर्स्ट ये तो ठीक था एक्सपीरियंस के लिए, नर्व्स वगैरह कुछ है नहीं क्योंकि इतना एक्सपीरियंस है, तो काफ़ी मज़ा आया था कल, क्योंकि 6 मैचेस थे।
देखिए आरू, एक्सपीरियंस की कोई कमी नहीं है आपको, लेकिन कल जो परफॉर्मेंस हुआ, सवाल खड़े हो गए आप पे, क्योंकि आरू जितने भी मैचेस खेले एक भी फिनिश नहीं निकाल पाए। यही वो रीजन है जिसके कारण ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं मिला आपको।
डेफिनेटली कल ऐसा था कि मेरा दिमाग तो डेफिनेटली चल रहा था बट थोड़ी वजह से हाथ नहीं चल पाए थे बट वही है कि कल मैंने सोचा कि पूरा रीसेट करके आते हैं एंड अब 10 घंटे के सो के आया हूँ पूरा रीसेट हो गए तो आज मारूंगा
रीसेट काफी अच्छे तरीके से मुझे लगता है कि विस्गॉड कल काफी अच्छे तरीके से रीसेट थे क्योंकि यहाँ पे जितने भी खिलाड़ी है ना विस्गॉड ने जितने फिनिशर्स निकाले कोई भी उनके आसपास भी नहीं है कैसा लगता है आईजीएल कि आपके एक खिलाड़ी इतना डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं लॉबी को
देखो विस तो मतलब स्टार प्लेयर ही है हमेशा से वैसा मारता है बस थोड़ा अनलकी है कि वो इतनी लाइमलाइट में नहीं आ पाता बाकी हमेशा से उतना ही मारता है कभी मारता है तो स्पेक्टेटर से थोड़ा मिस हो जाता है मे बी बट वो ये विस तो हमेशा से मेरे लिए स्टार प्लेयर रहा है एंड टीम के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा एसेट है
100% उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है लेकिन देखिए ओजी को ना पहले आदत थी देखने की #2 पे फिर टाइम बदला अभी कुछ ही समय पहले आपने एक ट्रॉफी भी उठाई और वहां पे #1 में हमने आपको देखा कल वापस से मानो वो यादें ताजा हो गई #2 में देखने का आज सेकंड डिनर आ रहा है 3 मैचेस में या फिर नहीं
अभी तो बहुत लंबा टूर्नामेंट है हम लोग बस अपनी मिस्टेक्स पे फोकस कर रहे हैं कैसे हम हमारे टीम गेम को बहुत बेटर कर सकते हैं वो फोकस कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ये टूर्नामेंट सारी टीम्स के लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है एंड हमारे लिए क्योंकि हम लोगों ने इतने टाइम से इतने सालों से सपना देखा है इसी टूर्नामेंट में फर्स्ट आने का क्योंकि ये जो टूर्नामेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी हमको देने वाला है वो और कोई टूर्नामेंट नहीं देगा तो डेफिनेटली जो हम फर्स्ट आए थे पिछले इवेंट में उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा मोमेंटम बूस्ट वगैरह भी हुआ है एंड अब हम लोग रेडी हैं इस टूर्नामेंट में अपना बेस्ट गेम दिखाने के लिए
100% ऑल द बेस्ट आरू आज के मैचेस के लिए अपनी टीम के साथ जाए बातचीत करे बट देवी और सज्जनों तैयार हो जाइए क्योंकि पहला मुकाबला बहुत जल्दी स्टार्ट होने वाला है सीधा चलते कास्टर्स की तरफ और जानते हैं उनका क्या मानना है आज के दिन के लिए
After watching yesterday's games, one thing is for sure, the intensity in the upper bracket's on a different level. But before we continue the conversation, I'm going to be your caster, Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Super Johnny as well. And Johnny, as I mentioned, yesterday the intensity was quite high. We saw insane amount of clutches too, but still a few known names on the latter half of the board, and that stinks to see.
I mean, to the first half of the statement, are we surprised? It's the upper bracket for crying out loud. Some of the best teams in the country are here, and this is what we wanted to see as well from all of these teams. Just prove a point as to why you were placed in the upper bracket. And of course, if all of the best teams are here, some are going to do well and the others are going to start to struggle. But as you mentioned, surprising name, still looking to see if God's Reign can make a comeback today.
I know, right? God's Reign playing in all the 6 games and still not really having a lot of good points on the board. And it's not just God's Reign, right? Yesterday we saw K9 Esports play their three games and they're in the bottom 4. And that definitely stings as well because K9 Esports is one of those teams. They are the champions of a recent third-party tournament. You expect a lot from them. And Metal Esports, they're supposed to be the aggressive bunch in the lobby. But yesterday we saw a passive approach from them.
And it wasn't just these two squads. A lot of other big names were also struggling. Team AX, we saw them have a good start to the day. But then again, there was a fall-off after the first game. And apart from that, I think I had a lot of expectations personally from AX, considering we did speak about it before the day began that, all right, this team comes with an international exposure. So maybe since this is going to be a tournament that leads to that stage again, we are going to see them employ all of those strategies. But it seems like right now, everyone has leveled up their game, and AX, they've just become another team in the bunch.
No, to be honest, in 3 games, they're on the 7th spot in the overall standings. If you look at the top 5, they played all the 6 games. So I still believe AX is doing pretty good in the overall standings. They have that decent bit of number on the board.
They did what, like 33, 34 points?
Yeah, they're on the 7th spot in the overall standings, which is 3 games. They're the only team over there along the top 6 or top 7 that have played 3 games. So I still believe TrueRippers and AX, they're doing fantastic.
Yeah, TrueRippers is exceptionally well. I think finishing top 2 in 2 matches, especially that game in Sanhok. Sanhok was an opportunity that kind of slipped out of their hands. And then the next game, they just go on to secure a chicken dinner. Not the next game, Erangel, they went on to secure a chicken dinner. So TrueRippers, I think we did see signs of this very recently from their end as well. And I think they were quite good. But AX, last tournament, kind of missing. This tournament, again in the middle pack. I want to see a lot more from this team. My expectations from AX are a whole other level.
At this point, they're going to play 3 more games today, so we know AX will probably do good. But you know what? Some things never change, Johnny. We've also got Cincinnati kids on the latter half of the board, and I guess that storyline continues. On a land, CK is always on the last page.
I mean, yeah, we can't really ignore CK. They are on the last page, but are we actually going to ignore Godlike?
Wait, look, in my opinion, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, that last game was a bit of a comeback, right? Let's be honest, that could have been the saving grace for them, and we know they can definitely do much better.
But yeah, we have... I mean, we do have a look at the 2 of the players that we have a lot of expectations from, Soul and Godlike on that stage right now. Yesterday, I have to say, in the 3 matches both the teams played, Seoul did a little bit better in comparison to Godlike. As you mentioned, that last Erangel, yes, the top 2 finished, the number of eliminations they got kind of put them in a fighting position in the overall leaderboard. But again, we need more consistency because all of this happened in the last game. Had they done it in match number 1 itself, it would have given them the momentum to have, well, a decent day in the other 2 games. But the problem is when you perform in the last game of the day, then there's that entire 12-hour time gap where everyone resets and your momentum is completely gone.
And speaking of momentum, for a team like 8-Bit, the momentum is just not there. Even 8-Bit's on the struggling side of the spectrum, right? Speaking of Samraj and the boys, NoNx, I mean, overall, you expect a lot from this banner. S-Power as well is right there in the playing 4. And for some reason, yesterday's day for 8-Bit was filled with a lot of thick and thins. I just hope today 8-Bit's going to do good, since Group A is going to be playing all the 6 games, so they can have that momentum strike once again.
Hey, but let's talk about our predictions as well. What did you go for?
I personally went with Team AX once again. I do believe that AX has got things in the bag, and looking at the overall standings, they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, my prediction was K9 Esports. I think we've all heard of the saying, right? The calm before the storm. And I had an opportunity to talk with Omega. The man seems extremely calm and composed. Yesterday was not a great day for AX. I mean, Slug in multiple matches was the last player surviving. It seems like on an individual level, he is doing well. But it's those other 2 players right next to him, Beast and Ninja Boy. I think today is going to be the day where things are going to click, and we are going to see K9 bounce back.
Of course, for K9, they have to bounce back, right? On the last page like that. And as you mentioned, playing all the 6 games today. So K9 Esports, we are expecting that major bounce back from the boys. And speaking of NINZA, yesterday, the bounce back was not witnessed. Yesterday, the performance was not witnessed as well. Once again, NINZA is coming in with that classic passive strategy they like to play with, and we did not see a proper execution of that.
How are you going to draw a comparison with NINZA and TrueRippers? Because both of them have that slow and steady early start, but for some reason, TrueRippers are more consistent in having all 4 of their players survive till the late game stages, while NINZA keep losing bodies.
I just feel like it's a difference in the confidence, majorly, because TrueRippers, they're not someone who's shy of taking the fights, while NINZA, they try to avoid as many fights as they can to try and survive.
I mean, in that case, NINZA should have more bodies today. Let's see how things work out. I mean, hopefully they've figured out what went wrong in their approach yesterday. There we have it, Team AX, and Aaron himself seems extremely relaxed.
Yeah, he's chilling. He knows team's doing pretty fine in the overall standings. Today they're going to play 3 more games. So for Team AX, they just need to have that consistent point flow in the overall standings. And at the end of the day, you just need to be in the top 12 to qualify towards the semifinals. And the good part about the upper brackets is that no one gets eliminated. Even if you're at the bottom 12, you're still going to go towards the quarterfinals.
I feel like Cyrex is staring into my soul right now.
Oh yeah, he's just looking at the camera. It seems like he's listening to something. Maybe he's vibing out. Yeah.
And Devotee on the other side is just in devotion. I think he's just meditating to see. Because Devotee yesterday from Team AX, on an individual level, he was the best player in the team.
True that. Yesterday, Devotee is popping off on a different level, and we had a conversation about this too, right? Usually in the firefights, Devotee's the first man to get knocked out.
True.
But this time, Devotee was doing pretty good. He was shutting down teams left, right, and center. But hey, we also had Levi's stats on the screen. Yesterday in 3 games, Levi managed to acquire 5 finishes. Now, that's quite uncharacteristic for a man like Levi. We expect a lot more.
Hey, man, channeling the inner Ackerman, if you will. I mean, he's... we have seen that in 2023, I think, was when we saw him last be the frontliner for the team, leading the charge in terms of the number of finishes that the players were getting. And again, I think if he manages to get that old form back, maybe his team is going to have a lot of benefit. But Metal Esports, now this is a very confusing situation for us, Metal Esports, because we expected the team to stabilize a little bit with this roster, but for some reason that's really not the case.
In my opinion, Metal Esports should stop experimenting. That's it. Just go aggressive. That's what you do. That's what you're good at. Just go aggressive. Get those elimination points. I do understand you want to bring in that passive approach as well inside of the game, but that's not what Metal Esports is built around. If you look at the players, if you look at the foundation, those players are supposed to play aggressive. That's what they're built around. That's what this roster is all about. And if you're going to try to force feed a passive playstyle, you're always going to choke.
Especially a man like Termi inside of the roster. I mean, he has been in incredible form recently, but I think a little bit more support from the likes of Altu can be beneficial. And I think we just have to be patient a little bit with Metal. Yesterday, they played 3 games. Of course, they bombed those 3 matches. That's why they just have 4 points from those 3 games. But today, we can expect a bounce back, hopefully. I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. On the other side, another big name that is struggling. We saw them on the screen a few moments ago. Right now, before 8-bit, it was Victorious Sumus.
Yeah.
And Victorious Sumus as well, falling in early fights. Individuals getting caught off guard. It seems like those early draw clashes, even though they aren't direct, do put a massive impact when they go around looking for vehicles.
So let's talk about the overall standings a bit more, right? The bottom 5 in the overall standings, all teams are playing passive. Victor Sumus, they like to play a passive gameplay. Metal Esports, yesterday we saw them implementing a new playstyle, which was a passive gameplay as well. Cincinnati Kids, yes, they were playing passive too, and that's why they're struggling. You've got K9 Esports, even K9 Esports, we did not see them on the aggressive front. NINZA, well, they are pretty much the burning torch of passiveness. So for NINZA, that passiveness is not working out either. And all the teams in the bottom 5, pretty much that's a prime example why you're not supposed to play passive.
I just disagree on one thing, that K9 went passive, because K9 was one of the first team to lose players in all the games they played, if you remember, just running into fights. And yeah, like always, Omega was the first man getting picked off. Slug, the last player surviving. Even in the first Erangel of the day, I mean, it was kind of awkward to see K9 drop bodies. You know what? It reminds me of the last few officials that we have witnessed, both the BGIS and the BMPS. You remember, we have had this conversation multiple times, that when Omega goes down, the team does well. Ideally, that used to be the case, but now even that isn't working out anymore.
True that. And at this point in time for K9 Esports, I do believe they just like to play things a little bit secretive, if that makes sense. They do not really like to reveal the strategy off the rip. Then later on, once you move on towards the grand finals, that's when K9 Esports is like, yeah, this is what we were preparing all the way in the sidelines.
I mean, I hope Omega is calm today, because yesterday I remember Slug walked up to me.
He was furious.
Yeah, post matches he was furious. Before the games, Slug walked up to me and he's like, dude, our IGL is extremely stressed out.
That's not a good sign before a tournament, to be honest, because it's not a good momentum, and that mindset is definitely going to get you down.
Now we need to figure out that what is the pressure that this team is facing. Is it the pressure of lifting back-to-back trophies? Is it the pressure of the expectations that have been set after that recent win?
To be honest, I just feel like it's the expectations of the players performing as best as they can. Maybe that's why the players are stressed out. Maybe that's why the IGL's stressed out as well. He wants to perform great in this tournament, but there are probably a few things the IGLs know that's going to hold the team back, and maybe thinking those over and over again is also holding him back. We never know what's going on in the sidelines, let's be honest.
Exactly. As Aru mentioned in his interview right now, yesterday individually he wasn't able to get those finishes for his teams, but his mind was on point. And even in either of the cases, if it works out, if your players are doing exceptionally well, because Aru's lack of mechanical prowess yesterday, or mechanical input inside of the game, was overcompensated by WizGod and AKOP getting double-digit finishes. One got 16, the other one got, what, 10 or 11 finishes?
Yeah.
So that impact, or that lack of impact, wasn't really visible in the matches for OG. But that wasn't the same case for a team like K9 Esports, even though they also have exceptionally brilliant fraggers, as we mentioned, in the form of Ninja Boy, Slug, and Beast.
Yeah.
It was just one man that was kind of doing the job yesterday, and it wasn't Beast like usual, or it wasn't Ninja Boy like usual. It was Slug, who is usually the third or the second man to run into those fights. And because of that, I think the struggle was there. Hopefully, these two individuals show up on point, and Omega is on point with his shot calling as well.
The funny part is Slug actually had 0 finishes yesterday.
Yeah,
so
but at least he was surviving.
It's quite unfortunate for K9 Esports if the fraggers are not performing, right?
Yeah.
And we all know Omega is not someone that is known to frag out in those type of scenarios. He's supposed to be the one to play the backlines, and that's how Omega likes to play. But for now, we've got a quick interview lined up, so let's move on and have a look at that.
क्या आप इसको विक्ट्री मानते हैं या फिर नहीं?
ऑब्वियसली नहीं, क्योंकि ऐसा हम खेलते नहीं जिस तरीके से हमने बाकी मतलब पहले 3 मैच अच्छा खेले, उसके बाद बाकी 13 मैच हमने बहुत गंदा खेला, बहुत ज़्यादा.
बट देन वेयर थिंग्स वेंट रॉन्ग, क्योंकि जो स्टार्ट हुआ था, 2 मैचेस जो स्टार्टिंग के हुए थे, उसमें एक अलग ही रेवलेंट एक्सपार्क देखने को मिल रही थी. आपको लगता है थोड़ा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, थोड़ा लाइटली ले लिया? व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग?
जितने हमारे 2 मैच में पॉइंट आए उतना हमारे बाकी 14 मैचेस में पॉइंट आए, तो चीज़ बहुत गलत है. डे 1 के बाद हम थोड़ा कैजुअल हो गए थे, तो डे 2 में हमारा फ्लो टूटा, फिर डे 3 और डे 4 दोनों गंदे ही गए.
तो अभी हम बात करते हैं एक मोमेंटम की. ऑब्वियसली देयर अ 4 डेज ब्रेक, बट आप ये कैसे अश्योरेंस दिला सकते हैं अपने आप को, अपनी टीम को, या फिर इन जनरल ऑडियंस को, कि ये जो खराब नोट पे एंडिंग हुई है, ये नेगेटिव मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होगा 4 दिन के बाद जब आप क्वार्टर फाइनल्स खेलेंगे? तो
रीसेट होंगे, वापस गेम पे ध्यान देंगे और अपना बेस्ट देंगे, और जो इस बार परफॉर्मेंस है अगली बार नहीं आएगी.
बट रेस राइडर के एक खिलाड़ी थे सैयद ओपी, उन्होंने 1v3 किया आपकी टीम को विद द काइंड ऑफ मोमेंटम जिससे आपने स्टार्ट किया था. वो 1v3 कहीं ना कहीं चुप तो रहा होगा इस लोअर ब्रैकेट से.
हम मतलब मेन हमें राइडर को मारने को इसलिए था क्योंकि अगले वाले राउंड में हमारे सब सेम ड्रॉप्स थे, तो हमें उनको बाहर निकालना था. हमने कर लिया, बट फिर जो हम 1v3 गलत है, मतलब उधर भी हम गलत सोलो चलेगा, इसलिए हम क्लच होगा.
पर कोई बात नहीं, भले थोड़ा खराब नोट पे एंडिंग हुई है, बट लेकिन हमेशा क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की एंडिंग आप एक बढ़िया नोट पे स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. तो हैव अ स्माइल ऑन योर फेस एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द क्वार्टर फाइनल्स.
थैंक यू.
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
Welcome back after that short break, and hopefully we're going to head on side the game pretty soon. But yeah, back towards the conversations that we're having, right?
Yeah.
Even Victor Sumus, as you mentioned a while ago, they should be a part of the conversation as well. And generally speaking, for players from Victor Sumus, we know they've got men like always leading the pack. And for Victor Sumus, there's only one problem, and once again, that is the passive playstyle that always is taking this team into. I do believe that this team does have a lot of firepower, and they do have a lot of potential, but still, it's not being unleashed yet.
Yeah, definitely. And yesterday they were getting quite unlucky as well. You remember the game of Sanhok where we saw them lose play as soon as the game began. And that wasn't the only case. Every single map they played, it seemed like match began within the first 3-4 minutes. Victor Sumus was going to be one man down at least. Yeah. And because of that, I think they had to sort of adapt on the fly and just turn down the aggression. But I agree with you, even during the mid-game phases, you are supposed to bring in those finish points, and that is something that was a big struggle to them. Hopefully things change today. Yeah. Another name I want to talk about, we have kind of ignored them, 4TR. Played 6 matches yesterday, not really the best performance.
Yeah, for 4TR, it's a completely different story, right? They were just so disconnected. Still remember that one game in Miramar where the man was all the way towards Picado and the other guy, Pain His Life, was all the way towards San Martin. Still, I don't understand why that big of a split was there in between the rotation they were trying to make, which just does not really make a lot of sense. And for 4TR yesterday, we clearly saw that communication gap as well between the players too, right? For 4TR, so many good opportunities were there, but they were just not able to latch upon to it. And Pain His Life, he's supposed to be the main playmaker, but yesterday, even the man was not able to play that well.
I mean, can't really blame him as well. One man alone cannot really win the game. Pain His Life is bringing the pain for others. Individually, he's doing kind of okay. Got like 5 or 4 finishes yesterday. But that isn't enough. Everyone else needs to carry their own weight as well. And as you mentioned, if the communication is flawed, which I agree was clearly visible in multiple fights that 4TR took yesterday, where the timings of the plays being made, those mini plays when you're pushing those compounds or going for a compound take from a different team, it was completely off. And because of that, we saw them drop bodies the moment the fights began. that needs to be fixed. And again, this, I guess, comes from the pressure of just being in an environment like this. Yesterday, the crowd was cheering and going wild for a team like Godlike the entire day. And, well, if the entire crowd is cheering for your opponent, sometimes it gets to you, but you have to learn how to ignore that and focus on your own performance.
I mean, hey, they've got Zygot too, let's be honest, right? So maybe that's also another thing
Hey,
that
are
maybe
you
the
blaming...
audience is going to be supporting.
Oh, I thought you were blaming Zygot for the lack of performance.
No, not exactly that. No, that's not what I was saying. I was pretty much saying for the audience that there's a chance maybe they can cheer for Zygot too. But to be honest, no, for 4TR as a team, they're failing. It's not just one guy that's not able to do good. Yeah, maybe Pain is live. He's bringing a bit more of that contribution, but still as a team, 4TR, they've got a lot to work on. The communication is completely off as well. And I do not really know what exactly to say about a team like 8-Bit. It feels like they just did not really get a lot of screen time in general.
Yeah, 8-Bit was completely missing from the party. I mean, I agree with you on that. We did not get to see much from them inside of the matches as well. We did not get to see them much on the stage as well. I think we got a few stage shots of Somraj smiling yesterday, S-Power as well, today as well. At the start of the day, we saw S-Power flaunting his beautiful locks over there. But hopefully they get to flaunt their skills as well. But these are the well-known names, right? These are rosters that have accomplished players in them. Let's move on to EVOX. They have one man that we have a lot of hope from, that is PMWI IGL.
And it's not just him, even Omen.
Omen as well, but yesterday was, again, very mediocre.
Hey, to be honest, at least it was better than teams like K9 Esports and NINZA, right?
Yeah,
so
fair.
That's another bright light that they can try and focus on. And to be honest, this was also one of those teams that only played 3 games yesterday.
Yes.
And to be honest, a lot of these teams just want to get the lay of the land, right? Know exactly how the first day was going to function, and then maybe on the day 2 they can try and adapt and get the strategies fixed out. It's a whole different blow that, unfortunately, yesterday, Group B had to play the first 6 games. In my opinion, if you're the first one to go, it's a bit of a disadvantage. But what do you think?
I think it can go either ways depending on how you play the first few matches and how you react to them. First 6 games on the first group to play first 6 matches, I think for me it would give me an edge. That means you just get to start strong straight out of the bat, and if you actually manage to secure the first 2 matches of the day, or at least 2 games in the first 2 games, first 6 matches, then all you have to do for the remaining 3 days is just make sure you have a decent average. That's how Revenant X-Park, by the way, was able to survive the lower bracket as well. Because they just did well on day number 1. Other 3 days, they just bombed all of their games. Until the last day, I guess they had 1 good game. So 3 matches in total out of the 16 they played went well. Everything else from Revenant X-Park was just like taking an exit outside of the top 8 or the top 6.
To be honest, look at Revenant X-Park's lineup, right? They've got Trace God, they've got Godin. Literally, these 2 players are some of the best players in the country. And Sensei's like, you know what? Yeah, our team is completely driven by firepower. So you know what? Let's just be aggressive inside of the game. And that's all they
Fury.
did. And yeah, pretty much just add Fury in there too. That man's like the Clutchmeister. And Revenant X-Park in general was just able to accumulate so many finish points in the day 1 itself. In 3 games, they had 59 freaking points in the overall tally. Which was insane if you think about it.
Exactly, but apart from that first opening day, the other 2 days not really doing well. So that's the thing. I think that was the only team, though, that actually did well on the opening day and kind of just maintained a top spot on the other 3 days. Yeah, it was a massive drop because of how well Autobots did, how well teams like Nebula Esports were doing. On the other end of the spectrum, though, this is what we are talking about. If you have 6 matches on day number 1. If you have 6 matches on day number 2, you gotta pull out a Likitha Esports. Day 1, make sure you're doing okay. The first 3 games, Likitha Esports on day 1 got like 2 chicken dinners, and the next day onwards, they were just consistent in terms of the amount of finishes they were able to secure.
Likitha Esports, there was one thing. The moment they were facing off the group of Revenant X-Park, they were not able to perform that well. But the moment we saw that group shuffle, Likitha Esports pulled off 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, which was insane. And generally speaking, that's what teams like Reckoning Esports as well need to do. If you try and speak of a banner like Reckoning Esports, the recent days, they've been filled with a lot of problems. But Reckoning Esports, right now is the time to make that bounce back, and right now is the time to make a lot of experiments as well. No one's getting eliminated from the upper bracket, and that is probably the best edge that this bracket has.
But Necro, I mean, we just have a few more seconds left before game 1 of day number 2 of the upper bracket kicks off. And of course, an opportunity for a comeback for all of these teams. Is that actually going to happen? Time to find it out.
Well, we do have the planes in the sky soon. And we all know at this point in time, the game one does hold a lot of value. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, but are we going to see those comebacks? That's my question. Probably so many big names are on the latter half of the board. Teams like NoNx Esports, K9 Esports, Victoria Sumus, they need to make that comeback. They need to pop up right there in the overall standings. And as the planes now in the sky, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards Lipovka, this plane flight path is tilted extremely down south. That means that the teams do want to move in towards Severny, Zarki, Georgiapol. It's going to be a tough stretch for K9 Esports. This is going to be a tough game.
Oh, it is going to be a tough game for sure. I mean, a few options they have are going to be towards that road section, or maybe dropping east of Yasnaya Polyana and then getting those vehicles moving towards Severny. But that is going to result in them taking an early fight. And of course, Cincinnati Kids is going to be one of those teams that's actually happy about this flight path because it allows them to drop towards military base, towards the northern roads, pick up those vehicles and move comfortably towards Novorepnoy. But I have to say that's quite a short flight path, to be honest. I mean, it's one of the shortest we could have asked for on Erangel.
Yeah, we've seen this plane flight path in lower brackets as well a couple of times.
Opposite direction.
One thing is for sure, this plane flight path does cause a lot of attention, and at the same time, teams do end up clashing against each other quite well too, so this is going to be fun. I want to see a few drop clashes, a few pit stop clashes as well, can be extremely fun. You've got TrueRippers towards Novorepnoy. They pretty much adjusted on the fly, adapted on the fly. Team Aryan as well dropping towards that farm's vicinity. You've also got FS Esports around Milta. OG taking an exit towards Milta Power. That's another thing. Then you've also got Reckoning Esports around the same side as well. And K9 Esports towards Lipovka. So pretty much we're seeing the standard drop locations from the team. But K9 Esports usually like to go towards Severny.
Yeah.
We now saw them take an exit towards Lipovka, which is a little bit off the books, but maybe we know why. The game has been rehosted once again.
I mean, otherwise they would have been in a world of trouble. As I said, I mean, there are a few vehicle spawns present towards the eastern side, but the reason I wanted them to glide all the way towards Yasnaya or those 3-road triways, the Trident crossroads, is because they are kind of isolated. Right now, where we saw them, they had First Curiosity towards their east, Metal Esports towards their west, absolutely nowhere to go. You run towards the northern side, you risk getting caught off guard by the teams that take the few houses that are there in the rice paddy south of Yasnaya Polyana, getting a few weapons, and then they try to pick off one or two individuals from your side while you're moving up north. So it would have been a big challenge for them. Easiest option, get those vehicles, get out of there, get to Severny, and then start your game. But hey, I mean, Lady Luck seems like is going to be favoring K9 Esports today because, I mean, game getting rehosted.
That one game where K9 Esports was completely far away from their drop location and the game's now rehosted. So for K9 Esports, it's probably a day with destiny, but just imagine the next game, the plane flat path the same, then yeah, problems will definitely start to rise for K9 Esports.
Hey, but right now, even the circle wasn't favoring them, so I think that would have been a bigger problem. At least if the flight path is the same, but if the circle is a northern one, they will have some breathing room available in the mid-game stages as well.
Hey, look, for Reckoning Esports, we did see them drop around the Milta Power vicinity, so I do have a lot of expectations from that banner too. But for now, let's go back to the analysts and let's see what they've got to say.
जिस तरह से हुआ एंड हमारे जो इंग्लिश डेस्क से कास्टर्स है उनका भी शुक्रिया था, उन्होंने भी बहुत प्यार से थ्रो किया हमारे ऊपर. बट इंजीनियर फर्स्ट मैच येट टू स्टार्ट और बहुत सारी डिस्कशंस अभी पेंडिंग है. टेक्निकल इश्यूज की वजह से थोड़ा सा डिले यहाँ पे जरूर हो रहा है, बट देयर आर लॉट ऑफ टीम्स एक्चुअली जो आज के दिन को बड़ा बनाना चाहती हैं. एंड उसमें से अगर एक नाम ये लें, गॉड्स रेन, जिनके कल 6 मैचेस हुए थे, आज 3 मैचेस हैं, लेकिन आज का दिन उनके लिए ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज कल के 6 मैचेस में ज्यादा पॉइंट्स नहीं ले पाए वो.
देखिए, बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, और 6 मैचेस में केवल 20 पॉइंट उठा पाए हैं. तो आप सोचिए, और 20 पॉइंट्स में भी अगर आप चर्चाएं करते हैं तो केवल एक गेम है जहां पर उन्होंने 14 पॉइंट निकाले थे विद दैट छोटू चिकन जो आपने बताया था. तो उन्हें तो बहुत बड़ी वापसी करनी पड़ेगी. केवल 3 ही मैचेस आज के दिन और कल के दिन उन्हें खेलने, माफी चाहूंगा, मतलब आज के दिन 3 मैचेस खेलते हुए नजर आने वाले हैं.
जी हाँ, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा. पर इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें बहुत सारी होती हैं. काफी सारे यंग प्लेयर्स हैं जो यहाँ पे आए हैं. उनमें से एक है रेकनिंग के शो. एक बार चलते हैं उनकी स्पॉटलाइट के ऊपर और देखते हैं कि उनका अब तक का सफर कैसा रहा है. 6 फिनिशेस वो निकाल चुके हैं. 1196 का उन्होंने डैमेज दिया है. 2 असिस्ट भी उनके नाम के आगे. He's a good player, he's a young player, but अपने आप को इस पूरे एनवायरनमेंट में ढाल के अपने आप को प्रूव करना कभी कभी इतनी युवा अवस्था में आसान नहीं होता. बट अभी तक शुरुआत काफी अच्छी हुई है उनकी.
देखिए, बहुत समय है उनके पास सीखने का और वो अभी सीखने की स्टेज में ही है. मैं समझता हूँ कि जैसे जैसे वो इन सारे इवेंट्स में खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे वैसे वैसे वो और ज़्यादा बेहतर होते हुए नजर आएंगे. और जब मैं ओवरऑल टीम प्ले की भी बात करता हूँ तो रेकनिंग आज के दिन हो सकता है कि शुभ और बेहतर खेलते हुए नजर आए, और रैकनिंग को भी अच्छे मैचेस चाहिए। आज के दिन उनके पास 6 मैचेस खेलने का मौका रहेगा, और जब कल के दिन की बात करते हैं तो केवल 3 मैचेस में उन्होंने 11 पॉइंट निकाले थे। मुझे पहला गेम याद आता है जहां पर बहुत अच्छे एग्रेशन के साथ शुरुआत हुई थी, 5 फिनिश निकालने में कामयाब हुए थे, बट उसके बाद चीजें शट डाउन होती हुई नजर आई थी।
काफी इंटरेस्टिंग यहाँ पे सब कॉन्सेप्ट बन चुका है। बट ओरांगुटान की बात करते हैं, अब आखिरी के 3 मैचेस उनके जरूर रहेंगे, बट मैं ओजी की बात इसलिए कर रहा हूँ ना क्योंकि काफी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टैट्स वहां पे बन चुके हैं। आई मीन ओजी के विजगॉड हैं जिनके पास 16 फ्रैग्स हैं, आतंकी के पास 11 फ्रैग्स हैं, एकेओपी के पास 7 हैं, और उसके बाद आरू के पास 0 हैं। बट द सरप्राइजिंग फैक्टर वाज कि इंटरव्यू से पहले तक उन्हें पता ही नहीं था कि उनके पास 0 फ्रैग्स हैं, और उनके टीममेट्स को भी पता नहीं था कि कितने फ्रैग्स किसके पास है। तो ये दर्शाता है कि डजंट मैटर यार फ्रैग कितने हैं, रैंकिंग मैटर करती है, और वो काफी अच्छी। बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं 2 टीम्स को थोड़ा आपस में भिड़ा के देखते हैं और देखते हैं कि उनके स्टैंडिंग्स एक दूसरे के सामने कैसी बनती है। एक तरफ आर्यन, दूसरी तरफ ट्रू रिपर्स। फिनिशर्स के मामले में आर्यन 18 और ट्रू रिपर्स 19।
देखिए, एक तरफ आप ये भी कह सकते हैं कि टीम आर्यन के पास वो इंटरनेशनल एक्सपीरियंस हाल फिलहाल का देखने को मिलता है, बट ट्रू रिपर्स वो भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। दोनों ये ऐसे नाम हैं जिन्होंने कल के दिन एक चिकन कन्वर्ट किया है, मतलब अच्छा खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं। और जब टीम आर्यन की बात करते हैं तो ये वो मोमेंट थे जहां पर उन्होंने वो वैल्यू कन्वर्ट की थी। आप देखिए कि कितने बेहतर तरीके से डिवोटी हमें देखने को मिले।
जी हाँ, डिवोटी इज अ रियली गुड प्लेयर। बीएमपीएस के अंदर भी हमने देखा था जिस तरह से उन्होंने जलवे बिखेरे थे, बट आर्यन खुद काफी बेहतर प्रदर्शन, एक अच्छा स्प्लिट और एक शानदार चिकन निकाला था कल के दिन में सानोक के उस मुकाबले में। बट ट्रू रिपर्स सच में पिछले कुछ समय से बहुत कंसिस्टेंट ये टीम है, और सिर्फ कंसिस्टेंट फिनिशेस या पोजीशन के मामले में नहीं, दोनों चीजें बराबर लेके चलते हैं। एंड जेली सच में लग रहा है कि इस बार पूरी तरह से तैयार है। एक बार उनकी हाइलाइट्स भी देख लेते हैं किस तरह से कल का दिन रहा उनका।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। ट्रू रिपर्स की शुरुआत बहुत अच्छी हुई थी, नो डाउट। बहुत अच्छी फाइट्स उन्होंने कन्वर्ट की थी अपने नाम। ये वो मोमेंट था जहां पर वो थर्ड पार्टी करते हुए नजर आए, और लेजेंड का वो कंफर्मेशन लेने का प्रयास था, बट वो जोन उन्हें ले गया था अपने साथ। बट आगे चल के उन्होंने एक बड़ा चिकन तब्दील किया, 21 अंकों के साथ वो गेम अपने नाम कन्वर्ट करने में कामयाब होते हुए नजर आए थे। और ये वो मीरामार की फाइट जहां पर कुछ और फाइट्स लेते हुए नजर आए थे, और हर जगह पर उन्होंने अपनी गन पावर को दिखाया है।
जी हाँ, आई मीन जो टीम बनाई है जली ने वो काफी अच्छी लग रही है। हाइड्रो एक बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर उभर के निकले हैं, हर्ष भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, और हम सब कियोलमाओ को तो जानते ही हैं कितने सारे फ्रैग्स वो प्लेयर निकालते हैं। तो सब चीजें काफी बेहतर साबित हुई, स्पेशली ये एरांगल का मुकाबला काफी ओपन एरियाज में वो होल्ड कर रहे थे, नेड्स काफी अच्छे इस्तेमाल किए गए, स्प्रेज बहुत बेहतरीन, आखिरी में जॉनथन को फिनिश करके वो चिकन भी निकाला। तो ब्यूटीफुल डे यस्टरडे, बट उस दिन को हर दिन बनाने के लिए वो कंसिस्टेंसी आपको चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि जेली जिस तरह से अपनी टीम को रोटेट कराते हैं वो कंसिस्टेंट रहने वाले हैं इस टूर्नामेंट में।
देखिए, जेली की चर्चाएं हो रही हैं तो मैं एक और चीज को लेकर चर्चाएं करना चाहूंगा कि मेरी हाइड्रो से बातें हो रही थी, और हाइड्रो से मैंने पूछा था कि टीम का माहौल कैसा है, आईजीएल आपके साथ किस तरीके से डील करते हैं, कैसे गेम खिलाते हैं। तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी लाइन बोली थी कि हमारे आईजीएल हमारे ऊपर बहुत भरोसा करते हैं और उसके अकॉर्डिंगली वो खेलते हैं। मतलब एक चीज जो सबसे खास मुझे लगी थी स्पिरो, वो ये थी कि उनके प्लेयर्स ने ये कहा कि अगर हमने अपने आईजीएल से ये कहा कि हम उस एज को होल्ड कर रहे हैं और हम कंट्रोल कर लेंगे, तो उनका आईजीएल उनके प्लेयर्स पे भरोसा करता है। और ये सबसे बेहतर चीज होती है कि जब टीम प्लेयर्स और आईजीएल एक दूसरे पे भरोसा करें।
बिल्कुल, ये तो होता ही है, एक सिनर्जी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहती है टीम में। और अगर मुझे पता है आप बचे हैं एक साइड पे, आपका 1v1 चल रहा है, एक प्लेयर के अंदर अपने साथी के लिए विश्वास होना चाहिए कि 1v1 है भाई, वो तो कर ही लेगा। तो ये चीजें बहुत मैटर करती हैं एक टीम के अंदर, तभी आप एक अच्छी टीम बन पाते हैं। और जेली की टीम सच में काफी अच्छी अभी के लिए तो लगती हुई। बट इसके अलग अगर बात करें, गॉड्स रेन हमने जैसे चर्चा करी, एक चिकन जरूर निकाला, बट कल के दिन में थोड़े से लैक लस्टर नजर आए। एंड कल नेकरो जब एनालिसिस डेस्क पे आए थे वो भी कह रहे थे कि यार थोड़ी पैसिव नजर आ रही है टीम, जबकि उनके पास वो गन गेम काफी सॉलिड है। अब देखते हैं कि क्या वो नेचर अपना चेंज करेंगे या फिर बदलाव के बिना ही खेलते नजर आएंगे, क्योंकि एवरेज गेम प्ले अभी भी आपको आगे तक लेके जा सकता है। यू कैन स्टिल मेक इट टू सेमीफाइनल्स अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट रहते हैं उन सभी चीजों में।
देखिए, हाँ बिल्कुल। और इन सब के बीच में एक बहुचर्चित प्लेयर के ऊपर भी चर्चाएं कर ली जाए। मैं जोकर की बात कर रहा हूं, और वो कल के दिन कितना बेहतर खेले हैं। हमने ऑलरेडी चर्चाएं करी कि एक ऐसे वेपन का उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किया था, एक्सप्लोसिव बो, कह सकते हैं कि धनुष से वो अच्छे खासे उन्होंने फिनिशेस बटोरे थे। और आपने तो एक लाइन भी कही थी कि एक तीर से 3 निशाने, और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं उनके 8 फिनिशेस देखने को मिलते हैं, 1058 का वो इम्पैक्ट देखने को मिलता है, और 3 असिस्ट। जोकर अभी के लिए तो बहुत बेहतर खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं सोल की तरफ से।
जी हाँ, बेहतरीन ये प्लेयर हैं। और एक चीज ये भी देखने को मिलती है कि जब भी लैंड इवेंट में जोकर आते हैं और इनकी टीम को इनकी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत होती है तब ये सबसे ज्यादा फ्रैग्स निकालते हैं और इस बार भी मौका पूरा है उनके पास। 8 फ्रैग्स इन्होंने निकाले, क्लचेस निकालने की क्षमता पूरी रहती है और जो भी वेपन मिल जाए, कल तो देखा उसका एक परफेक्ट एग्जाम्पल हमने, उसके साथ भी वो क्लच कर सकते हैं। लेकिन सोल के लिए भी वो सैनोक का पाइनान का एरिया एक इशू बनता है, वहाँ पे पहले भी ड्रॉप क्लैश हुए हैं, इस बार भी हो रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले मैचेस में भी होते रहेंगे।
देखिए जब आप एक ऐसे एरिया को ड्रॉप चुनते हैं जहां पर आपको लूट अच्छी मिले, जहां से आपको रोटेशंस अच्छे मिले, तो आपको ये भी तो समझना पड़ेगा कि बाकी सारी टीम्स भी तो ऐसा ही ड्रॉप चूज करना चाहती हैं। तो वो एक कारण है ड्रॉप कंटेंशन का, या तो आप किसी कॉर्नर पे ड्रॉप ले लीजिए ताकि आप फाइट्स को अवॉइड कर सकें, बट आपके लिए फिर रोटेशन भारी हो जाती है। बट जब आप सर्कल के सेंटर को ड्रॉप बनाते हैं तो फिर इन चीजों से तो आपको उलझना पड़ेगा।
अमन सर्कल के सेंटर को और मैप के पूरे सेंटर के आसपास वाले एरिया को पाइनान को वो ड्रॉप बना के जरूर खेल रहे हैं, व्हिच इज एक्चुअली क्वाइट गुड। बट एट द सेम टाइम मुझे लगता है कि अभी सारे प्लेयर्स फॉर्म में नहीं आए। गॉब्लिन को मैं देखना चाहता हूं एंड हम सबको पता है वो कितने डेंजरस खिलाड़ी हो सकते हैं जब भी एक ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट की हम बात करते हैं। जब वो चमकेंगे तो और बेहतर होगा। बट उनके अलावा उनके राइवल्स की भी बात कर लेते हैं। गॉडलाइक का आई थिंक उनका भी कल का दिन काफी एवरेज था, मिला जुला था। कुछ मैचेस में काफी अच्छे ग्लिम्सेस देखने को मिले, कुछ मैचेस में वो इतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन नहीं कर पाए, बट जोनाथन का इंडिविजुअल फॉर्म वो काफी अच्छा था कल के दिन में।
देखिए लास्ट का गेम बहुत अच्छा देखने को मिला जोनाथन की तरफ से भी, और उसके साथ साथ मैं तो ये भी चर्चाएं करना चाहूंगा कि पंक ने भी अच्छी आईजेलिंग की थी। अगर सर्कल उनके पास नहीं जाता तो शायद चीजें उनके लिए, सर्कल उनके पास रहता तो शायद उनके लिए चीजें बेहतर रहती, बट सर्कल उनके पास नहीं गया, उसके चलते चीजें बिगड़ी और #2 के साथ समापन करना पड़ा उन्हें।
जी हाँ, बट उसके अलावा मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स है, कल का दिन बिल्कुल भी अच्छा गया नहीं। आज के दिन में तो कुछ तो स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा। अभी वेनम बैठे थे ऐसे एक्टिंग कर रहे थे ऐसे सोने की, आई थिंक वो मैच से पहले सो रहे हैं, मैच के अंदर जागेंगे, कुछ ऐसा बताना चाहते थे हम सबको, बिकॉज ये
जागना पड़ेगा
और कोई ऑप्शन भी उनके पास
देखिए
नहीं है।
3 मैचेस में 4 पॉइंट हैं, तो फिर तो आपको जागना पड़ेगा ही।
या तो जागिए या तो फिर
वो एक बहुत अच्छी लाइन है कि जो जागत है वो पावत है और जो सोवत है वो खोवत है, तो आपको जागना तो पड़ेगा।
देखिए जागना तो पड़ेगा वरना तो जाना पड़ेगा, एक ही चीज आप यहाँ पे कर पाएंगे। बट है उनमें काबिलियत बहुत है, अग्रेशन बहुत है, एंड जैसा हम हर बार कहते हैं दे आर नोन फॉर देयर अग्रेशन, बट जब वो स्लो खेलने की कोशिश करते हैं ना तब इतने पॉइंट्स वो नहीं लेके जा पाते। K9 की तरफ अगर नजर डालें, वो भी पहले हम यही कहते थे कि जब वो तेज खेलते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, स्लो खेलते हैं तब अच्छा नहीं खेलते, लेकिन पिछले कुछ समय में उन्होंने अपने गेम प्ले में बदलाव किया है। वो स्लो खेल के भी पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं, तेज खेल के भी पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं। शुरू में थोड़ा स्लो खेलते हैं, एंड में थोड़े ज्यादा फ्रैग्स की कोशिश करते हैं, एंड इट इज सो फार वर्किंग फॉर K9 बट नॉट इन दिस टूर्नामेंट। कल एक ही दिन हुआ है, टू सून टू से, आज का दिन काफी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा उनके लिए।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, देखेंगे कैसे गेम जाते हुए नजर आते हैं। थोड़ी सी देर में हम बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे अपने मैच की तरफ। K9 3 मैचेस में केवल और केवल 7 अंक बटोर पाई है। देखेंगे K9 कितनी बेहतर और बड़ी वापसी करती है। बट अभी के लिए हम सीधे चलते हैं अपने कास्टर्स की तरफ और देखते हैं ये गेम कैसा जाएगा।
K9 Esports definitely does need a comeback, and even Metal Esports needs a desperate comeback too.
Yeah.
But it's not just about them. Even teams like NINZA and even teams like Marcos Gaming, even they're quite desperate for those points.
Yeah, Marcos Gaming has a lot of strong players in their lineup, but for some reason yesterday wasn't the best day. And again, it all comes down to the fact, as we mentioned before, these are the teams that have played 3 matches, and as you said, maybe day number 1 was just about understanding, all right, it's been a while before since we've played all of these teams. What have you changed about yourself, and what do we need to do to outperform you?
Yeah, exactly, right? Even in the recent third-party tournament, things were a little bit different. The rules were different.
Yeah, rules were different.
So teams were not exactly playing the same way they would like to play. So teams over here now are playing a complete different play style. So day 1 was pretty much getting the lay of the land, knowing exactly what the teams are going to be doing, how the lobby's going to be functioning. And once you've now got things under control, now in the day 2 is where we'll see the real game style out there from the teams. We've also got a few names like Genesis Esports, and from Genesis Esports, we did not exactly see that Genesis Esports type of performance. They were struggling quite a bit, the aggression was lacking too, but let's just hope today, Genesis Esports, they will be on a top-notch form. But without wasting any more time, the game is ready and booted up. Soon we're going to head on towards the first game of the day, as the planes now will be in the sky. As we do see the plane in the sky starting all the way from George Blue towards the opposite side, which is the Sanhok military base. This time the plane flight path, it's a little bit forgiving for K9 Esports. They can easily glide towards Siverny, so it's good news.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be good news, and I think They are going to have a lot of hope right from the flight path itself, but let's see how things turn out for everyone else. As you mentioned in the last game before the rehost, Reckoning Esports heading towards Milta. This time, it's not too far away. They will be able to drop towards farm, maybe grab a few early vehicles if they are able to avoid those drop clashes. But right off the bat, Necro, look at that. A drop change coming from First Curiosity. In the previous match, we saw them head towards Lipovka, now going to Zarki.
A little bit concerning from FC, though, if you think about it. First Curiosity, if you look at the players, yes, quite the veterans, they have the experience too, but for some reason now dropping towards Zarki, it does give us a hint, and that is maybe the players are not too confident inside of the lobby. Dropping towards the corner of the map, Zarki's not a drop location that's contested that many times by teams, but FC dropping towards that vicinity, it's definitely a bit of a concern. Maybe struggling with that confidence in the first game itself, probably want to get the lay of the land, get those jitters away. But yesterday as well, FC, they were playing those 3 games. Yeah, it was not a good performance, but let's see what they do now.
It was a very middle pack performance coming from them yesterday. And I think the only big concern about Zarki is the fact that if the circle is not towards the western side or the northwestern side, then it's going to be a big problem. Zarki, Stalba, Kameshki, all of these extremities location, except Novo Repnoi, because you have the option of just picking up a boat from the southern shorelines and then moving out, or maybe just crossing via swimming across that river, being available to you. It becomes a little bit forgiving. But Zarki and Stalba Kameshki, extremities towards the northern side. If the circle is not yours, the first few zones of the game itself, you are worried about being gate kept or how difficult it is going to be to breach the edge of the circle. But right now, having a western circle, a little bit of a leeway given to First Curiosity, even for K9 Esports. But look at the players of Godlike Esports. They drop towards Georgopol, towards the Georgopol city to be a little bit more precise. But right next to them is going to be the side of Reckoning Esports. And of course, towards the north, you have Medal closing in.
Yeah, for Reckoning Esports. Let's see if they're actually going to make that pounce or not. That's a big question.
Yeah.
Which I highly doubt Reckoning Esports is going to. Team AX heading towards Rozhawk, so for Team AX as well, things are going to be looking pretty good and dandy as of now. No one's really around them. There is that one team in the name of Seoul around the school vicinity. They're still pretty far away, so I highly doubt Team AX is going to be challenged.
In one Erangel yesterday, we saw Team AX play from Pochinki. This time around, I guess since 8-bit is already there in this lobby, they have completely avoided that central urban city and decide to play from Rozhawk. As you mentioned, I mean, Seoul, on the other hand, in this Rozhawk school contact situation, they're used to it. They're used to playing with the likes of OG being in control of Rozhawk always, and will have a game plan of how they want to go after those early finishes. But the question is, how do AX deal with this awkward situation right now? Also, a few changes as we keep talking about teams shifting their drops. For some reason, Marcos Gaming is in Military Island.
Yeah, Marcos Gaming actually all the way on the southern side of the military base, which is a little bit weird. And then you've got Cincinnati Kids towards the military base itself. To be honest, for CK, Fairpier has been their all-time favorite drop location, but this time we see things being switched up a little bit. Seoul, they've already got their hands on the basic weaponry and also the vehicles, and now they're already on the move. Extremely proactive Seoul is. And I like this approach from the boys too. Want to make it inside of the circle as soon as possible, get their hands on a decent bit of loot. Once they start taking those fights, probably eliminate a few players, get the replenishments. That can be one of the mindsets. Genesis Esports, the aggression yesterday was missing. Yeah, in one of the games, we did see Genesis Esports get a few elimination points, but that's not enough.
I think big impact on Genesis Esports ever since the addition of Viper. Even though we expected that fighting prowess from them to go up, it seems like there has been a small little dip. And that needs to be compensated for by Hunters. I mean, he has been in incredible form recently, and I would love to see that again. But as you were talking about Seoul, kind of an awkward shift from them as well. I mean, we saw them drop towards school apartments, got a little bit of loot, and I think they just started moving east looking for an early fight. But unfortunately for them, there's absolutely no one present towards the eastern half of the map. The only team there is going to be FS towards Milta, and I don't think it would make sense for Team Seoul to go that far looking for an early 4v4 when you know a team like FS, if they come up north, you will eventually have an opportunity to take them out.
I think Seoul's heading back towards school.
Yeah, they didn't find anyone all the way till shelter.
Yeah, which makes sense, I guess. Seoul just wants to settle down, get their hands on the loot. Better loot, that's what I mean to say. Looking at the zone, you've got NINZA in the prime spot. And you've also got EVOX right around the centric part as well. NINZA now holding the edges. And then you've also got a few teams around that Georgopol city. Medal Esports is one of them. Reckoning Esports as well around the hospital vicinity. That's another team. Still a lot of those teams wanting to make that breach inside of the circle. Still they're playing from the outskirts. TrueRippers is one of them.
All the way in Norapnoi. And it gives them a lot of breathing room, but TrueRippers, I think it should not be a big challenge if they can find a way inside of the circle. The TrueRippers, as we mentioned, I mean, not really a team that's very eager to take those early fights. Even in the first Sanhok they played yesterday, by the time they were in the top 3, they had, what, like 3 eliminations on them. Even in the chicken dinner performance, majority of the finishes came in the last 3 to 4 fights that TrueRippers took, where every one of their opponents was out into the open, forced to run out into those fields, taking on the players of First Curiosity, picking off the players of Godlike as well. It kind of fits the style of TrueRippers, but they will have to be cautious. Late game breachers usually get punished extremely, extremely hard. On the other side of things, AX taking early control of that Everest summit towards the eastern front, but Metal Esports is going to be the first team put under fire by Genesis as they try to cross over towards the main island from the north and run into the arms of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, the man's taken down extremely low. Termi, the man's still alive, so that's good news. Barely alive on his low HP. A few return shots were taken as well from Metal Esports, but that's not going to be able to find anything. Vehicle's on the verge of being completely busted. So they need to repair this. Metal Esports constantly on the move. They just want to be around the centric part. EVOX, at least PMW IGL, the man's caught off guard. And even the confirmation's going to follow up. Victor Sumus, pretty happy with that. 1 elimination point. For EVOX, it's quite a bad start. They need to find a way to get the recovery. For Victor Sumus, this is probably one of those points that's going to give them that comfort zone.
When it is 1 point, they will have to push a little bit further than this. Let's see, I mean, at least they find themselves quite deep inside of this play zone, so there's not going to be a lot of trouble for them for the next 10 minutes. But Cincinnati Kids, on the map I saw Cincinnati Kids get quite close to the players of Marcos Gaming, and in fact Marcos Gaming right now on the southern side of the military bridge. They are also crossing over. CK will have an opportunity to just turn around and decide if they want to pick this fight. Players slowing down close to the gas station. What does Cincinnati Kids do? Seems like they are going to keep making the move, or maybe not. Some along with Skips, they fall back. Vehicle spotted out. When is the spray down going to happen? There it is. The first knock comes through. They're going to look for a few more. The slam-in fails, and Skips is whiffing those shots, but having the backup, CK finds themselves in a comfortable position. One more man hits the floor. Skips needs to go for the reload. 10 rounds remaining in that Scar L. He finds a little bit more breathing room to work with. Marcos Gaming completely annihilated by Cincinnati Kids in this one.
It's quite unfortunate to get camped like that. The bridge camps are quite the tough ones to break in Marcos Gaming. They never even thought or dreamt of that this is going to be happening to them. They try to make a peaceful rotation out of this spot, but extremely caught off guard. And now they just can't do anything in this position. Stone BGMI, the man's trying to inflict the pain and hurt back against the players of CK, but it's not doing anything. Now tossing out those smokes as well in the hopes of finding at least something, some semblance. But even that's looking tough. Cincinnati Kids, they've got the advantage inside of the fight. Every single point is with them. And while for Marcos Gaming, all they can do is just back away. But even Stone BGMI, the moment he gets back inside of that vehicle, a lot of pain will be inflicted. A few shots from Stone did connect, but it's not able to find the knock that's needed. And look at one of the players from the side of CK. He's already pushed up deep, and eventually Zeref, he's able to thread that needle.
They just surround him from every single direction, and absolutely no options given to Marcos Gaming apart from facing that early elimination. But K9 Esports, maybe today it's going to be different as they kick things off against Metal Esports, and they have the open, and the second man hits the floor as well. Ninja Boy looking to go big, but All2 on the other side finds the trade as Beast is going to get shut down. Metal Esports looking to bounce back in this one. Termi with the bounce. The nade lobbed out from Ninja Boy finds absolutely no one, and K9 Esports, a ball dropped, a blunder made, Slug knocked out, Ninja Boy not spotted out. This could be his chance. He is hoping to find that trade. The fight right now turned into a 2v2. It's just Omega, the IGL, and Ninja Boy surviving. And both the teams kind of confused as to how they want to put an end to this one.
These two players from K9 Esports now against Metal Esports' Termi. And the shots that are being taken from Termi, they're of course inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. Eventually Metal Esports, now they once again start to get the grip back inside of the fight. As Ninja Boy's the only man alive for K9, and not anymore. Metal Esports, they end up wiping out the entirety of K9 Esports, and Termi was able to get 3 finishes all by himself.
It was a 4v2 situation and K9 still dropped the ball. This is a nightmare. They want to get aggressive. They are having a decent start to those fights as well, but the follow-up, not really the best. Genesis on the other end, Godlike, it seems like they're done looting the city and want to just completely pick apart Genesis. The nade too close. Gravity so lucky to survive.
Yeah, Johnny, I guess after that moment, now we know why Omega was stressed. But yeah, back towards this scenario once again.
Whoa!
Genesis Esports. Gravity blown to smithereens. A few nades even tossed back from the side of Genesis. And Zap is able to find that proper connection. Jonathan down. Here Xtreme Godlike in a bit of a trouble. As Zap, he himself is taken down pretty low. The man needs to patch himself up. He does buy a bit of that time for himself. And he does squeeze in that med too. Blue's on the move, and Zap, the man's taken down extremely low. While popping up the first aids constantly. Even Team AX is popping off in the elimination feed. We did see that a while ago. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, this is going to be a tough fight. Godlike now looking to make that pounce. They're looking quite aggressive, and Zap, he might just be caught off guard. An 8 tossed out from that container, but Zap is cornered. He can't go anywhere, and Zap is just holding that passive angle. Eventually, Godlike, they do end up making a lot of mistakes, and Zap, how is he able to find the second knockout? Almost could have gone the third as well. Godlike, they messed up this fight big time. There was no reason for Admino to be the casualty.
Well, a mistake made, as you mentioned. Admino lost for no reason. And Hunters, he's been stopped in his tracks by Punk. Godlike should be able to recover, move from here as a 3-man unit, but an unnecessary loss now might just hamper their chances of securing a chicken dinner in the first game of the day.
Should have tossed utilities, that's all I can say. Should have done something instead of just directly making a raw pounce. The man was cornered in a container, but still, Godlike lost out on a man, and that's going to sting them in the longer run. They still have managed to get 3 finish points acquired from this fight, so that's a good thing. They know Genesis Esports is down and hurt. But for Godlike, that 1-man casualty, and that too, now they're all the way back in the blue, it just gets even worse. FC, they dropped all the way towards Zarki, and now over here inside of the circle, in a decent spot, next to NINZA. And NINZA, once again, with their passive playstyle, they want to continue the same way.
I'm getting a feeling it's going to be a Western Shoreline endgame for everyone, and if that's the case, teams like 8-Bit, NINZA, and First Curiosity are going to have positional advantage against everyone else, because there's this ridge that you have to cross before getting to the Western Highway off Erangel, and that ridge kind of becomes a trap when you're trying to move in late, especially for the endgame fights. TrueRippers as well, by the way, also find themselves in a decent spot, but a fight that they have to survive is going to be along with the, against the players of Cincinnati Kids, who are trying to breach the southern edge of the circle.
Anuj to OP. Just tossing out a few supplies. Back towards First Curiosity. This is one of those teams that can genuinely be an interesting prospect. Just one single game and First Curiosity gets that momentum, and I do believe right after that, we will see a consistent spree. And that's one of those names I do believe are also kind of like the dark horses. You never know what to expect from them. They can either be extremely good or extremely terrible. Either one of those.
It's either one of those two things, never a mediocre performance, but FS, quite close to the players of EVOX. And I don't think this is the best cover position to be in, to be honest. Your west is completely exposed. A lot of room for Victorious Sumus to actually move up to the hill and find an angle to just pick off the individuals of FS mid-rotation. But luckily for them, the circle is on top of their head, so no incentive to force a fight or even move out from here.
FS Esports, as of now, just want to get the lay of the land. Just want to play for the intel. Get the informations, know exactly where the teams are positioned. We've also got Godlike now making that pounce inside of the circle. Finally, took a while, but the players are over here. Losing out on Mino, that's going to be a bit of a stinger. But still, for Godlike now, they need to try and pave a good pathway in the center of the zone. And that's where the real problems are going to be there. But let's see how they deal with those. Victor Sumus, they kick things off against Reckoning Esports, as Javin the man's been confirmed too. It's unfortunate for Victor Sumus to lose out on players like this. But let's see. They have been getting these individual players constantly. And for Reckoning Esports, losing out on players like that is definitely a little bit problematic. Javin, I guess, just got caught off guard completely, and that was a free elimination point just gifted to the players of Victor Sumus.
This man, sure, a prodigy in the making, but even prodigies are going to need this ammunition when running into those fights right now. That M4 looks kind of low, to be honest. 100 rounds in total. But a little bit of a breakup of how the last few individuals from the side of Metal Esports went out. AX went knocking on their door. They were able to pick off both the players, but lost one of their own in the process.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these individual players being lost out, right?
Yeah.
Even for Reckoning Esports, they lost Javin. For Hero Xtreme Godlike, they lost out on Admino. And now AX lost out on one of their players too.
Small little mistakes here and there. And all of them happening in clean-up situations when you are in an advantage in a fight.
Yeah.
And you know you've just almost wiped out an entire squad. That is when these players just start charging forward and forget the fact that the shotgun meta is still a thing. And meanwhile, TrueRippers, they want to make that climb up the ridge, but Soul is actually blocking their way. And it's not just Soul. There's another team on the other end. It's going to be the squad from 8-bit.
It's going to be a tough one for Soul as well. On the southern side, there's another team right underneath the players of Soul. That's actually going to be the players of CK. Team AX in the close proximity of FC, and FC's quite jealous. They want to get their hands on this compound, but the utilities from AX, they're doing a lot of damage. FC, they need to back away from this spot. First Curiosity looking to disengage from the fight now. The utilities are doing a lot of damage from Devotee. Another nade tossed out in that same direction. Can actually find a knock, but it was a little bit short. Off the mark. Team AX, they've successfully managed to get rid of the players of First Curiosity, at least as of now. That's what it feels like. But no, instead they re-engage once again from a different angle. Nade tossed out from Cyrax is not going to be able to find any sort of connection, but this one, it's going to take a lot of damage away from Insidious. There's still Honest2 OP in the close proximity, and if Honest2 OP is able to thread that needle and find the knock, that might just be the advantage that FC's looking for.
Oh boy, I mean, so much pressure on the players of Team AX. They've lost one man early. They get pushed outside of the play zone itself. And now there's a team knocking on their door. There's one last survivor from the side of Genesis still in this match, and Hunters has showed up in the middle of nowhere. He's watching this chaos brew up in front of his eyes. But what is his response going to be? Who does he go after? The players of First Curiosity still out into the open. They found the opening. Two players from the side of AX fall. Devotee and Aryan not really in the best of spots. And Cyrax, he's going to be the last man alive. But what was that? Devotee's nade picks off Aryan. The finish gets the finish still goes to the players of First Curiosity. They were the ones who found the knock with the nade. And with that, Team AX forced out of the game. A little bit of a blunder over there. Cyrax also getting finished off, but hey, FC, no time to celebrate. NINZA come knocking.
Yeah, instantly a third party from NINZA. And even they've realized they need a decent spot inside of the circle, and maybe this compound, it's going to be it. Reaper is getting shot at from a different angle. It's a different team that's taking shots against him. For NINZA, they still need to find that first opener with just the utilities. And now I'm not exactly sure what sort of call is going to be made from NINZA. Probably they're just backing away from this spot, which is a little bit awkward. Where are they exactly going to go? That's my question. Maybe take a direct fight with 8-bit? That's what the game plan does seem like. But FS Esports, that one nade from Soul, it's going to find an instant two-piece. And those two players getting confirmed too. FS Esports now put in an extremely uncomfortable scenario, as Levi's the only man standing. And for Levi, I highly doubt he can do a lot. Just pinned in this one single house. The man just can't do anything. No freedom. As now Godlike, they're going to make that pounce against the players of EVOX. And Godlike, even they've got 3 players to play with, but they still do find the first man. But an instant trade does come into play as well. EVOX, they're doing a fantastic job in giving a tough fight to Hero Xtreme. Godlike, as even Jonathan falls down. Just this one man, he shuts down everyone. Godlike manhandled by Avi.
I mean, we saw him make his debut this year itself in the big leagues, and it seems like it did not take him long to adjust. A wipeout coming for Godlike. The mistakes that were made in the first fight, it seems like they just got worse in this one. And EVOX, what a defense coming through, managing to hold on to an important compound on that eastern edge of the circle. They have a lot of breathing room to work with. Will they be able to secure the chicken dinner? It's going to be the next question. But on the other end, FS, it seems like they might have avoided Team Soul at the start of the game, but somehow they end up falling to their hands in the end.
Look at 8-Bit, even they're in shambles. Equinox is knocked out, S-Power's taken down extremely low, and that Nate's gonna do the deed. TrueRippers, they come knocking against the players of 8-Bit. Too much to try and handle, even NINZA, they did dismantle them a while ago. But now for 8-Bit to deal with the players of TrueRippers, it's getting a bit too much. It's getting overwhelming. And TrueRippers, they're not someone who's just gonna let go of the players of Tracks just like that. They are gonna make that pounce. They're gonna make that push till the end. And 8-Bit, they're extremely hurt. A man in the back line, Raiden, even he gets compromised. 8-Bit with nowhere left to go. Now the players are getting absolutely dismantled. And soon they will be eliminated from this game as well.
There you have it. As soon as you finish the question from the backlines, NINZA is going to be the squad that gets the lost player out of the way. And TrueRippers, an incredible position. I mean, we did talk about this Ridge fight as well just a few moments ago, and it seems like iQOO from that high ground just gave away all the information, but TrueRippers not done yet. They go knocking after NINZA, find the opener, but instant trade coming through. Jelly falls, Harsh follows up, and TrueRippers, can they recover from this? One last man alive, and they do find the last pick as well. Split seconds apart, 2 fights taken. TrueRippers, 8 finishes on the board instantly as they find themselves inside of the top 7. It seems like all of that momentum from yesterday has been carried forward in the matches today.
That's crazy stuff from TrueRippers. 8 finishes already locked in. TrueRippers, they're ready to bring in a nuclear performance. Victorious Sumus, even they're able to find a bit of that advantage inside of the fight, but now Victorious Sumus themselves getting pounced on by Goblin. And luckily enough for Goblin, his teammates able to thread the needle as well, finds that crucial knock, and instant confirmation follows up. The fight's now taken down to a 2v2. Knuckles knocked out from Soul, but maybe the revival's possible. Looking at the players of Victorious Sumus, they seem like they're in shambles. Legit's gonna make the pounce already. He's up close and personal with the shock and spamming through in the smoke. And eventually Soul, even their players are taken down extremely low. But eventually, Victorious Sumus, they come crashing down. But it's TrueRippers once again with another third party. They're like the cleanup crew, constantly cleaning out squats.
Oh man, and it's a seesaw approach as well. First they went up north, and now taking a fight towards the southern edge of the circle. Legend, he's the last surviving player from the side of Soul. He has some amount of gratitude that he owes to the players of TrueRippers that they went after Victorious Sumus directly and not just charge into the compound, but he's gonna be next. He knows it. TrueRippers know it as well. Running out of utility right now. Legend under a lot of pressure. Just that lost first aid remaining, and he can't really find enough time to put it on. There you have it. Finally, the HP is gonna be back up. He's in a fighting position, armed with the S12K as well.
A face-to-face fight. And TrueRippers, they know they've got the advantage. They're also feeling themselves. They're cleaning out squats after squats. And Legit, now the man's just tucked in the corner. Legit knows he's got the disadvantage, so he cannot even directly make that push like that. But now since he's found a knock, that's going to be an even Steven trade. The equalizer's found, but look at Reckoning Esports. Shub from the sidelines spoils their dream and plays a massive spoiler as Soul, now they've been eliminated from this game. A bit of a blunder.
So overall, I think it's already a decent game for TrueRippers. 10 eliminations, they find themselves in the top 5. But quite unfortunate losing on Hydro like that, especially considering they got very unlucky. Harsh, the man who was holding the back lines, fell just a second before Legend decided to push the rear of that compound. Luckily for them, though, the third party shows up. Hunters is still in this game. What? Incredible. I mean, this was one of the first teams to lose 3 players. If you remember, towards Georgia Pool Containers was where Godlike picked off 3 individuals from the side of Genesis. He was the last man surviving, and he is still there.
Yeah, but I think you've cursed him. The zone moves away from him, and now he needs to pop back up, get back inside of the circle, and that's when he will be eliminated. He does not have any people to play with.
Except the first circle, I mean, it's all just been about moving around.
So Hunters, His cover's going to be blown up smooth soon, and the man needs to move out in the open. But look at EVOX. Now they're here to knock on the doors of TrueRippers. It's just Keo in this compound. Utilities are tossed out even from Keo, but with this shotgun, Keo is deadly. And he will be spamming Lamau if he does come out on top in this duel. And eventually EVOX, they've been eliminated with a third party from Reckoning Esports. Once again, what am I watching? This one guy Shub in that wizard tower. He's making a lot of magic.
As I said, prodigy in the making, and once he had those rounds on him, he's just going guns ablaze on everyone. Reckoning Esports feels like it is going to be a chicken dinner for them. I mean, they do stand a high chance right now, along with the players of First Curiosity. Both the teams, 37% probability of the win being secured by these two squads. And then there's TrueRippers with their last survivor, and Genesis with their last survivor as well. But Genesis, just one finish on the board. TrueRippers on the other side, 11 eliminations secured from this match. And Keo Lamau, I think, as the iconic line from VGIS 2025 said, either you win or you learn. He has had a lot of learning experiences. Is this the time to finally win?
Well, to be honest, there's two ways to look at it. If he loses this tournament, once again, he's going to say the same thing.
Yeah, that's what he's been saying for the last few years.
Yeah. Well, let's just hope that he does end up winning and his learning curve is done.
Yeah.
But he will have a lot to learn once he faces those teams in the international lobby. So that's another thing. But as of now, for Reckoning Esports, things are looking a little bit different. They do have the man advantage. They do have 3 players standing, and Shub, he's the only man with any sort of eliminations. 4 eliminations gathered, and Keo is already moved away from that compound. Shub eventually, even he needs to find some lines of sight. But looking at the position of Reckoning Esports, they know they're extremely comfortable, and even the zone does shift right with them.
Yeah.
And Hunters, yeah, you were speaking of that guy. He's been eliminated from the game too.
Yeah, top 4 finish for Genesis Esports. I would say an okay outing considering it could have been much worse.
Yeah, I mean, he got 5 points for his team, so...
Yeah.
Better than nothing, I guess.
It could have been 0, and
True.
he could have been taken out by the players of Godlike.
I know, right?
But First
TWB
Curiosity
has a lot to learn from this guy.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, TWB also not really here anymore.
Yeah, that's why I said.
Then back home packing.
But Reckoning Esports now finally realizing the fact that they've been surrounded. There's that one man from TrueRippers in the sidelines. And the remaining players of FC in the close proximity as well. And look at that nade from Anuj. It's going to find the first knock. The big man is down. Dionysus and even Shub follows up that same fray. Reckoning Esports now getting absolutely bombarded to death. As Flock is the only man standing for Reckoning, and FC, it seems like now the stars are aligned. It's their game, and no one's going to stand a chance to steal it away. Flock in the upper floor, and even Flock soon is going to be dismantled. But look at Keo from the sidelines. He's here to play the spoiler. And imagine if Keo ends up getting the chicken dinner. That's going to be a whole different story.
He's repaying the favor right now. If you remember, Reckoning saved him from a lot of third parties. And now it is Keo Lamau who's helping Flock out. First Curiosity also down to their last man. So this last fight is basically a 1v1v1. And Anuj his position is compromised already. Insidious is also standing. My apologies. So 2 versus 1 situation. And Insidious extremely close to that last man from Reckoning Esports. Lines up the nade, but Flock drops down through the ground floor, and now it's an even-Steven situation. Anuj Flock, and Keo Lamau. Lads, it's time to settle your differences.
It is FC's game to lose, but look at Crypto, the man still knocked out, and Keo, he comes in from the back, and he knocks on the back. As that's going to be it for Reckoning Esports in this game, but FC, now they're going for the reset. And luckily enough, maybe the reset's actually going to come through as well, and Keo soon will have to face out the 2 players. TrueRippers, they've realized right now is probably the best possible way to make that push, and that's why Keo's pushed up, and he's got no clue that the players from FC, they're all the way on the left side, and already the reset's done. Anuj he got the rest back up on the fallen comrade. Crypto back up on his feet, and the man's looking extremely healthy. Util starts right next to Keo, and that's gonna do the deed. As First Curiosity, they will be the one to secure the deal and get the chicken dinner in the game 1 itself.
And nicely done as well. If you remember, this was one of the teams that was playing that western shoreline and then slowly and steadily squeezing their way in. Did not go frag heavy, just 6 eliminations on the board, but these 16 points helped them make a bounce back in the overall leaderboard very early today. And of course, TrueRippers as well, man. We can't ignore that one. 12 finishes. 6 points for placement. That is an 18-point match from TrueRippers. Look at how happy he is right now.
They got more points than FC,
Yeah.
so they're pretty much going to be the table toppers in that particular game for TrueRippers. And speaking of Reckoning Esports as well, it was not a bad game. Yes, I do understand not a lot of elimination points converted. It was just one-man Shub who was constantly hammering down teams. But still, for Reckoning Esports, at least it's going to be something that's going to dig him out of the grave.
Double digits. I think they get like 10 points from this match. 5 for placements and 5 finishes on the board. 5 or 6 eliminations. I'm not sure how much they got in the end in total.
I think it was 5. 4 from Shub and 1 from the other guy.
Yeah, so 10 points for Reckoning Esports. So it's kind of a decent start to the day. But again, Kyo Lamau, he could have actually secured the win, I feel. If only he knew that Anuj fell back to go for a revive, he would have lobbed that nade very early on. It was that one bit of information denied that resulted in First Curiosity having the upper hand and then being able to secure the chicken dinner.
To be honest, this consistency from TrueRippers is on a different level, and you love to see it, right? So good. Yesterday as well, in the 3 games, TrueRippers found themselves in the top 5, and now look at them once again. TrueRippers is doing so good with these games. This only tells us one thing. If TrueRippers keeps on moving up with the same momentum, we might just see them on the first spot at the end of the day.
Hey man, it could be the case, and I would really be happy if that actually ends up happening. But looking at the stats for the winners of this match, we have First Curiosity, 1 finish on Crypto, nothing from Insidious, although we were hoping it would be the 1 finishing of Reckoning Esports, and Anuj 2 OP getting 4 for his team, 632 damage, has to be the best performer from the side of First Curiosity. Dreams is also there with 1 finish, but majority of the heavy lifting being done by the man with the big biceps, Anuj 2 OP.
In the final few moments, we did see those utilities tossed out as well from First Curiosity, so even that was quite deadly. And yeah, speaking of Team AX, right, because in the overall standings, AX and TrueRippers were right next to each other, but after this game, TrueRippers is going to take a major leap in the overall standings, so that's a different thing. But the way Team AX got taken down in that compound, it was quite unfortunate, right? The fight it was just happening, then we saw the disengagement, but then once again, the players engaged back, and unfortunately for AX, they could not do anything.
And people just kept showing up one after the other. First Curiosity came, Meta NINZA came, Hunters was there just on the outside watching what is going on between all of these teams. So there were a lot of teams that were eyeing that compound. Quite unfortunate, but this was just game number 1. There is still opportunity for AX and everyone else to strike back, but all of that and more after this very short break. ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है BGMI शोडाउन 2025 के अंदर अपर ब्रैकेट डे नंबर 2 की शुरुआत काफी ज्यादा लाजवाब हुई है। फाइनली फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी ने हमारी जो क्यूरियोसिटी थी कि भाई चिकन डिनर कब निकालेंगे वो सेटिस्फाई कर दी। लेकिन मेजी आपका क्या कहना है इस गेम नंबर 1 के बारे में?
देखिए मजेदार मुकाबला रहा। मैं तो बस इंतजार कर रहा था कि क्यू लमाओ क्या सच में वो कुछ अलग कारनामा कर सकते हैं। वो जो ग्रेनेड आया था वो उनके बैकपैक से लड़के थोड़ा सा दूर गया था और उसके बाद उनके करीब वो फटा, फिर वहां पर उनका एलिमिनेशन हुआ। पर क्यों ने कोशिश करी है, अपनी टीम के लिए प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी दिलाए, साथ में वो फिनिशेस भी लेकर गए, वो भी खुश होंगे अपने इस प्रदर्शन से।
आई मीन फिनिशेस तो काफी ज्यादा निकाले, टीम ने 12 फिनिश लगभग उन्होंने इस गेम से निकाले और प्लस टॉप 2 के अंदर भी फिनिश किया। हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि अंक तालिका की बात करें तो उसमें ट्रू रिपर्स जो है फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी से ऊपर ही रहने वाली है, लेकिन अगर आपको स्वैग के मामले में अपने ओपोनेंट से ऊपर रहना है तो वेल निक्सन सिनेस्ट्रा जो सूट है वो उसी के लिए। फर्स्ट पिन ऑफ द डे ओनली एट 10 यूसी। आप लोग भी जाइए अपनी किस्मत आजमाइए। हमने सुना है मेजी अगर बोलते हैं कि एक्स सूट नहीं मिलेगा तो मिल जाता है 10 यूसी में।
देखिए मुझे मिला था तो मैं मानता हूं कि अगर मुझे मिल सकता है तो फिर किसी को भी मिल सकता है, क्योंकि लोग मेरी प्रेडिक्शन से वाकिफ हैं, तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं क्योंकि मैंने 8 बिट की प्रेडिक्शन दी थी, इस मैच में कुछ ज्यादा कर नहीं पाए वो।
हाँ ये बात हमने हमारी जो इंग्लिश डेस्क है वहां पे भी करी थी, बट चलिए कोई बात नहीं। 8 बिट के लिए एक सवाल ये भी है कि क्या अभी उम्मीद लगाई जाए, बिकॉज़ डे 1 डे 2 फॉर्म बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं चल रहा है।
उम्मीद लगा सकते हैं क्योंकि अभी भी बहुत बड़ा जो मुकाबला है वो बाकी है, बहुत सारे जो मैचेस है वो उनके लिए बाकी है, और सबसे बढ़िया बात रहेगी कि अभी भी मतलब लगातार उनको वो 6 जो मुकाबले हैं, इस तरीके से 4 जो मुकाबले हैं वो खेलना बाकी रहेगा। पर जब एमवीपी की बात आती है तो फिर क्यों लमाओ वो मौजूद हैं, 6 फिनिशेस निकाले, 954 का टोटल डैमेज डील किया है, 2 हेडशॉट्स भी कनेक्ट करे गए, बढ़िया प्रदर्शन।
ये देखिए बता रहे हैं कि खबरदार रहिए इनसे, वरना ये फिनिशेस जिस हिसाब से निकाल रहे हैं वैसे ही सारे प्लेयर्स को फिनिश ही करते चले जाएंगे एक के बाद एक। बट ट्रू रिपर्स इस गेम में काफी ज्यादा उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस, जैसी हमने बात करी, कियो काफी अच्छा खेल रहे थे, इनफैक्ट पूरी टीम काफी अच्छा खेल के गई, लेकिन उनके पीछे टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स में लेजिट नजर आएंगे। अनुज 2 ओपी फ्रॉम फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी, शुभ ने काफी अच्छा खेला रेकनिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से, और इवॉक्स के आदि भाई क्या बेहतरीन तरीके से वो फाइट अपनी टीम के लिए क्लच करने में कामयाब रहे थे। लेकिन उसके बाद जो एकदम से थर्ड पार्टी आ गया तो यहाँ पे इनकी भी जो जर्नी थी ज्यादा नहीं चली, बट पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स आ चुकी है इस मैच के हमारे आगे।
जी हाँ, और इसमें टीम रेकनिंग कल के दिन पर वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट ज्यादा नहीं निकाल रहे थे, आज के दिन पर 5 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी मिला, 5 फिनिशेस भी मिले। पर टीम सोल अभी भी वो प्लेसमेंट गेम आया नहीं है, 7 फिनिशेस भले निकाले हो पर 2 ही प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनके पास है। इवोक्स जैसे हमने कहा भी फिनिशेस भी निकाले हैं, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी उनके पास मौजूद है। पर मेटा निंजा शुरुआत जिस तरीके से करी थी ऐसा लगा था कि बहुत दूर तक वो जाने वाले हैं, पर ऐसा हुआ नहीं। साथ में बाकस गेमिंग 0, टीम 8 बिट। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मेरी प्रेडिक्शन खराब है, उन्होंने अच्छा नहीं खेला था।
ठीक बात है, ठीक बात है। यूजुअली प्लेयर्स भी आजकल आप ही को ब्लेम कर देते कि भाई मेसी भाई नाम मत लीजिए। बट चलिए ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स की तरफ हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, बिकॉज़ यहाँ पे अभी जो एक बड़ा लीप देखने को मिल रहा है वो रहेगा ट्रू रिपर्स की तरफ से। 4 मैचेस में 53 पॉइंट्स। आज के दिन अगर ये फ्लो मेंटेन किया, ये टीम एक बड़ी एडवांटेज अपने लिए क्रिएट करती हुई हमें नजर आ सकती है। उनके बाद अगर बात करें टीम सोल, आपसे ये जानना चाहूंगा, आपने कहा कि भाई पॉइंट्स पे तो ज्यादा फोकस नहीं है, लेकिन ये फिनिश हैवी अप्रोच से क्या आप अभी खुश हैं?
देखिए वो भी खुश नहीं होंगे फिनिश हैवी से, क्योंकि आपको भी पता है कि आपको दोनों का जो बैलेंस है वो बनाकर चलना है, और उसकी वजह से ही आप वो ट्रॉफी जीत सकते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि खाली फिनिशेस के दम पर आप जीत पाएंगे। आप ट्रू रिपर्स को देखिए, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी है, फिनिशेस भी है। जो टीम टॉप पर बैठी हुई है उनके पास भी वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है, उनके पास भी वो फिनिशेस है। यहाँ आप देखिए ना, मेडल 9 फिनिशेस निकाले पर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट नहीं है। K9 9 फिनिशेस निकाले पर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट नहीं है। सिंसिनाटी किड्स अभी तक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट का वो खाता नहीं खुला है। तो बैलेंस रखना बहुत जरूरी है, और ये दर्शाता भी है ना कि अगर आप एंड तक सरवाइव कर रहे हैं तो यानी कि जो आखिरी के फ्रैग्स होंगे वो भी आप अपने लिए निकाल सकते हैं, जैसे कियोलामाओ ने करके दिखाया।
मेजी, आपने प्रोफेशनल टीम्स के साथ बहुत ज्यादा टाइम बिताया है, आप एक टाइम पे एक एनालिस्ट भी रह चुके हैं टीम्स के। K9 वर्सेस मेडल की फाइट का एक बारी ब्रेकडाउन दीजिए। तो भाई फाइट स्टार्ट हुई, आपने 2 प्लेयर्स को नॉक किया, आपके पास एक एडवांटेज है, आपको पता है बाकी 2 प्लेयर्स जो है वो बाहर ओपन में है, और फिर भी एक एक करके कमिट किया। पहले बैकलाइंस पे 20 जो थे हमारे वो नॉक होते हुए नजर आए, फिर पीछे रिज से प्लेयर ने चार्ज कर दिया, उन्होंने भी एक नॉक निकालने, और आउट ऑफ नोवेयर मेडल की जगह K9 जो थी वो बाहर हो गई।
मेरे हिसाब से वो ग्रेनेड्स करने के लिए रुके हुए थे, क्योंकि जो टर्मी थे वो तो K9 के जो प्लेयर निंजा बॉय अंदर मौजूद थे वो तो उनके सामने से भागते हुए बाहर गए थे ना। अगर वो चाहते तो उनको डैमेज दे भी सकते थे, उनको वो नॉक भी कर सकते थे। शॉटगन हमें पता है कितना बढ़िया चलता है, पर मामला वहीं पर फंस गया, क्योंकि जो दूसरे प्लेयर थे वो ग्रेनेड करना चाहते थे, और टर्मी के ऊपर ग्रेनेड गया भी था, टर्मी को वहां पर डैमेज भी पड़ा था। पर वही बात आती है कि 1v1 की फाइट में जो पहला शॉट है शॉटगन का वो कौन लेगा, और वहां टर्मी जीत गया।
50-50 ऑड्स रह जाता है हमेशा। लेकिन अभी मीरामार के लिए क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस रखी जाए इन टीम से? आज के दिन मैंने K9 से बहुत ज्यादा उम्मीदें लगा रखी है। मेरे को लग रहा था कि भाई आज अग्रेसिव नजर आएंगे, और कोशिश तो करी उन्होंने अग्रेसिव जाने की, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली पहला जो गेम था, पहली जो फाइट थी वो ज्यादा अच्छी नहीं गई। अब अगर मीरामार में भी ऐसा ही अग्रेशन देखने को मिलता है, खासतौर से मैप पे जो इनका ड्रॉप रहता है, वेरी सेंट्रिक पोजीशन पे है, तो रोटेशंस की ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं रहती। वुड यू रेकमेंड कि अभी हालात नहीं चल रहे हैं सही, तब भी फाइट्स के लिए आप ऐसे ही अप्रोच कीजिए?
देखिए कर सकते हैं क्योंकि प्लेयर्स में कोई कमी नहीं है। अभी हाल फिलहाल में हमने स्लग को इतना बढ़िया खेलते हुए देखा है, 20 फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं, निंजा बॉय फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं, ओमेगा खुद बहुत बढ़िया फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं। ये जो फाइट हुई इसका एक कारण आप फ्लाइट पाथ को भी दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि जैसे ही फ्लाइट पाथ हमारा खत्म हुआ वैसे ही जोन बना, और जैसे ही जोन वेस्टर्न एजेस पर बना टीम ईस्टर्न एजेस पर गई ही नहीं। पूरा लिपोव का पूरा ईस्टर्न एजेस खाली था, यानी कि शुरू में वो फाइट होने के चांसेस बहुत ज्यादा थे और वही हुआ भी। पर मिरामार में शायद ऐसा ना हो, एक बड़ा जो स्प्रेड है टीम के बीच में वो आए और वहां पर हम देखें कि शुरू में फाइट ना हो, एंड तक सर्वाइवल गेम खेला जाए।
लेकिन चलिए फिलहाल मैच की हाइलाइट्स हमारे सामने आ चुकी है। ये गेम में सबसे पहली स्क्वाड वाइप हमको देखने को मिली थी मार्कोस गेमिंग के लिए। एक फील्डिंग जो कहते हैं वो लगा दी थी सिंसिनाटी किड्स ने, जब उनको रियलाइज हुआ कि भाई हमारे जस्ट पीछे ये ब्रिज क्रॉस करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। इट वाज अ वेरी क्विक वाइप आउट,
जहां पर आदि एक बार के लिए लगा कि उनकी पोजीशनिंग पता थी और वो उन्होंने चेक भी किया था। सिम्प आए थे चेक करने के लिए। ये देखिए यहाँ पर जो दूसरे खिलाड़ी आए थे जॉनथन, उन्होंने भी वो जो एंगल था वो चेक किया और उसके बाद आदि ने जो तीसरा शॉटगन वहां पर चलाया वो भी बहुत ही लाजवाब। पर ट्रूरिपर्स ने भर भर के थर्ड पार्टी करी है इस मैच के अंदर, जहां पर भी फाइट चल रही थी। ऐसे कैसे, हम भी तो हैं वहां पर फाइट लेने के लिए, पर लेजिट उन्होंने कोशिश बढ़िया करी। एक फ्रैग लेकर गए थे, उसके बाद उनको शुभ ने देख लिया।
देखिए उद्घाटन किया था 8 बिट की स्क्वाड को वाइप करने के लिए, फिर पूरा नॉर्दर्न साइड चले गए मेटा निंजा के पीछे, फिर साउथ आए, टीम सोल के ऊपर चार्ज कर रहे थे, वहां पे विक्टोरियस समस आई, और फिर ट्रू रिपर्स के कियो जो आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे थे। मैं एक चीज तो बोलूंगा, इनको शुक्रिया अदा थोड़ा बहुत रेकनिंग के प्लेयर्स का भी करना चाहिए, जिन्होंने काफी बार इनकी जान बचाई थी।
जी हाँ, पर रेकनिंग वो खुद भी फंस गए थे और अनुज ने जो आज के दिन पर ग्रेनेड्स के अपने स्किल्स दिखाए वो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। आप सोचिए कि क्रिप्टो को कहां डाउन किया था, वो प्लेयर रेंगते रेंगते वापस अनुज के पास आ गए और वहां पर वो रिवाइवल उन्होंने एग्जीक्यूट किया और उसके बाद एफसी वो चिकन डिनर भी लेकर गए और जो आखिरी फ्रैग था वो भी लेकर गए।
यहाँ पे एक और चीज थी, कियो के पास कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन ही नहीं थी, बिकॉज लास्ट में जब कियो चार्ज कर रहे थे तब मैंने एक चीज नोटिस करी कि यूटिलिटी काफी अच्छी थी। आई थिंक 3 से 4 नेड्स उनके पास बचे थे, एक मॉलटॉप बचा था, एम्यूनेशन भी ठीक ठाक है, फाइट लेने के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार थे लोड आउट के पर्सपेक्टिव से, लेकिन इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है। उनको ये नहीं पता था कि अनुज जो है वो जा चुके हैं पीछे अपने टीममेट को रिवाइव देने के लिए। अगर वो पता होता तो पहला नेड और मॉलोटॉफ सीधा वहीं पे कॉम्बो जाता और शायद ट्रू रिपर्स के पास चिकन डिनर आ सकता था, लेकिन क्या फर्क पड़ता है, पॉइंट्स तो तब भी ज्यादा ही हैं।
मतलब आप ये सोचिए ना कि कियो लमाओ ने क्रिप्टो को डाउन करने के बाद जो दूसरे शॉट्स थे वो भी क्रिप्टो पर कनेक्ट करे थे, वापस उनकी एचपी वहां पर कम हुई थी। अभी कौन सोचता है कि एचपी डाउन करने के बाद वो प्लेयर रेंगते हुए अपने प्लेयर के पास चला जाएगा और वहां उनका रिवाइवल एग्जीक्यूट हो जाएगा। ये बहुत कम समय में हमें देखने को मिलता है, पर हुआ भी है यहाँ पर। अभी हमने लाइव होते हुए इस चीज को देखा, तो कियो लमाओ आगे से अगर कुछ ऐसा होता, उनके चेहरे पे वो निराशा साफ साफ दिखाई दे रही थी कि 2 फिनिश भी आते, चिकन डिनर भी आता, पर ठीक है, आपने बढ़िया खेला, आपने एवरेज मेंटेन किया है, 12 फिनिशेस कहीं से कम तो नहीं है।
जी बट चलिए, ट्रू रिपर्स तो एक ऐसी टीम है जो अच्छा परफॉर्म ही कर रही थी आज के दिन। आई थिंक अगर पहले गेम से बात करें, फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी की तरफ से एक कमबैक देखने को मिला। और कोई नाम जिनसे आपको लग रहा है कि कमबैक की उम्मीद लगाई जाए?
देखिए मैं तो अभी भी K9 के साथ जाना चाहूंगा, साथ में मेटा निंजा, 2 टीम।
ऑलराइट, 2 टीम। आई थिंक K9 एक ऐसा नाम है जिसके साथ मैं एग्री करूंगा। और पहले गेम से ऐसा लगा कि गॉडलाइक भी आज थोड़ा अग्रेसिव नजर आ सकती है। और गॉडलाइक की बात कर रहे हैं तो एक स्पेशल इंटरव्यू भी हुआ है जहां पे जॉनथन ने बातचीत करी रावण के साथ, तो चलिए जानते हैं व्हाट ही हैज टू से।
पहले दिन की समाप्ति हुई, लेकिन थोड़ी सी पहले दिन की ही बात कर लेते हैं। जॉनथन, डे 1 आपने देखा फैंस का कितना क्रेजी सपोर्ट आपके लिए है। अभी लगातार 21 दिनों तक इसी तरीके से आपको प्यार मिलने वाला है, कितने एक्साइटेड हो आने वाले दिनों के लिए?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, हैदराबाद की पब्लिक भाई अलग लेवल है, क्योंकि लाइक जितना वो चिल्ला रहे थे, लाइक डिडंट एक्सपेक्ट, बट प्यार तो बहुत है। एंड हैदराबाद से तो अलग ही अपना ये है प्यार, सो हैदराबाद इज समथिंग क्लोज टू मी।
कुछ फर्क पड़ता है आपके परफॉर्मेंस में, घर में बैठ के खेलना, फैंस के बीच में उतना सारा सपोर्ट, कुछ गेम स्टाइल में फर्क पड़ता है?
वो लाइक जब आप ऑडियंस वाले लैंड में आते हो वो रश फील होता है आपको, जब लोग चिल्लाते हैं ये वो। सो लाइक मैं वो जगह पे बहुत लाइक अच्छा फील करता हूँ एंड ट्राई करता हूँ कि और निकालने के लिए।
2 ऑप्शन, घर पे या लैन पे?
लैंड पे।
लैन पे, वो तो सिंपल सी बात है। बट अगेन आज का जो कल का जो मैच हम देखे थे डे 1 में, जॉनथन देखने को मिल रहा था, लेकिन बाकी प्लेयर्स थोड़े से मिसिंग लग रहे थे। ऐसा क्यों हुआ डे 1 में?
डे 1 ठीक गया लाइक हमारा, बट वही बेटर कर सकते थे जैसे बोला हमने, तो वही आज जाएंगे डिस्कस करेंगे कि हमने क्या गलती करी क्या नहीं। बट छोटी स्लाइट मिस्टेक्स थे, बट वो मिस्टेक्स के कारण चिकन थ्रो हुआ एज ऑलवेज। सो वो मिस्टेक्स नहीं करेंगे एंड कल विल ट्राई बेस्ट।
देखिए आपने एक प्रो का वर्ड यूज किया, उसी से मैं ऐड ऑन कर रहा हूँ। क्यों नहीं आ रहा चिकन डिनर?
क्योंकि वी आर गॉड लाइक, इसलिए नहीं आ रहा है चिकन।
मतलब वो ओवरऑल आप बोल सकते हैं डे 1 था, तो आने वाले डे में ज्यादा
हाँ,
फोकस होने वाला है।
तो मतलब स्लो शुरुआत, ज़्यादा अगर पहले से ही शुरुआत करेंगे तो फिर प्रॉब्लम होगी। तो स्लो शुरुआत, वही मोमेंटम पकड़ेंगे, सारे लोग एक पेज पर आकर फिर कन्वर्ट करेंगे।
3 मैचेस में ज्यादा डोमिनेशन आपके एंड से आ सकता है या 6 मैचेस में ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल आप होगे?
वैसे तो मैचेस ज़्यादा मैटर नहीं करते, चाहे वो 6 मैचेस हो या 3 मैचेस या 4 मैचेस, जो भी मैचेस हो। हमारा जब भी हम जो भी मैच खेलने जाते हैं, हमारा मेन इंटेंट यही है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फिनिशेस निकालना एंड लास्ट जोन तक मे बी कन्वर्ट। अगर कन्वर्ट नहीं हुआ तो चिकन डिनर थ्रो, अगर हो गया तो बोनस पॉइंट।
तो ये थे जॉनथन, बट चलिए आगे चलते हैं, देखते हैं मैचेस में क्या होता है।
इंटरव्यू यहाँ पे, बट अभी चलिए वापस हमारे जो टीम्स की डिस्कशन है उनके ऊपर दोबारा आते हैं। अमेजिंग, हमने काफ़ी सारे नामों की बात करी, उन नामों की बात करी जो परफॉर्म कर रहे थे काफ़ी अच्छा, उन नामों की बात करी जिनसे एक्सपेक्टेशंस काफ़ी ज़्यादा थी। इंग्लिश टेस्ट पे एक नाम उठ के आया था जिनसे एक्सपेक्टेशंस हमारे जो कमेंटेटर्स हैं उन्होंने लगाई थी, बट ये नाम अभी तक हमको जिस लेवल का परफॉर्मेंस चाहते हैं वैसा नज़र नहीं आ रहा है। विक्टोरिया सोमस, आपके थॉट्स?
विक्टोरिया सुमस ठीक है, अभी थोड़ी लड़खड़ाहट जरूर है, पर मैं डेस्क पर भी यही बात कर रहा था कि कुछ इतना बड़ा भी चेंज नहीं है, क्योंकि जो 3 प्लेयर है उनके वो सेम ही है। सैम है जो एक नए खिलाड़ी उनके साथ जुड़े हैं, पर इतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ना चाहिए परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर। हालांकि इस पर्टिकुलर मैच में सैम ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला, मल्टीपल जो फ्रैग्स थे वो निकाले, नॉक्स कई सारे निकाले थे, पर उतने ज्यादा फिनिशेस में वो तब्दील नहीं हो पाए। पर स्टिल विक्टोरिया सुमस लंबा सफर है,
लंबा सफर तो है और मौका मिलने वाला है इनको भी रिकवर करने का। लेकिन चलिए अब एक कंपैरिजन पे नजर डालते हैं कि जो हाल फिलहाल में हमने लोअर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स के मैचेस खत्म होते हुए देखे, उन्होंने कैसा परफॉर्म किया था और हमारी जो अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम है वो कैसा परफॉर्म करती हुई नजर आ रही है बाय द टाइम दे प्ले 7 मैचेस। ये VXT वर्सेस फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी। यहाँ पे VXT की बात करें तो शुरुआती गेम्स इनके काफी ज्यादा अच्छे गए थे, लेकिन उसके बाद एक अच्छा खासा फॉल ऑफ भी देखने को मिला था इनका।
ये केवल मैच 7 का स्टैट्स है, जहां पर वो 12 फिनिशेस VXT के पास थे और 6 फिनिशेस हमने देखे हैं FC के पास, और 16 और 22 कंपैरिजन ठीक ठाक तरीके से है। पर मैं कह रहा हूं कि 7वां मैच था, VXT खेल कर गए थे बढ़िया, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मतलब VXT बाहर हुई तो FC को भी बाहर होना पड़ेगा। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मतलब ऑडियंस ये ना समझे कि ये स्टैट्स आए तो मतलब एंड जो है वो इस तरीके से होने वाला है।
क्या आपने ये सोचा?
स्टैट्स हैं,
आपने ये सोचा
ऑब्वियस चीज है, क्योंकि 7वें मैच का वो स्टैट्स था जहां पर VXT ने चिकन निकाला था, FC ने चिकन निकाला था, तो ऑडियंस ये ना समझे कि ये भी बाहर होंगे। पोटेंशियल बहुत है, हालांकि VXT के अंदर भी बहुत था, कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन नहीं कर पाए थे, FC को करना होगा।
ये बात आपने सही बोली, जरूरी नहीं है अंत दोनों का सेम हो, हम नहीं चाहेंगे, बट चलिए अंत होने से पहले आएगा सब मैच जो है उसको स्टार्ट करने की बारी आ चुकी है। और आपसे मैच पे जाने से पहले जल्दी से अगले गेम की मीरामार की मेटा निंजा की प्रेडिक्शन आप दे रहे। चलिए मैं एक बार ना फिर से K9 के ऊपर दांव लगाना चाहूंगा। दोनों की प्रेडिक्शन मिल चुकी है, कास्टर से भी जाते हैं उनके क्या थॉट्स है आने वाले मीरामार पे।
Interesting, the endless test going with Meta NINZA and Johnny going with K9 Esports, which is quite interesting looking at K9 Esports' performance. It does not seem like that we have seen any sort of improvement on this day particularly. And speaking of Meta NINZA, once again that passive playstyle, it's consistent.
It certainly has been consistent, and Dragon is known to give us consistent plays, ladies and gentlemen. But on the map of Miramar, they're yet to prove themselves. I think that has always been their weakness. And talk about weakness, Godlike did mention they want to start things slow, but then as things proceed, I think it will improve. We saw Simp in the playing for today. Seems to be like a very confident outfit, but not so much on K9. What are your thoughts about K9? John did go with. We'll have the discussion later on, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we move into the map of Miramar. As the big bird goes back up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the deserty lands of Miramar are back online. For now, your pilots are going to be Salty and Necro joining alongside, but it seems like the path to Necro and her destination, they're not really favorable to the players because they are a little towards on the right-hand side.
Yeah, if the players do want to move in towards cities like Chumacera or even El Pozo, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch, including Montenuevo as well. So let's see what sort of adaptations we're going to see from these teams. Before the previous game, I had a conversation with Johnny about K9 Esports, and even you asked me, what are my thoughts about K9 Esports? To be honest, Johnny mentioned one thing, and he said that Omega was looking stressed.
Yeah.
And now I know why Omega's looking stressed. K9 Esports, 4 games done and dusted. The performance is still lacking. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why Omega was stressed out at the start of the day. But let's just hope that in the future lines, K9 Esports is able to make that comeback. We've got NINZA as well taking an exit from the plane fly path off the rip as they now head towards Partona. But there's also FC heading towards Partona at the same time. We might just see a bit of that drop clash.
Hopefully. I don't want NINZA to actually disengage from this fight, but look at those reflexes coming in. I'm locked in onto their screens, to be honest, because the way they've been moving, it seems like NINZA, they are, yes, exactly. They're gliding away from that Partona region. They will still get compounds around the shoreline, but I don't think a fight will invite themselves in the early stages. Look at the circle, though, Necro. It seems like it will center on around Sumus area, which means majority of the teams who have landed on towards north, they will have to travel a lot. I'm talking about Team Seoul as well as a Reckoning Esports. But what is that split? Why is Shub and the rest of the players at such a big gap?
But that's been the thing about NINZA, right, Salty? Looking at these players, they always like to avoid the early game scuffle.
Yeah.
And that's why they do not really have a lot of points at the end of the game as well. In the previous game, you did see NINZA survive till quite a few final moments, but the only reason why NINZA did not really have a lot of points is because they were avoiding as many fights as possible, which is not a good thing in my opinion. NINZA, they need to find a good balance between the elimination points and the placement points. You cannot just keep on hoping that you get a lot of placement points and you get a lot of chicken dinners. That's not how the game works. And as you mentioned about the players of Reckoning Esports as well, a bit of that split between the players, but let's hope that they're able to reunite as soon as possible. The zone's curved all the way down south. There's a few teams like TrueRippers and even FS Esports who found themselves on the advantageous side of the spectrum, while if you look at the players of Cincinnati Kids towards Los Leones, they've got the entirety of the Los Leones to themselves.
Yeah. But we were talking about the split of Reckoning Esports, and the problem is, initially I think if they do decide to rotate in and move towards the circle, there are going to be 3 massive blockages again in front of them. One will be, of course, K9 Esports, then will be Marcus Gaming, and then, of course, you've got Team AX in front. How do you breach past them? How do you find the rotation pathway inside of the circle? From where do you inject inside? All of those questions will be asked, and also, as a matter of fact, Dion and Flock, they're kind of a little closer towards LSR, which means Victorious Summers, they might also have a chance at them.
I'm pretty sure Reckoning Esports is not going to take that direct route. Instead, they're going to try to come up with a completely twisted route, rotate all the way inside of the circle, and that's the only best possible solution for Reckoning Esports' given situation. Looking at FS Esports towards Picado, then you've also got 8-bit around El Pozo, Seoul right towards La Cabrera, that's where they like to go. Metal Esports, the games have been pretty bad for them. And Metal Esports is another one of those teams that is quite struggling on the overall standings. They need a lot of those points, and we have been seeing Metal Esports on the passive footing.
Yeah.
This is not what the team is meant for, though. They are supposed to play aggressive.
And I think they did play aggressive and be successful in a very recently concluded third-party event, which you were casting, Necro.
Yeah.
They were playing pretty fine. I don't understand the change in strategy all of a sudden, but then let's hope for the best for Venom. He did promise me one thing, that today they are looking to play their natural game. Well, we'll find out if that is natural or no. But right at the get-go itself, first shots being fired on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. K9 Esports taking early hand against the lads of Marcos Gaming, who did manage to run away, but a couple of their players did chip in some damage. Gyro God as well as Noddy have been brought down to about 50% of their HP, but that is completely fine. But the trifecta that I was talking about, Metal Esports, K9 as well as Marcos Gaming, these 3, they're going to battle it out at some point in time.
Yeah, but let's see if that's actually going to happen or not. And yeah, back towards the conversation. As I mentioned, right, for Metal Esports, yeah, speaking of the recent third-party tournament, the format was different, so even the rules were different, so that was a completely different tournament. But over here, we're watching raw competitive games. And in these type of scenarios, teams are much more passive, you can't say. We will not see that much aggression as we did in that recent third-party concluded tournament.
Yeah.
For Metal Esports, maybe adapting is getting a little bit tough. I'm not exactly sure why Metal Esports is still bringing in that passive playstyle, though. That's not how they like to play. They're supposed to be on the aggressive front. But probably in the future times, they will bring in that aggressive playstyle. And you mentioned, you had a conversation with Venom, and the man said they're going to try to bring in their A game. They're going to try to bring in their true form and true game. Well, if this is going to be their true game, then that's a problem.
We'll find out what exactly their true game is. But if you actually want to know more about that conversation, ladies and gentlemen, you should actually subscribe to my channel. Well, I did not do that, did I? But coming back to that conversation of Reckoning Esports, they haven't really done the best on the overall standings. Look at that, on the 9th position in terms of the lobby, 21 total points for them. This is still early times inside of this competition, inside of the upper bracket so far, but I think Shub, this young lad, has surprised me a lot.
Of course he has. He's someone with a lot of potential. In the previous game as well, Shub was the only person who was getting a lot of elimination points for Reckoning Esports.
Yep.
The entirety of Reckoning Esports, they all were just pinned in that one single Wizard Tower, but Shub, he was constantly looking around and punishing players and getting those individual frags, which was a good thing for Reckoning. And that's the only reason why Reckoning Esports were able to get a decent bit of points in the overall standings too. Speaking of Seoul, yeah, the first game not exactly the way they wanted it to go. The Circle played mind games, and that's why Seoul as well got caught off guard. But let's hope in this game, Seoul's back to their old form. Just the way they were playing yesterday. That's the Seoul we all want to see. Reckoning Esports caught while making that rotation. Seoul knows exactly what team that is. And legit, now converting that information. Even they need to make it inside of the Circle in a decent spot. So many teams still lingering around the northern side. You've got Seoul, then you've also got 8-Bit. Reckoning Esports is also one of them, Marcos Gaming, and even K9 Esports.
You know, it's very interesting, especially ever since Nakul stepped up to IGL for Team Seoul. We've seen the aggressive side of this lineup.
And I love it.
Everybody loves it, to be honest, but it's very surprising that how do they decide to actually tackle circles like these, where they will have to play it from the back foot. They can't just chase away for those squad fights outside the circle, because that will just waste their time and take away their resources as well. They will have to find a balance, I believe.
To be honest, for Seoul, looking at the overall standings, they're not doing too bad.
Yeah.
It was just one game, which was the previous game itself, that was left out. Other than that, Seoul's doing pretty fine in the overall standings. But for a team like NINZA, they're desperate for the points. Not a lot of points acquired in the overall standings. That passive playstyle from NINZA hasn't really been paying off. And in my opinion, this is one of those teams that needs to unleash themselves and start taking those fights. But they're constantly scouting out for a compound so they can camp. Genesis Esports, this is another one of those teams that has made a few changes in their playstyle. And because of that, this team is also suffering.
It's very weird to see Genesis Esports struggle, to be honest, because have a look at this. I mean, you've got Gravity IGL, you've got Hunters, you've got Viper, the most aggressive young duo that has been settled inside of the BGMI scene for a while now. These two have been playing together since like, what, 2024, 2023? I don't know. They've always been successful through the banner of Reckoning Esports. Gravity always knows how to actually lead this pack. And here as well, they are trying to be aggressive, but it seems like that aggression has been failing. But look at this, Team Aryan, they want to get the heck out of here because Metal Esports are looking to charge against them.
Yeah, just backing away from that spot, Team AX. A man was knocked out, but luckily enough, he carried him on his shoulders, got him inside of the vehicle, and just backed away from that spot.
Perfect back off.
Yeah, in my opinion, that was probably the best possible decision-making that they could have came in. And now at this point for Metal Esports, they were too exposed to a lot of threat. And K9 Esports, they start a strike. Omega from the far fray also gets that confirmation in Metal Esports. They messed up already. K9 Esports, so cheeky, so sneaky, and pretty quick as well with their trigger. What can Metal Esports do in that given scenario? Completely caught off guard, never even thought of this happening.
Now this is going to be one big blow for Metal Esports, to be honest, because the player that they've lost is going to be Aimbot. And in my opinion, Aimbot is that ace card up his sleeves for Venom. He's always been waiting for Aimbot to unleash his gun skills, especially in those 4v4 firefights, but he has failed to deliver that potential or deliver up to his potential inside of this tournament. We'll talk about all of that later on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to that thought for a second. With Godlike Esports, they've actually spotted the likes of Victorious Summers. Shots being taken against OS. None of those will connect, but Punk is still scouting around and needs to find the presence of Medal Esports in the backlines as well. But as long as he has VS up and on his screens, it seems like he's not going to keep calm at all.
Yeah, constantly tapping away. Victor Sumus still pretty far away from the reach, so it's all good. But look at K9 Esports now getting pounded by the players of Seoul. They've already made the push, and legit, he knows he's already found the first knockout. They just want to get the confirmation too, but for K9 Esports, they're stuck in such an awkward spot. That was a really good Molotov from Slug. It's going to stop the players of Seoul, at least from making that pounce instantly. Knuckle as well could be knocked out. The man's lucky to be alive at this point, but K9 Esports, they make a return pounce on top of the players of Seoul as Joker gets knocked out. Seoul in a big world of trouble as Knuckle, the only man left standing. And even he's getting pounced on by the players of K9 Esports from the backline. Knuckle, no one left to go. The floor's lava. Not a lot of breathing space to work with. And now the man's trapped in the corner. And he was constantly pre-firing, but Slug, he puts that nail in the coffin. As Seoul, they've been eliminated from this game with just 2 finishes.
What a tag team effort coming in from Slug and Omega. That was a defense and a half, to be honest. When Team Seoul charge at you, especially at that pace, it's usual that they wipe off the opposition, but this time K9 Esports had other plans. Yes, for sure, they did lose out on a couple of players, Ninja Boy and Beast, two extremely valuable assaulters, but the way Slug handled the situation was brilliant. You did mention that Molotov, it was so crucial, also trying to cause problems to that man, the IGL, who was coming in from the backlines. I think every step of the way, Slug was sheer brilliant. But on towards other things, it seems like Marcos Gaming, they are coming head-to-head against Victorious Summers. We'll have a look at the replay once again. And this is worth watching a replay. Look at that. Just the first connection was brilliant. And in the backlines, Joker, he was already tagged up. Omega, he knew all he had to do was to just land up that final blow, and that was it.
Instantly switching to a Molotov, tossing it. It was a great move. Yeah, the cavalry was a little bit late for K9 Esports. They started hitting them from the back later on. But at least they won the fight, and that's what matters. For Marcos Gaming all the way up north, outside of the circle, it's not a good spot to be in. FS Esports, even they kick things off. EVOX got FC now charging inside of a battle. And first Curiosity, after winning that previous game, they definitely do have the momentum with them. While EVOX, they're just getting absolutely splattered on the floor. 8-Bit, 0 finishes so far. It's been a passive start for 8-Bit. Cincinnati Kids once again on the receiving side. And FC, it seems like they're not going to let go of the players of CK just like that. This team is constantly hammering down squads.
Well, Manuj has actually biceps big enough to do that. Keep on hammering players, keep on hammering teams down, but for Team FC to actually be quite comfortable on the overall standings, they actually need to keep doing that the entirety of the day tonight. But have a look at this. It seems like Marcos Gaming and Victorious Summers have actually broken open. One of those players from VS has been knocked down. Marcos Gaming finding a little bit of that early success. On the other side, 3 eliminations in the back for FC, but here comes the cavalry as well. Wizard in the front lines, but he's completely careless. Gets taken down. He did not know about the opposition's presence.
What was he thinking? Why does he move out in the open like that? He knew that there are the players inside of the warehouse, but he still moved out in the open. Overconfidence is the name of that play. And now as the utilities are tossed out against the players of Marcos Gaming, they're getting fiddled with, absolutely ripped apart in this battle. Victorious Sumus, they turn the tables and the tides against Marcos Gaming. And it's all because of this one misplay. The player moved out in the open and gave an instant advantage in the hands of Victorious Sumus.
They had the man advantage, they had the player knocked down as well. It's just that the time of the ambush was not right. And now that's done and dusted. Marcos Gaming will have to go back to the lobby and discuss all the errors that they've done. But talk about errors being committed. It seems like S-Power needs to refuel this vehicle, but also needs to fix up this buggy as well because it's been smoked. Smoked by whom? Reckoning Esports up front.
Yeah.
Team 8-Bit, I think, looking to make that plunge, but not as of yet.
FC in the close proximity of Genesis Esports. This can be an interesting fight. Genesis, they had their eyes pinned on that banner. And generally speaking, how often do you see a banner like Genesis Esports play this passive? Gravity, Hunters, Zap, Viper, everyone with a lot of potential and a lot of firepower, but still Genesis Esports, Now holding down the passive front. Outside of the circle, actually, they still need to breach in. Having a look at the replay of that previous fight, and yeah, just look at this misplay from Wizard. Why was he moving out in the open like that? Maybe he thought he was an actual wizard.
Maybe he thought he was invincible. Or invisible, whatever it is. I think Marcus Gaming, they will have to learn from their mistakes once again.
Yeah, well, he's not John Cena to be invisible, right?
Yeah. I mean, there should have actually been utility usages, a little bit of smoke, snakes to try and reinitiate that fight. And we did see Stone BGMI try and do that, but Wizard was just too eager to take that fight all by himself. And that is exactly what happens. You can't overcommit. But on towards other side, it seems like first Curiosity, they're not stopping. Anuj Tiopian in Cities, they're looking to actually break open yet another fight. And this time it is going to be CK, a man advantage for them. 3v4, nades being exchanged, and none of them connect Necro. But this time, Dreams finds Juicy and the fight has been broken open.
It's still going to be a tough fight for either one of these teams. Cincinnati kids, look at that nade! Disgusting. Some still keeping the banner inside of the race and now gets enough time to get the rest back up on the fallen comrade. CK, they also lose out on Zerf in the outskirts. It's not that we were supposed to play this fight. First Curiosity, they've bought enough time as well to get the rest back up on the fallen two comrades. But look at Dreams. He's not someone who's just going to be suppressed like that. A good flashbang and the man's completely blinded. And Cincinnati kids, they're going to use that time to actually make that separation between themselves. Salme, he's now on the opposite side of his teammate. They're having a perfect crossfire setup. Just waiting for the players of FC to actually move up and make that bounce so that they can step in that crossfire. Dreams with a well-placed nade. He's actually going to find that knock against Juicy. And now it's down to just Salme once again. But this time, he's not going to be the miracle worker.
Well, how long can he hold on to that throttle for his team? That is a big question that is going to be asked by Soma to the rest of his comrades, because there was absolutely no inputs coming in from the rest of the lads. He found 2 success with just a single lane, but still, the way he actually moved past the defenses was brilliant. But now look at this. Seems like a triple threat battle. Genesis Esports looking to invade in the compounds of FS, completely surrounding them from all different sides. And this time, Godlike Esports joined the party as well. Simp and Punk in close proximity. Viper has been completely caught off guard. There is no player around him. Gravity from the distance, I don't think we'll be able to provide any sort of support.
Yeah, 3 teams face to face. This is going to be an incredible battle. This definitely can be insane. Genesis Esports, looking at the players. They're completely pinned towards one corner. And Viper, he's waiting for at least one man from here, Xtreme Godlike, to make that mistake. And that's what happens. And that's already going to be the first knock for Godlike. But eventually, they are the one to come out on top in that battle. But still, Admina was lost out. It's quite unfortunate. This casualty was not needed for Godlike. But now they need to face off against the entirety of FS Esports, and this is where the real battle will begin. A proper 3v3 fight, FS Esports, they need to try and find the advantage, at least get the first man knocked out. But Simp, he's already pushed up close and personal. As Jonathan, the man gets knocked out, it's quite unfortunate. But Simp on the upper floor, he's got different plans as he moves in the outskirts, but Simp as well, he fails! Godlike on the verge of completely collapsing in this battle, and FS Esports, they're on the verge of getting a clean sweep.
I like the way they're moving around the smoke. The maneuvers are clean, the movement is precise. And now Godlike Esports, they're in a mix of troubles, a world of troubles to be honest. First Curiosity from the distance, I think they're just sniffing the battle. I think they're waiting for the opportunity to pounce. This time Roman misfires with that nade, gets himself self-knocked over there. GodX could not capitalize on that opportunity. Punk was so overwhelmed, vulnerable from multiple directions, but it seems like he will be the solo survivor. Godlike needs to escape from this fight.
And Punk, the only man who tries to make the great escape. But I highly doubt he can do anything. Just one man surviving that, 2 in the center of the circle. It's probably a red flag. Reckoning Esports should. The man's gonna be the one to actually make that push up close. And Raiden, the man's just backing away. Hate Pit, they've got all the 4 players standing, all the rights to actually go for this fight. While Shub, it does not even have proper HP. Utilities tossed out, and that's going to be the man taken down. And with that, the entirety of Reckoning Esports as well have been eliminated with just 0 finishes.
Bowing out of this game, yet another team. Team 8, but this time from the backlines, can prove to be a big world of trouble for Victorious Summers. Already they have a lot to deal with. Cheyenne inside of the smoke. getting absolutely bombarded with those nades, and this time Slug lands it right on the money. There will be Sam99 who might just be able to protect his comrades, get them back up, but it's not going to be that easy. Always steps on the party, but look at this onslaught from Slug, my man. Give them a little of space, but this time 8-Bit joins him as well as Power and Somraj just going to clean up everything. Mine away, take away all the points from K9, and they're not going to be happy about it, Necro.
The constant nade parade's doing a lot of damage, and 8-Bit, they just can't do anything. They're not even having a chance to fight back, and even S-Power gets knocked out. What's happening? Look at the elimination feed. Just on the back of the utilities, even Metal Esports have been wrapped up in the game. Mistakes after mistakes from Metal Esports a while ago in the elimination feed. Termi blew himself up. And now even Metal Esports, they've been completely eliminated from the game. But somehow, someway, K9 Esports, even they've been wrapped up in a sheet. TrueRippers from the far fray, able to eliminate K9 Esports. Blunders after blunders, comedy of errors. But now Team AX, they probably do want to switch their focus on the players of 8-Bit.
Yeah.
There's definitely a big chance, or maybe TrueRippers, they can do the deed.
Scouting missions from Henry was successful. He did spot their next targets, but when will they engage is the big question. To talk about TrueRippers right now, they've got a lovely little angle for themselves, high grounds to work with. Team 8-Bit, they are stuck. They have nowhere to go. This is a ditch and a half, which might actually turn into their death valley.
Utilities are tossed out. And looking at the position of the players too, for 8-Bit, it's not a good position. Stuck in quite an awkward spot. And I think 8-Bit still does not know that K9 Esports have been eliminated from this game. There's no one to apply that pressure. If 8-Bit knew that K9 Esports was eliminated, they would probably push up and get their hands on that compound. But they still aren't. Team AX with 4 finishes racked up, that too against the players of Metal Esports. Now they're looking extremely confident and probably want to make that pounce against the remaining players of 8-Bit and wipe the remnants. And that's what they're exactly doing. Look at 8-Bit. They've already made the pounce against the players of TrueRippers. It's still going to be an uphill battle for the players of 8-Bit. A tough pill to swallow. And then you've also got AX wrapping up from the back, so it's definitely going to be a tough fight. And Somraj is going to be the first man to fall apart. And Team AX, they're here to get that help for the players of Team TrueRippers.
Somraj was tasked to actually keep the backstabs in check, and now it's completely wide open. With S-Power and NoNx trying to fight out the lads from up top. Who is going to be TrueRippers? I don't think Team 8-Bit have all their points checked. At this point, I think even Meta NINZA can actually be a threat to 8-Bit. Nades being exchanged, a little bit of space being taken as well. Team TrueRippers have got themselves a little bit of time to reposition. And I think this is also time to kind of split up their resources. Kind of look at Meta NINZA and what they're trying to do. If you keep them unchecked for a while, I think they can come back and threaten you at any given point in time. But attention has also been diverted towards Team Ari. And look at that, the way they climb shots against Henry, a couple of them will connect. Not a lot of damage being dished out, but TrueRippers, slowly and steadily, they are making this position inside the circle, their home ground, their fortress.
Yeah. With the way they've been playing the game so far, it definitely does seem like TrueRippers, they're going to keep that spot pinned down. But for 8-Bit, the position they've got, it's not workable. Meta NINZA from the back lines, constantly hammering them down, chipping away the HP. And S-Power a little bit in the far fray too. Can be potential threat for the players of Meta NINZA. Shots are taken from that Mini 14, but no connections found yet. And S-Power, he's busy taking that fight against the players of TrueRippers. 2 different teams taking a fight against 8-Bit, and 8-Bit as well. The manpower's divided. Look at this nade, it's quite close to S-Power, and he unfortunately moves outside of the zone. S-Power's taken down low, and within a flash, the entirety of 8-Bit, they will be claimed.
They certainly will be claimed, but problems do not end for TrueRippers because I think finally they spot the presence of Meta NINZA. A couple of their players will get knocked out, which means that they will have to buy some time to reset back into the fight. Punk from the backlines has been causing problems to Cyrax. Will finish him off. No, wait! The point has been stolen by the arch nemesis, NoNx Esports. Time and time again, they've just caused them problems. And now with just 4 points, Godlike, they are struggling with their IGL alive.
They, of course, have been struggling the moment they lost their 3 players. And now look at TrueRippers. They continue their assault. Even against the players of Team Aryan, they're constantly able to find those knocks. And these openers, they're putting the players of TrueRippers in a massive advantage. Devotee and Aryan backing away from that fight respecting the presence of TrueRippers. But still, I want to know what the game plan is for Team AX. Do they just want to back away and secure a few more placement points and be happy? They've got 5 finish points so far, and one of them also came in from 8-bit. But now looking at the players of AX, they're getting absolutely mowed down by TrueRippers. No other option than to take an exit and find a bit of that pit stop. But to be honest, AX's days are now numbered.
Not numbered, it's barely existing over here. Look at that. I think this has been a charge, this has been a dash inside the circle, which is completely unanticipated from an IGL like Aryan. He knew it was always going to be chaotic inside the final circle, but still decides to just absolutely barge inside his compound. Look at this! What? First curiosity, no information being there. Crypto just lands in on his target and Devotee finds a finish.
First curiosity was like, you know what, man? We haven't really made a single mistake throughout the game. Let's just make one mistake. What was that? Why did he just run into the open arms of Devotee like that? Did not make any sense. Presence of mind lacking from first curiosity. Throughout the game, they made no mistakes. And now they end up making a rookie mistake like that. And FC, that mistake might just cost them the game as well. But TrueRippers, they fight back against NINZA. 2 players knocked out. TrueRippers instantly swing back to life. And now they've also got the man advantage inside of the fight. Look at EVOX. The man tried to make an exit from the fray, but instantly gets caught. Owen's down. EVOX not in a good spot at all as PMWIGL. That's going to be the only man who's looking safe from EVOX.
TrueRippers absolutely ripping things apart at the point. There is nobody inside of the lobby who can actually contest him. They've got majority of the circle in check as well. From the distance, FS Esports do land a couple of shots against first curiosity as Anuj TOP gets knocked down. This man might actually confirm him as well. But no, wait, a couple of those smokes will create that barrier. A little bit of time to reset, but nades and molotovs do tend to come in flying from all sorts of directions. How long can first curiosity hold on? Look at that! Godx lands it right on the money. Dream still holding on to a sliver of HP, but not for long. Not for long at all, because from the back line, TrueRippers are always waiting. 10th elimination on board, double digits hit. And this time, it seems like they're looking for a flawless chicken, Necro.
That's some solid stuff from TrueRippers. The way they've been playing this game, this is literally class 101. Classic playstyle executed from TrueRippers to perfection. Everything is working out for them. All the fights they've been taking, all the decisions they've been making, it feels like it's picture perfect. But we've also got FS Esports around the block, and you can never count them out. For EVOX, this was a decent game. Still got PMWIGL and Omen standing in the game, so you never know. These 2 players can definitely be the table turner. And Punk, the only man surviving from Godlike, he's actually made it till the top 4.
This is insane stuff coming in from Punk, to be honest, to try and lie low. They've got 4 eliminations already. They're looking for those podium points. If they do manage to hurt FS Esports, not only do they take away their hopes of a chicken dinner, but Punk lands himself with a lot of points that he can actually utilize. And both those 2 players, they're actually quite vulnerable. Do they have their positions marked? Yes, they do. Punk has been finished off. FS Esports, they're also looking ruthless. 7 eliminations on board, 2 players standing tall, and I think they might actually pose a threat to TrueRippers now.
FS is looking pretty classy too. But unfortunately, those 2 players were the casualty. It's going to be an FS Esports' game as well if they had all the 4 players standing. But unfortunately, they don't. The stars aligned, and this does seem like a day with destiny for TrueRippers as they find another knock against FS. And now it's just Godx in the back lines, trying to get something done. TrueRippers tossing out the utilities against EVOX as well. And now FS, they make the pounce against EVOX. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good decision, but I'm pretty sure the guy just wants to get as many finish points as possible before he gets eliminated from the game. The Blues on the constant move. It's not going to have any sort of mercy. EVOX, they're getting chipped out over and over again. The utilities from TrueRippers, they're finding some harsh connections. And EVOX, PMWIGL, the only man left standing, eventually under a lot of pressure and soon will be cracked open. And that's what happens. What a solid game that was from TrueRippers, and this is what you expect from a banner like TrueRippers. Back-to-back consistent games. In the previous game, they were there in the top 2, and now in this game, getting the chicken dinner. That's 24 points from this game.
You look at the smile from Jelly. The one that's just well, I might not have been the hero for someone, but I'm for sure going to be the villain for the entire lobby. A little bit of innocence from Kiolama, but behind that innocent smile, there is, of course, a man who has been so devastating inside. It's absolutely impeccable. Necro, not a single decision from TrueRippers did that fail entirety of that game.
I know, right? That was literally a perfect game from TrueRippers. All the decisions they made, all the rushes they executed, everything was perfect from them. Every single fight they took, they were coming out on top. They automatically had the man advantage in those. How is this even possible? What is Jelly? Is this man a robot? How is he able to function so well?
I don't know, man. I mean, Johnny has been using a line for a couple of days now that it is Jelly's world and we're just a part of it. We're just living in it. It seems like that is the reality this time. Consistent performances. They were already at the tippity top of the leaderboard. Now they're just building up an even bigger lead. This is domination on another dimension.
This is definitely insane from TrueRippers with the way they've been playing. It does seem like TrueRippers, they're already set for the competition. And it seems like no one is going to be matched for a team like this. They are playing on a complete different level. They're unparalleled as of now and unmatched as of now. We did see EVOX as well in the final few moments, and this has been the best possible game for EVOX.
Talking about EVOX, talking about Godlike, talking about FS, I think all of these teams, they did try their level best, but how much can you even try and get?
And speaking of FC, they just threw the game away. I don't understand. Why did FC just take a fight like that? One man making the pounce against that one solo survivor of AX and just giving away the point. It just did not make any sense.
I don't think Crypto had any information about that man's presence, to be honest, because nobody expects you to push up onto the center of the circle when there's everyone marking the circumference. Like, what on earth was that strategy?
But here's the thing, right? The man was literally moving out in the open. The guy from AX was literally out in the open, and he just found himself a bit of that home. And the moment he found that home, Crypto just comes in like that.
Crypto
I don't understand.
was like, let's just join the party. Well, he just got kicked out. The bouncers weren't actually very happy with him. But nonetheless, talking about the bouncers, I also felt this was a game for FS. This was a game where Lavish and Godix really proved their potential because 7 eliminations shared between these two lads, not really having the best of manpower, but still making the best of it. I think that was the best outcome that they could have hoped for.
And I guess Salty over here, the real concern also do start to rise for a few known names, right?
Yeah.
One of them is, of course, going to be K9 Esports. The performance is lacking for back-to-back couple of games now. 8-Bit as well is going to be another name. And NINZA. That's going to be another name where we're not really able to see that outshining performance from them anymore. And even Genesis Esports is another one of those names. We're not seeing that same aggression from Genesis Esports, and that's why they're struggling inside of the games. Before now, let's move on to a short break, as we'll be right back with the upcoming games.
क्या बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस अभी तक हमें देखने को मिला, बढ़िया बढ़िया मैचेस हमारे हुए हैं और ऐसे ही एक बहुत ही बढ़िया से जो एनालिस्ट है वो हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। नेक्रो स्वागत है आपका। अभी के लिए अगर हमने बात करी ट्रू रिपर्स के बारे में, बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, बहुत प्रिसाइज उनका पूरा जो गेम प्ले वो जा रहा है, डिसिप्लिन वो साफ साफ देखने को मिल रहा है। बट एट द सेम टाइम देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ टीम्स जो अभी भी शुरुआत भी नहीं कर पाए एक तरीके से अपने बढ़िया रन की। उसमें नाम आप K9 का ले सकते हैं, मेटा निंजा, उनको आखिर क्या हुआ? व्हाट इज योर ओपिनियन?
I mean, for some reason, it feels like Meta Ninja just do not really want to switch that aggressive face on, and that's one of the main reasons why we're not really seeing a prime Meta Ninja anymore. And Meta Ninja is trying to avoid as many fights as they can, and that's not working out for them. Speaking of K9 Esports, yeah, they're winning a few fights here and there, but still for K9 Esports as well, we're not seeing that aggressive K9 Esports anymore. And yeah, you speak of a few more teams like Metal Esports as well, and we are seeing a clear change in the playstyle. This is not the Metal Esports we know. This Metal Esports is playing so passive.
और मैं भी बहुत ही ज्यादा सरप्राइज्ड हूँ वो देख करके, क्योंकि हम पहले जिस मेडल को जानते थे वो फाइट्स लेते थे। हमने लिटरली उनको गुंडे बोला था लॉबी का। पर लेकिन अभी के लिए अगर आप भी अपने जो फ्रेंड्स है उनके सामने फ्लेक्स करना चाहते हैं तो आप जरूर से जाइए और मात्र 10 यूसी में आप स्पिन कर सकते हैं। और ये जो खूबसूरत सा एक सूट है वो आपका जरूर हो सकता है, तो आप भी जाइए, इसको अपना बनाइए। द्रविडियन जो पूरा ये एक सूट है वो रहने वाला है। बट हाँ, बैक टू द टॉपिक, मार्कोस गेमिंग भी एक ऐसी टीम है जो प्रभावित अभी उतना ज्यादा करके जा नहीं पा रही है। पहला मुकाबला वहां पे भी वो जल्दी एलिमिनेट हुए, और इस मैच में जिस प्रकार से वो व्हीकल को रोका गया, जिस प्रकार से ओपन में प्लेयर्स गए, वो बहुत ही अनकॉल्ड फॉर था।
To be honest, a lot of these teams, it feels like they're taking the upper brackets for granted, which is not a good thing, right? They know they're not going to be eliminated anyway, so a lot of these teams are just using this phase as like an experimental phase, which makes a lot of sense, but I still feel like being directly inside of the semifinals, it's going to give you a bit of that upper edge. And I also do believe that Marcos Gaming is also one of those teams that is experimenting quite a bit. But for now, let's have a look at the MVP of that previous game, and let's find out who was that man who was able to get the most amount of finishes for that one team.
जी हाँ, चलते सीधे एमवीपी की तरफ, और वो रहने वाले ट्रू रिपर्स के हर्ष। 5 टोटल फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले। डैमेज हालांकि 358 का हमें देखने को मिला, 3 नॉक्स है, 1 हेडशॉट का कनेक्शन और साथ ही साथ सर्वाइवल वो लगभग 28 मिनट का देखने को मिल जाएगा। पर 3 खिलाड़ी हैं ट्रू रिपर्स के जो आपको टॉप 5 लिस्ट में देखने को मिल रहे हैं। जेली वो खुद यहाँ पे देखने को मिल जाएंगे 4 के साथ, एफएस के लवेशर 4 के साथ, एफसी के ड्रीम्स हैं जिन्होंने 3 निकाले, और साथ में क्योलमाओ, उनके पास भी आपको 3 फिनिशेस देखने को मिल जाएंगे। चलिए एक बार नजर डालते हैं पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर, और वहां पे सबसे ऊपर सबसे अव्वल ट्रू रिपर्स। क्या लगता है नेक्रो आपको, क्या राज है ट्रू रिपर्स की कंसिस्टेंसी का?
To be honest, for True Rippers, every single decision they made was perfect. Every single fight they took was executed to perfection. And I don't exactly know how True Rippers is able to make that, but they are able to differentiate between good fights and the bad fights, and they know exactly where to apply that pressure. And that's one of the main reasons why True Rippers is able to win majority of the duels they're taking. You've also got FS Esports on the second spot of that game. For FS Esports as well, it was quite a good game. Another team that could have got the consistency and could have done much better is also FC. But you know what? Crypto was like, we haven't made a single mistake so far. Let's make a mistake and give our elimination point away to AX.
मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आता कि नेक्रो जब भी हम साथ में होते हैं एनालिस्ट डेस्क पे, तभी सिंसिनाटी किड्स के 0 पॉइंट्स क्यों हमें देखने को मिलते हैं। बट चलिए, चर्चाएं हमने उसके बारे में कल की थी, अभी के लिए हम आगे चलते हैं और एक बार नजर डालते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स के ऊपर, जहां पे ट्रू रिपर्स वो पहुंच चुके हैं पहले पायदान पे। 77 टोटल पॉइंट्स उनके पास मौजूद। Is it safe to say कि सेमीफाइनल्स में इनका स्वागत किया जाएगा?
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe True Rippers just needs like what, 10 or 20 more points, and easily True Rippers, they've already made it towards the semifinals. It's not even a question. Then you've also got Mighty Los Hermanos on the second. You've also got OG right there on the third spot. Got Omen too. Not really a lot of changes in the first half of the board, but on the second half, we're definitely seeing a lot of moves, right? For Godlike, we are seeing quite a lot of questionable decisions. That third party that they try to execute, it was good, but still a few players, I feel like there's a bit of that communication gap.
जी हाँ, और ऐसा भी नहीं है कि ये खिलाड़ी अभी से एक साथ खेल रहे हैं, काफी समय से वो एक साथ हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं, बट उसके बावजूद वो एरर्स, वो मिस्टेक्स हमें काफी ज्यादा देखने को मिले। टीम जेनेसिस की बात करें, वो भी 14वें पायदान पे ही रहने वाले हैं। बट अब चलते हैं आगे, जहां पे डेंजर थोड़ा सा और ज्यादा देखने को मिलने वाला है, और यहाँ पर 8 बिट वो थोड़ा ऊपर जरूर आए, बट अभी भी वो बड़ा मुकाबला वो निकालने में कामयाब नहीं हुए। मेटा निंजा, ये वो मेटा निंजा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है जिसको हम जानते हैं, ये वो सिंसिनाटी किड्स, ये वो मेडल नहीं है जिसको हम जानते हैं। विक्टर सुमस अभी भी मात्र 12 ही अंक उनके पास मौजूद है। और आप सोचिए, सिंसिनाटी किड्स अभी तक एक भी प्लेसमेंट का पॉइंट निकालने में कामयाब नहीं हुए। सेम गोज विद टीम K9 एज वेल, टीम मेडल। ये 3 टीम्स के पास इतने ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल है और एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट नहीं है उनके पास।
Speaking of K9 Esports, they're all about that one massive game. K9 Esports is never consistent. I've always said this, but K9 Esports, they just get that one massive game and they're instantly back in the race. That's how K9 Esports likes to play. That's how Omega likes to play. That one massive game and they will be back over there. And speaking of Meta NINZA, yeah, they're known for their consistency in the past couple of tournaments, but right now they're consistent too, but on the last page. It's not a good thing.
चलते हैं अब हम हाइलाइट्स की तरफ और वहाँ पे हम थोड़ी जो चर्चा है वो करने वाले हैं। आप क्यूट तो बहुत है नेक्रो, वैसे ये बात तो कहनी पड़ेगी, बट जी हाँ हाइलाइट्स भी आएंगी और वहाँ पे हम देखेंगे किस प्रकार से अभी तक का जो पूरा सफर है हमारा वो हमें देखने को मिला है। जहाँ पे स्लग उन्होंने ग्रेनेड बहुत ही ज़्यादा बढ़िया तरीके से दागे। विक्टर सुमस वो शायद तैयारी कर रहे थे K9 की, लेकिन 8 बिट का वहाँ पे जो स्लैम इन है वो आ गया।
Yeah, for Victor Sumus, once again, quite a lot of questionable decisions. It feels like Victor Sumus just don't really want to be the alphas. Instead, they want to be the betas. The way they're adjusting across the lobby, they're not really forcing a lot of fights. Once again, trying to avoid as many fights as possible, just trying to adapt accordingly to the lobby, not really playing their main game. And that's one of the main reasons and concerns why Victor Sumus is not able to perform. Looking at TrueRippers, though, they knew exactly what the pressure points were. They were applying perfect amount of pressure, and they were winning every single fight they were taking. Every decision made from TrueRippers was picture perfect.
और वो ड्रैगन का रिएक्शन आप देखिए, वो बिल्कुल भी खुश है नहीं अभी टीम के इस पूरे परफॉर्मेंस से। एफसी उन्होंने भी एक कोशिश करी, हालांकि एफएस उन्होंने वो पलटवार उनके ऊपर किया और TrueRippers वो इवेंचुअली जो फिनिशर है वो अपने खाते में लेकर के जाते हुए नजर आए। डिवोटी उन्होंने भी कोशिश बढ़िया करी, पर यहाँ पर वो जो पूरी एक बातचीत है वो हमें देखने को मिल रही है अनुज 2OP और इंसीडियस के बीच में, जहाँ पर हमने देखा थोड़ा गहमा गहमी का जो माहौल है वो भी देखने को मिला। और देखिए ये तो आम बात है जो हम कास्टिंग लिस्ट पे भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि ये होना ही चाहिए। आप डिस्कशंस कीजिए, आप बताइए कि आपके क्या पॉइंट्स हैं, सो दैट जो मिस्टेक्स आपने इस पर्टिकुलर मैच में किए वो मूविंग अहेड आगे ना हो।
So FC was playing a perfect game till the stage 6, but the moment Crypto made that dash against the man of AX, that's where everything just came crumbling down. FC had a perfect hold, they had a perfect control of the ridge as well, but they messed up, and after that one mistake, we saw FC just get absolutely dismantled by the players of FC Esports, because FS knew FC's down a man, and FS knew they were quite hurt too, so they started tossing out those utilities, and they pretty much just came out on top. But I would like to know your opinion on a few more names that are just not doing too good, right? I want to know why exactly K9 Esports is not able to bring that performance.
देखिए अभी के लिए ना हमने काफी डिफरेंस जो है वो K9 के परफॉर्मेंस के अंदर भी देखा है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप अभी रीसेंट टूर्नामेंट की बात करें, एटलीस्ट वहां पर भी हमने देखा कि एक खिलाड़ी थे जो आपको बहुत कंसिस्टेंट देखने को मिले और वो ओमेगा थे। बाकी के प्लेयर्स को हमने देखा कि वो उतना ज्यादा रिलायबल हमें देखने को नहीं मिले। अगर आप स्लग की बात करें और खासकर 20 जो बैकबोन है उस टीम की, अभी के लिए वो उतना ज्यादा उम्दा जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो आ नहीं रहा है। बट आप देखिए यहाँ पे जो कुछ मूवमेंट्स है बिहाइंड द सीन वो भी हमें देखने को मिले। अभी सिंस एक ब्रेक चल रहा है प्लेयर्स का, तो वहां पे हमने देखा कि जो कोच है, जो एनालिस्ट हैं, वो टीम्स के पास गए, वहां पे समझा रहे कि कैसे क्या होना चाहिए। एंड आई थिंक वो भी एक बहुत ही ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रोल रहता है, द अनसंग हीरोज, जो अपनी टीम को कभी भी अगर मोरल डाउन होता है या फिर कुछ ऊपर नीचे जा रहे तो हमेशा रहते हैं हेल्प करने के लिए।
Speaking of yesterday, we saw a fantastic game from Seoul, but then today's conversion wasn't that great. It feels like Seoul yesterday, they were just playing all guns blazing, they were there aggressive, taking those drop fights. But now today we're seeing a bit of that different play style from Seoul, and it feels like the execution's lacking. What do you think though?
मेरे ख्याल से अभी के लिए ऐसा कुछ खास प्रॉब्लम है नहीं। देखिए शुरुआत उनकी बड़ी हुई है, मेरे को लगता है प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट एक चीज जरूर है जहां पे टीम सोल को थोड़ा ज्यादा सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी भी उनके पास इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग 2 या 3 मात्र प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट हमें देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। बट ओवरऑल अगर आप अग्रेशन की बात करें, फायर पावर की बात करें, मुझे लगता है कि या यू विन समटाइम्स, यू लूज अ फ्यू फाइट्स एंड इट्स टोटली फाइन। बट ओवरऑल अगर वो प्लेसमेंट के ऊपर भी उतना ज्यादा ध्यान दे पाते तो शायद चीजें बेहतर रहेंगी। बट अभी के लिए हम चलते हैं जली की तरफ, क्योंकि उनकी दुनिया काफी ज्यादा मस्त हमें देखने को मिल रही है। 10 टोटल फिनिशर उन्होंने निकाले। डैमेज की बात करें वो 1897 का है लगभग, जो मेजी की डेट ऑफ बर्थ है वो भी इसी के आसपास। असिस्ट की बात करें तो वो 8 रहने वाले। और जी हाँ, बढ़िया प्रदर्शन अभी तक TrueRippers ने ओवरऑल करके दिखाया है। बट अगेन एक्सपेक्टेशन जो TrueRippers से थी वो थी भी कुछ ऐसी, क्योंकि हाल फिलहाल के टाइम पे भी हमने देखा था कि एक बढ़िया फॉर्म में ये पूरी जो टीम चल रही थी, और साथ ही साथ जो इनके 3 प्लेयर्स हैं ना जेली के साथ, वो भी मेरे को अपने रोल पे बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया तरीके से लगता है कि निभा रहे हैं अपना जो पूरा रोल है वो।
Yeah, yesterday we saw even Team AX do pretty good, right? They were right next to TrueRippers in the overall standings, and right now AX as well, we're seeing a lot of things lacking from them. It's not the same performance, it's not the same consistency from AX, and for some reason this just does not seem like the same team anymore. If you had a look at a few fights from Team AX, it just feels like there's a bit of that disconnect today, especially that previous game in Miramar. The way they took that fight, instantly tried to disengage against the players of TrueRippers, and then one of the players getting caught off guard, the last man just taking a run away from that spot. It was a little bit questionable in my opinion.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, बट एटलीस्ट वो एक प्लेयर जो सर्वाइव करके गए, वहाँ पे जो प्लेसमेंट के पॉइंट्स थे वो दिला करके गए। फाइट्स में जी हाँ कुछ प्रॉब्लम जरूर हमें देखने को मिल रही है। स्प्लिट्स अगर टीम आर्यन की बात करें वो यूजुअली हमें बड़ा लेते हुए नजर आते हैं। कल के दिन पे भी हमने देखा वो बड़े स्प्लिट्स पे खेलते और वहाँ पे वो कॉन्फिडेंटली एग्जीक्यूशन भी अपना करते हुए नजर आते। बट अगेन अभी के लिए वो सही टाइम पे कवर फाइट, सही टाइम पे एग्जीक्यूशन, उन सारी चीजों में प्रॉब्लम जरूर आ रही है। पर अच्छी खबर ये कि उसके बावजूद आर्यन अभी के लिए ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में आपको टॉप 8 के अंदर देखने को मिलने वाली है। तो वो भी कहेंगे ठीक है, अभी भी नंबर ऑफ मैचेस ज्यादा है, जो भी मिस्टेक्स वो आज के दिन पे कर रहे हैं हैं, कल के दिन पे कर रहे हैं, कोशिश करेंगे कि आगे वो ना करें और काफ़ी ईजिली उनका जो पूरा रन है वो रहे। लेकिन क्या अब हमें लोअर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स की तरफ भी बढ़ना चाहिए या फिर हम अपर ब्रैकेट की कुछ और टीम्स के बारे में भी चर्चाएं कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, बताइए नेक्रो, कैसा चल रहा है सब? कैसा है इंग्लिश डेस्क का माहौल, थोड़ा उसके बारे में बताइए।
Everything's looking good on the English desk. You know, we're having some good conversations. We're having some good insights as well. We also had a full-blown talk about K9 Esports and how Omega's mindset was not looking good before today's day. Johnny mentioned this one fact, and that he said all the players from K9 Esports, there's just worried about one thing, and that Omega's mindset's not looking too good. The man's worried, and I don't exactly know why, but looking at the overall standings, now I know why the man's worried.
जी हाँ, अभी के लिए वो होना भी चाहिए क्योंकि ओमेगा एक ऐसे व्यक्ति है जिनको आप पर्सनली जाने तो वो हमेशा जाने जाते हैं जीतने के लिए। उनको वो विनिंग मेंटालिटी हमेशा रहती है और अभी हाल फिलहाल में वो जीत के आए भी है। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि आपको कुछ मिलता है तो उसके बाद फिर टीम थोड़ा ये भी कहते हैं यार अभी तो जीते हुए, थोड़ा उस जोन में भी आप रहते हैं, सेलिब्रेशन वाले जोन में, जल्दी से वापसी करें, उसकी जो पूरी अपेक्षा है वो हम करने वाले हैं। बट चलिए अभी के लिए एक इंटरव्यू के चलते हैं जहाँ पे रावण ने बातचीत की है सोमराज से। ओवर टू द इंटरव्यू।
देखिए डे 1 समाप्त हो चुका है और फिलहाल मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं 8 बिट के आइजल सोमराज। देखिए सीरियस सवाल की तरफ बढ़ेंगे लेकिन उससे पहले बताइए इस नए लुक का क्या राज है?
ऐसा कुछ अलग सा तो नहीं है बट आई एम टेकिंग केयर ऑफ माई सेल्फ नाउ। बस मैं आपको इतना ही बता सकता हूँ।
थोड़ा और हिंट कर देते कुछ।
हिंट नहीं, मेंटल पीस वन ऑफ द रीजंस।
बट अगेन आज का जो डे 1 था उसके अकॉर्डिंग मैं बात करूँ, वो एक्सपेक्टेशन जो आपसे लगी रहती है, सोमराज ट्रॉफी आपने उठाई थी रिसेंटली, बट आज 3 मैचेस के बाद केवल 13 ही पॉइंट्स हुआ है, इसके पीछे का
राज क्या? अभी 3 ही मैचेस हुए और स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस हमारे लिए ऑब्जर्विंग मैचेस रहते हैं। अब हम लोग एक बेटर गेम प्लान के साथ आएंगे और लॉबी का और अच्छे से अभी अंडरस्टैंडिंग हुआ है। सो कल 6 मैचेस है और हम लोग होप करेंगे कि हमारा एटलीस्ट एवरेज पॉइंट्स निकल जाए।
3 मैचेस एक शेड्यूल के अकॉर्डिंग सोमराज को पसंद आ रहा है या लगातार 6 मैचेस सोमराज को पसंद आने वाला है?
नहीं, मैं इतने टाइम से खेल रहा हूँ, हर समय अलग फॉर्मेट आता है तो इसमें ऑप्शन तो नहीं है। आखिर में इंडिविजुअल को अडाप्ट करना होगा, वही हमारी टीम कोशिश करती है अडाप्ट करना।
बट देखिए सोमराज से जो एक्सपेक्टेशन रहती है ना कि एटलीस्ट वो एवरेजेस तो मिनिमम, उनके खराब दिन में भी मिनिमम एवरेज अच्छे जाते हैं, वो आज नहीं हुआ। बट अगले 6 मैचेस जो आप खेलने वाले हैं उसमें ऐसा क्या अलग आप करोगे जिससे 8 बिट बाउंस बैक करे?
वो तो मैच में ही पता चलेगा, सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग जैसा होगा। हम लोग अपना बेसिक्स को और स्ट्रॉन्ग करने का ट्राई करेंगे, तो लेट्स सी क्या होता है।
कोई ड्रॉप क्लैश, कोई रोटेशन कुछ लग रहा है कि सोमराज को परेशान कर रहा है?
ड्रॉप क्लैश तो लकीली अभी तक हमारे नहीं है। अगर ड्रॉप क्लैश होगा तो काउंटर हमें उसका पता है। बाकी रोटेशन अभी देख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं और अभी और कुछ ज़्यादा करने को उसमें है नहीं।
देखिए आपने लोअर ब्रैकेट के भी मैचेस देखे होंगे, कितना फर्क लगा आपको अपर ब्रैकेट?
लोअर ब्रैकेट में मेरे को ये पसंद आया कि अभी सारे लोग आए एक ही पर्पस से कि उन्हें जीतना है और इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है। तो वहाँ पे इंटेंट दिख रहा है कि और वो फियरलेस अप्रोच भी दिख रहा है। वहाँ से तो हमारे लिए एक लर्निंग ही है और हमें ये भी पता चल रहा है कि सब लोग कितना ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि वो अपर ब्रैकेट में आए और T1 टीम्स को रिप्लेस करें।
पॉसिबिलिटी उसकी बहुत ज़्यादा रहेगी और उसकी जो शुरुआत होगी वो आज के दिन से हमें और बेहतर होते हुए देखने को मिल जाने वाला है। जुड़े रहे हमारे साथ क्योंकि एक्शन और मजेदार हो रहा है।
Well, that was some fiery words spoken by Somraj as always, ladies and gentlemen. But this time, players, they're a little nervous. All plunging into prayers, some trying to cool down their phones so that they can have a smoother gaming experience. Team Aryan a little stressed. But ladies and gentlemen, my name is Solly. Joining alongside is going to be Icy, baby, for the next game of Sanhok and Icy. First of all, let me know, how are you feeling? And of course, you were watching the games from the back lines. What are your thoughts of TrueRippers and their performance?
I think TrueRippers is just an absolute beast right out here. They're abusing for the fact that everybody is not adjusted to their basics. Everybody is not adjusted to this new environment and gameplay as well. They're just abusing the fact that because no one is adjusting, I'm going to farm as many points as I can before things get out of hand. And this is a very, very good way to actually penetrate into the semifinals as well. As Necro did mention as well, about 10 to 20 points is all they need to pretty much guarantee their spot. But as you can see on the screen, some of the players, they're getting nervous. Some of the players, they're just losing their minds here. I want to see how, what kind of gameplay is going to be going into the Sanhok this time. And without further ado, let's jump into the game.
Tropical Islands welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird goes back up to the skies. And this time, we are flying over Sanhok. Your pilots, Salty, and alongside is going to be Icy Baby. They are going to be traveling across this map. As of now, the flight path, of course, won't really matter much because, of course, we know as a matter of fact, everyone can go back to their designated spots. But Icy, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky one, especially teams going into the south side as well. I do expect a lot of collision for those vehicles rather early, especially south of Bootcamp, along the quarry areas as well. Ruins is going to be a high congested area for some of these teams. But I also know teams like K9 Esports who likes to abuse the fact that, oh, they want to be very close to the intersections near Alpha region, which again does expect a lot of company just because there are a couple of vehicles there that gives you that priority to get to spots rather early as well. So K9, they are getting some sort of resistance here from FS as well as NINZA. So that is going to be a little bit tricky situation. I do see a couple of gunshots and lines on that vicinity. But now the bigger question here is, where will the zone shift to? So as of yet, teams heading down south is going to have a very, very long journey. Hopefully, things are going to be a little bit better. But we do see a huge cluster of teams down on the south side. We have Cincinnati Kids. We have Reckoning Esports. We also have 8-Bit on it in fray. But this first circle is going to completely shift the table because this is by far one of the rushiest, most fast rotations that they need to pull right here, right now, just because everybody came from the north. Now they have to go back to the north. And this is a stage 1 zone that looks like a stage 2 zone right now.
I've never seen a zone like this, to be honest, especially on the map of Sanhok, where majority of it is in waters and some part of it is actually outside the map itself.
Oh boy.
Elsewhere in the middle of the map, we have a little bit of a skirmish going on. Marcus Gaming, they find themselves early success as Naughty picks up the first finish off the charts. They are of the mark already, and against whom? The team who had a chicken dinner in the last one, I see.
Yeah, not just that as well. He was the MVP from the previous match. For him to just be taken out just like that is just very, very unfortunate here. But, of course, when we talk about maps being speedrun maps and we talk about the fast-paced gameplay, obviously Livik is not in the competitive pool. It is one of the fastest games, you know, you can just play and then just end the game as quickly as you can. But this game feels relatively close to that, so that means, you know, we are expecting early rotations maybe by minute 4, minute 5. We are going to see a lot of casualties rotating back towards Alpha Island as well. And considering that the circle at least 60% is on towards Alpha Island, we are going to be expecting some serious bridge camp coming from FS Esports, coming from K9, as well as maybe NINZA in the fray here, Meta NINZA specifically. But now TrueRippers, they are going to be having a little bit of run-in right now.
They sort of have a collision broken open as Kyo Limau lands on the Molotov. A little bit of explosions happening left, right, and center. Metal Esports, they certainly are not ready for this fight. And look at that. First up, it's going to be Hydra who finds the first knock. A couple of those players will land, but it seems like the trade is there. Alto wants to actually stabilize his position and his team. A little bit of revive action going on as well. Team TrueRippers, are they ready for the next piece of aggression is the question. Dermy already on the flank. What is he looking for? Potentially the outlier who is going to be Jelly, but I think he's not been found.
Yeah, this is done. This is a done game for TrueRippers 100% as well. You can see how fast-paced everything gets into his play just because everybody doesn't have enough time for loot. So they will be pushing out a little bit earlier than usual. And just like that, TrueRippers, for them to make a bounce back, they either take this fight head on and just get it done and dusted. But if they try to stall this out, they're not going to get anything out of this as well here. They will be under-looted, under-resourced, they will be pushed against times as well. And it's just nothing much they can do unless, well, in this case, Jelly, well, he's looking for a couple strays, but I think Meadow did spot him out. So Dermy, they do actually see him. So Jelly, he's pretty much done for as well. He's got to make a run for it here. Now goes for the spray, but eventually gets taken down. And that's going to be Meadow Esports finding another finish in the bag.
Metal Esports. Venom spewing venom into TrueRippers and their hearts right now. On towards another fight. We have Team Soul who is up against Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports have been ducked 6 feet under in a matter of a flash. We did not get to see this fight, but legit has been brought down. 3 players from Team Soul still stay alive. That was quick execution coming in from them. Beautiful stuff. And Reckoning, they are constantly under trouble.
Yeah. I like how Seoul now is playing as well. Like, they played really, really quickly. They needed to win that fight. They got themselves a decent amount of utilities, but they just could not loot up. Now, they're prioritizing on placements, which is great, but look at all their utilities. And like I said, it was a fast-paced game right from the get-go. Nobody is very... There's just lack of resources across the entire map as well. You need a lot of mats, you need a lot of utilities, you need a lot of ammunition, and you just expect enemies everywhere. And even here as well, Hunters is able to find a freebie, and that's going to be Jonathan down from Hero Xtreme Godlike. It's just nobody has time to check every single corner because everybody's just moving so fast.
It's chaotic, it's problematic, and it's causing everyone to go haywire right now. Majority of the battles that we've seen so far in the early phase of the tournament, in the early phase of the map, just happening in all sorts of different parts of the map. A couple of those players being outliers and being isolated and exterminated. Well, this has been the story of Sanhok so far. Godlike, can they seek revenge is the question. They are hovering around Team EVOX. Owen, I guess, has not yet been spotted, but Punk is looking to target this man.
Yeah.
1 pixel, and I guess this man will be taken down off the game.
Yeah, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have to make the call here. They fight or do they reposition? And based on what I'm seeing here, they're still on the east side of the circle, which is across Alpha Island. But the moment Stage 2 shrinks into its Alpha Island as well, Hero Xtreme Godlike is going to have a serious problem. And that is number one. If they choose to fight now, that means rotating in is going to be way much more harder, attracting a lot of attention. Number two, if they leave now, which is great, but the problem is, will they be able to escape this threat? That's going to be the question here. But now, as you can see, Omen gets spots out, drops down pretty darn low. But here, Xtreme Godlike, they wanted that knock at least. If they gotten that knock, that would have been just worth the time there to just back off. But now, even more time is going to be wasted between both these teams before they rotate in the next phase.
I like this intent coming in from Hero Xtreme Godlike. Admino has been looking in for those finishes. His tally has sort of been a little empty this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't think that's going to be the case for long. But on towards TrueRippers once again. Hydro all by himself in a world of trouble, to be honest. Right up next is going to be the side of Marcos Gaming, who might just have spotted him. So a couple of these players might charge in against him. Needs to come in already. No chip damage whatsoever. This man does manage to survive, but I think he knows that the alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
And they're not alarm bells, they're actually the death bell that is ringing for his call. But look at that! Stone BGMI rotating in from the buggy has been caught and he has been left stranded in the middle of nowhere. Another lead does stand in, but Jairo God from the distance will sort of finish things off. Marcos Gaming, they finish off TrueRippers, 3 eliminations, but they are sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, that was done for TrueRippers. They did what they can. Like, I was very surprised they were able to get 3 finishes in the bag. Not exactly sure where they got all those finishes, but still a valiant attempt. Nicely done here for Hydro, but for Marcos Gaming, they have to continue their journey here. But hey, based on the feed just now, we did see at least 3 to 4 teams still outside the zone. They are stocking up some utilities here for those hard pushes in, which is great. This is exactly what you need. It's either you stock up resources and then figure out a game plan by Circle 3, Circle 4, and then penetrate inside the zone, or you go in really, really early and expect to take fights that it's going to be a 50-50 coin flip, which oftentimes you will lose because you're always going towards a fight where you're always at a disadvantage because you have no time to clear angles, you have no time to set up, you just need to rush so that you get some sort of placement. In this case, Seoul, they were one of the biggest, earliest rotations. They lost 1 player, they made that play, they got good positions, but look at all of them. Starved.
Yeah.
They have nothing. All they have is position, but they have nothing. The moment they get knocked and somebody decides to climb up, they're done for.
Potentially. We'll find out if that happens though. Teammate bid though. I think this has not been a run that they're going to be a big fan of. Aquanox, Somraj, S-Power as well. I think all of these players, they're actually starved for those finish points in their tally.
Yeah, I actually like what AX is doing right now here. With the sprays coming through. Like, the way they position themselves on towards the west side, just because they have a little bit more angles to work with. They can see the guys on top, they can see on the side of the wall. And especially now, this is stage 2, which again feels like a stage 3 circle based on how the terrain is. 80% is in Alpha Island, so a majority of the teams are going to be fighting either their side or the other side. So if nobody goes through them, they are going to be A-okay. They should be able to survive to the final few stages. as long as they play their cards right. They should be able to make it the top 5 based on their current position.
True that. Talking about the top 5, well, K9 Esports, they're actually very far away from it. Not at all close to what the rest of the lobby has been like. Especially Beast and Ninja Boy. I think these two players haven't really shown us what their true potential is, especially with Ninja Boy. I think he was the MVP of the BGIS at one point in time, and now, all of a sudden, it seems like extremely lackluster. On towards other worlds, it seems like Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've been caught off guard, and this time it is going to be Genesis Esports. Viper with that first knock on towards Punk has found success. This time needs to land it right on the money. Gets it Mino as well. Genesis Esports, they're breaking the back of Godlike and they're feasting on their lives just like it's theirs.
Oh boy, what a play coming from Vipers. Well, easy pickings here. Hero Xtreme Godlike just stood no chance. Sim is a little bit too far off to actually provide some sort of cover, but Genesis Esports, they were hungry for this. And this is what I'm talking about as well. They took too long, they gave away space, and now Sim, he's out of options. There's only a few things he can do. He knows there's a team in front of him. The only other option is through the shorelines, hoping to sneak in towards Hatin, which again, oftentimes there should be teams. But based on what we're seeing right now, I think Hatin is kind of empty. So this might be a very, very good rat potential for Sim to just hope to get some sort of placement points. But right now, Hero Xtreme Godlike, their journey is done this game.
This has been their approach, to be honest, for Godlike, but on towards other worlds. Look at this, FS Esports, they're also struggling against First Curiosity, and today has been amazing for these lads. Stepping into fights, finishing them quick, and coming out of them in a flash. That has been the muscle power from Anuj and the rest of the lads. Dreams with that one elimination did get picked off, but First Curiosity, they're looking for more. On towards other things, OnePlus K9. They were in a good position. Beast all by himself, of course, that's not going to stand for long. He will get knocked down, but from the distance, it seems like Soul is also looking to pounce. This has been the case for a while now because Soul and Edbit, their drop locations on the map of Sanhok is extremely close by, and they keep on tagging each other every once in a while.
Yeah, and as of yet, 8-Bit is somehow are able to get center control in those compounds as well. Their only biggest weakness is going to be teams inside Hatin, but surprising enough, there's no one in Hatin, which oftentimes it feels a little bit weird for me. But 8-Bit, if they are able to hold their ground here and set up some sort of fortification, they should be fine, but no. Angles exposed, Somraj gets picked off, and that's going to be EVOX that takes him out. So 8-Bit, they're losing members here just by going for a little bit of early rotations, no backup, but you can't really blame them. This circle is forcing everybody to fight so early. There's just so limited space here. And even EVOX, they're just afraid of picking out the window just because of the fact that the guys on top of the mountain, in this case FS as well as FC, is going to be there in the horizon that may cause some serious damage here. As RD, he's able to see angles onto the east side across the bridge, but no protection so far. But on screen, we do see Cincinnati Kid going up against K9.
Omega, not really a lot of HP on that man. Ninja Boy needs to bring up his MVP potential this time around. Needs to hold back the entire cavalry all by himself. Needs being cooked up. This is not really know where exactly the players do stand. Cincinnati Kids, another team whose journey has not really been that great so far inside of this competition so far. They are currently facing the ones who are also being beaten down, and there's a lot of time that has been given in from both the sides. It seems like Ninja Boy finally loses patience with the nade is going to run in. The ricochet is lovely. And he goes in, of course, will finish things off. What were you thinking, Cincinnati Kids? But it seems like for OnePlus K9, all of a sudden the fight had broken open. Ninja Boy lost his focus. Omen is always there to punish him for it. Omega, will he be able to bring back his team and his glory is the question, of course. Being smoked off, Omen infiltrates the smoke, infiltrates the compound, knows exactly there are going to be a couple of free fires. None of that connects. He still tries to jump shot, and wow, what a connection. Cincinnati Kids win one of their first fights, and Some has been shining bright for a while now, I see.
Well, the Super Sub was once known as the Super Sub. Definitely stepping up big time, but unfortunately to say, he had to bait his teammate for those two confirmations here. So he is going to be the last man standing in this situation here for Cincinnati Kids. But K9, they're done and dusted for this game. Now, 12 teams remaining, 31 players are around, and the circle on the top right, as you can see, is shifting in towards Harteen. Aryan, all the way from the west side, was able to sneak in uncontested, surprisingly, in towards the entire city themselves. So this is a great position for Aryan, whereas every single team is going to be forced to actually challenge them right now. So that's going to be the biggest obstacle right now.
They're not the only ones inside of Harteen, by the way. Victorious Sumus will be another team who will make their way in, infiltrate. And look at that. Team Soul, they don't really care. They just plunge into battle. The Grand Slam does come in, but Joker in the process will get taken down. Henry, what a lovely shot that was. Look at the Molotov coming through. This time looking for the second, but what a beautiful technical shot. Knuckle, lovely around that corner with the shotgun, cleans it up. But Team Soul, they are not out of trouble so far. Goblin will get finished off. Cyrax on the bottom floor. Look at that Molotov land. Knuckle on fire. A little bit of chip damage left, right, and center. Team Aryan, they are being exposed, of course, due to Knuckle and his maneuvers. But still, they are yet to find the final blow. Still breathing, still alive, still kicking, needs to patch himself up. The shotguns, of course, can come into clutch in close range, but it seems like Knuckle needs to disengage all by himself. It's not worth the risk, I see.
Yeah, he's done the job already. Aryan was the biggest raid boss, and Soul has pretty much weakened the defenses of Harteen. And just like that, everybody else in the map has some sort of space to actually push in. Knuckle, insane pre-fire, insane decision-making. Now you have made the game so much harder for everybody else just because of the fact that Aryan can no longer play full defense. And like you said as well, earlier on, VS was also in Harteen, but after hearing all these commotions that Soul has just made, VS has just gotten so much more control inside Harteen. Meanwhile, let's talk about the teams outside of Harteen here. On Powder Mountain, Meta NINZA, they have to find a way to get down, and that is going to be against FC right now. Dragon OP is going to get shut down. Pogo goes in for the spam, but he himself also goes down. It's only Beer Baba remains, but he gets sniped off from afar, and it was 8-bit that steals the final finish away. First Curiosity is able to hold on, but they rack themselves 2 finish points on top of that.
No way Meta NINZA just got taken down like that for 4-man lineup, ambushing onto First Curiosity, and all of a sudden they just choke together.
Yep.
Dragon OP, you don't really expect him to actually miss shots like that at that range, especially.
Well, that's with the zone pushing in, you can't really blame him. But what was really disgusting was the S power from afar, was just like casually seeing, oh, there's a couple of running people there. You know what? I'm just gonna tap the last guy and get a point for myself. So 8-bit definitely played a huge contribution here for First Curiosities, the small little victories. But now the big question for FC right now is that they have the highest ground. But the next game plan is, how do they get down? Is going to be the question here.
And if they do get down, there is Team Esports waiting for them. Lavish, Codex, as well as their comrades. Roman, of course, has been taken down, I believe, early on in this game. Even Genesis Esports are alive, a couple of their players at least. Hunters and Viper, the dynamic duo that we've always been talking about. They will cross up. They didn't manage to actually swim across the entire territory, so they have got to be entirely lucky, extremely lucky, to have survived that unscathed.
Yeah, everybody's trying to sneak in, but on the horizon as well, Sim has somehow snuck his way in towards the top 9. So with one more team eliminated, that is going to be position points in the hands of Hero Xtreme Godlike, but he is still outside the zone, so he needs to be very careful on where, or when, in this case, he sticks his head out. In this case, he's playing super safe right now here. He's hearing gunshots from the side of Genesis, but he might be able to hunt a couple of fishes himself. He sees them, and he goes for the shot. He gets one knock, and that's going to be a point in the bag, but the zone is forcing him to run in. He's made his position exposed. He needs to find cover somehow, as Hunters knows that he is up here as well. He needs to find those confirmations in the zone. Oh, right at the edge. He is going to be fine. And Hunters lobbing a couple of blind nades. Does clip onto a Sim. It's got to be very close. Viper almost completely bled out to their Sim. He just needs to lob the perfect nade. Hunters is going to try and pick up Viper on the sides here. Does it look good? Oh, yes, it's good. He gets the confirmation. 1 point in the bag for Sim, but Hunters is so weak as well. Another nade, and it's gonna be good! Sim, he finds 2 points in the adversity of all things. He finds placement points, and he finds himself 4 frags just like that. The one-man army, Sim.
I can almost imagine the stadium, our venue, the Tesseract Arena just absolutely break open with the nade itself. It was beautiful coming in from Sim. distinguishing the likes of Genesis Esports. But have a look at this. Another lonesome survivor. Soma is going to find yet another one. 8-bit have been broken open as well. 4 finishes in the back for this lad. Cincinnati kids, they're moving strong. But how long can this lad hold on? It's going to be a question. Bigger threats coming up front. The Knuckle still stands. Victorious Summers, I almost thought that it was the last player, but they still had 2 players alive, and thus resulting in the fall of Team Soul.
Oh my goodness, the game of solo warriors has been insane as well. Moments of brilliance coming from Knuckle, moments of brilliance coming from Salme, moments of brilliance coming from Sim. It's just unheard of. But Victorious Summers is going to be looking to close up here. They do have the numbers advantage, but now Aryan, they were the initial defenders of the city. Now it comes down to it's a 2 versus 2, a major fight that needs to be wrapped up before they can push out. But while they're doing this as well, every single team will have their eyes focused on them as well. But if you think about this, there's 6 teams left, there's 10 people remaining, every single team is hurt. Nobody is safe right now. It is going to be a game on who is able to win this individual fights here. And now Shayan goes for the spray. He's all by himself here. Aryan, fantastic defense so far. 2v1. Smokes comes through. Shayan needs to go for the wraparound, but he doesn't have a lot of space here. The zone's going to come through. Spams through the smoke. He's not going to be able to find connection there. Gets the crosshair in, but no connection. But he is going to go down. That's going to be Aryan that takes him out. 5 finishes in the bag for Team AX.
Still holding on the edge of Hatenade.
Oh, Sim.
Now it seems like finally Sim has been found out. It is going to be Team FS Esports who are going to be after his life. He barely survives from that spray coming in from Godex. But now look at this. Lovish is of course going to feast on his head, of course. 6 eliminations in the bag for Team FS Esports. They've been very consistent with their number of eliminations, especially Lovish tonight has been absolutely brilliant. But you speak of lonesome survivors, well, you've got 2 of them inside of the final circle. There is going to be Some from Cincinnati kids, and there's going to be another one, First Curiosity. Even they have 1 more survivor remaining. FS Esports from the distance, I don't really think they're going to be making so much of a distance. But Team Aryan, they are absolute beauties. What a blinder of throwable usage was that. Molotov combined with a nade takes away, snatches away the life of Some, and now they move on to the final fight.
This is Team AX, man. This is a team that has international experience so far, and then they've learned a trick or 2 here, and that is very, very convincing stuff here. Now going for the wide spread here, hoping to get some sort of control, but with the zone closing in here, they need more smokes. Crypto, Solo Warrior is going to try and mess things up, but Devotee, he is going to get taken out by FS. FS does have a little bit of an advantage here just because of the zone control. Crypto gets the final confirmation on AX, but that is done for now. It comes down to us, a 1 versus 2. FS Esports versus FC, and now Crypto now very, very low. Godx 4 as well as Lovish does have all the time in the world and the space and the mets to work with, as FC pretty much gave his position away by lobbing that nade to get those confirmations early on. So FC knows exactly where he is, but the moment Crypto climbs out this mountain, he should be able to find a freebie, but only if he takes the gamble here. FC, you're hearing all these footsteps here, Crypto. Oh boy, they haven't really figured out where he is yet. He might be still snaking his way through, but Crypto is pretty much snuck on top of the boulders here. The only way Crypto wins this is if they push out mistakes here, and that's gonna be first knock here. Now he needs to get the reset. 1 versus 1.
1 versus 1, Crypto with the SOP. And of course, he actually finds it. What on earth did we just witness? First Curiosity in a 1v2 up against FS Esports in a flash. They find that connection. And I did not expect this happening, Icy.
That is a tactical finish coming in from Crypto. My goodness. The moment they pushed out, gave him those 1 versus 1, he took it down so clean. 1 pump is all he needed in that 1 versus 1. That was so good of First Curiosity here, but still a very, very difficult circle to play between all the teams so far. It all came down to luck, it all came down to chance, it all came down to what's decision, utilities, and timing so far. And I really like what I'm seeing here. This is by far one of the most weirdest circle, but it does test the limits of each and every single teams in this game. It all comes down to pacing, timing, and decision making. And obviously, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I really like Aryan's decision making. They made it top 3. Well done to them.
I think the way they actually survived that ambush from Team Soul, that just gave me the hint that this team is actually going to last pretty long inside of their hearth in compounds. But the way they dealt with final pressure was brilliant. We saw the two players, Cyrax and the other one, just completely split into two opposite directions, and the way they dealt with individual threats, that was brilliant. And the order in which they did that was also pretty spectacular. I think Team Aryan, just like when you said, they've learned a trick or two. I think they've actually adopted the international gameplay, and their throwable usage, somebody just, my word, so precise.
The only thing that could have helped them a little bit more is that if you give them 5 more seconds and maybe 4 more smokes grenades, I think they could have found an angle to push in towards FS and then take them out.
Yeah.
They just needed 5 or 6 more seconds.
They could have actually gotten more finishes, just like you were trying to say, but completely agreed with that. But another team that actually did really well has to be Fierce Curiosity, because today has been spectacular for them as well. This time, once again, 10 eliminations on also the second spot. I think they've been the most consistent team that we've seen today entirely.
Yep. Let's take a look at the final moments here. I think this is the play that you're talking about as well here.
Yeah.
I think AX, they played this really smart. They understood that position was their biggest threat for to them when they're trying to go for the push. They go in for a nade, go for a Molotov. At the moment they got the confirmation and saw me, it was like, okay, that side is clear, let's push out. And unfortunately, they just did not had enough time to actually push out here. So Crypto with this one plum is just a very, very sick 1v2 as well. Here you can see the teams just celebrating. Crypto, you are an absolute mad, Chad.
My word, 2 chicken dinners today.
You can see the frustration. They lost a 2 versus 1. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That is gotta hurt.
I love the aggression from Roman, to be honest. This is something which we need, but you can't really do anything about it. The only thing which he's saying is that why would you give him a 1v1 instead of a 2v1? You had the man advantage. How can you fumble something like that? But credit where credit is due. 6 eliminations on Crypto, and the rest of the 3 players combined 5 eliminations. 11 finishes total. Fierce Curiosity, hats off. Nothing to be said extra, hats off.
Yeah. And all things considered as well, I think the comms was a little bit skewed as well, knowing that First Curiosity, number 1, Circle did not favor him for Crypto. He only had a rock. The only way Crypto would have won is that somehow he, climbed on top of the rock and then overseered it and then picked them bit by bit, one by one.
Yeah.
But from FS perspective, it's like, oh, he thinks that he's going to be at the rock. You know what? Let's not give him time to climb up the rock and then pick us apart. Let's push him now. And that small little miscomm allowed that 1v1, and Crypto was like, you know what? This is actually okay for me. If you come to me, I've got time to choose when I want to fight, and just won the 1v1, won the 2v1, and then boom. That was a very, very nice win coming from Crypto.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly was brilliant, but we'll actually have a look at how many points they secure after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
हैदराबाद तो देखो मेरे दिल में है। इस करियर की शुरुआत ही मैंने हैदराबाद से की थी, तो यहाँ आके तो जितनी बार भी आता मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है। बाकी वेन्यू बहुत अच्छा है, जो हमारा स्टेज है वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है इस बार, तो मज़ा तो आने वाला है डेफिनेटली। ये टूर्नामेंट ना थोड़ी लास्ट मोमेंट बनी है, जो लास्ट अपने प्रीवियस अभी टूर्नामेंट खेला उससे पहले ये टीम बनी थी, और मेरे को लगा नहीं था ये टीम ऐसे परफॉर्म करेगी जैसे कर रही है। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ, अभी तक शायद मैं जितनी भी लाइनअप्स में रहा हूँ, अभी से लेकर 5 से लेकर जितनी भी उठा लो आप, तो मैं सबसे ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट इस लाइनअप को लेके हूँ। इसमें एक तो हम पे MVP है हाइड्रो, आपने देखा होगा, वो सब लोग उसको डाउट कर रहे थे। जब मैं शुरुआत में टीम बना रहा था तो उस टाइम पे बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ऐसे थे जिन्होंने ये बोला कि हम लोग हाइड्रो के लिए कोई कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं है, इसके लिए हम तेरी टीम ज्वाइन नहीं करेंगे। बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ऐसे थे, और हाइड्रो का भी वही पॉइंट था और मेरा भी वही पॉइंट था, क्योंकि मेरे को उसमें पता था वो कैपेबिलिटी है, वो पक्का करेगा, पक्का 100% श्योर। मैं किसी प्लेयर के लिए नहीं होता, एडमिनो और हाइड्रो के लिए था, और उसने करके दिखाया। और जितने भी प्लेयर्स थे जिनने बोला था, अब तो हालांकि बात नहीं होती उनसे, लेकिन अच्छा लगता है। हाइड्रो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश है उस चीज़ से, और मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ। और अपना एक और प्लेयर क्यों लमाऊँ, शायद उसको इंट्रोडक्शन की ज़रूरत है नहीं, या तो विन है या तो आपको पता ही है। तो उसका तो वैसे ही चलता है, और वो भी काफ़ी अच्छा प्लेयर है, बहुत टाइम से खेलता रहा है, शायद इतना बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और अपना तीसरा प्लेयर है हर्ष, जो कि मेरे को लगता है बहुत ज़्यादा अंडररेटेड है अभी के टाइम पे, और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि इंडिया में उससे अच्छी ऑग कोई नहीं चलाता। बेस्ट ऑग, उसके आसपास भी कोई नहीं है उसमें। AR बहुत अच्छी चलाता है वो, और इसके लिए वो हमारा कवर फायर वाला प्लेयर है, पीछे से खेलता है, लेकिन बहुत बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल प्लेयर है, और मेरे को लगता है बहुत जल्दी फटने वाला है। मेरे बारे में तो देखो IGL हूँ मैं, जेली नाम है मेरा, सब लोग मेरे को जानती है ऑलमोस्ट, और काफ़ी टाइम से ट्राई कर रहा हूँ कि एक ट्रॉफी मेरे पास आए, और मैं बस भगवान से हमेशा ये चीज़ मांगो कि जब भी मेरे को ट्रॉफी आए तो वो इंटरनेशनल वाली हो। तो इस बार इंटरनेशनल भी है, सारी चीज़ें मेरे को लगता है मैच भी हो रही है, और एक ही चीज़ मांगी है हमेशा से कि जब भी मेरे को जिताना तो इंटरनेशनल के लिए जिताना। देखते हैं इस बार क्या होता है। एज IGL अगर मैं देखो बिल्कुल अपना दिल के अंदर से एक ओपिनियन दूँ तो शायद मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिटिसिज्म भी फेस करना पड़ेगा, पर मेरे को देखो बहुत जेन्युइन बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे को नहीं लगता एज IGL बोल लिया कुछ ही, मेरे को नहीं लगता कि अगर मैं वहाँ पे जाऊँगा तो मैं गंदा खेल के आऊँगा। मेरे को लगता है मैं डिसेंट अच्छा करके आऊँगा। और दूसरी बात ये कि जो अपना इंडियन, जापान और कोरिया अभी होने वाला है, तो उसमें भी बहुत सारी टीम्स को बहुत एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा अच्छा खासा कि ये टीम्स कैसे खेलती है। तो उसके बाद अगर कोई भी टीम वहाँ पर जाती है तो मेरे हिसाब से डिसेंट वो कर सकते हैं। और मेरे को पर्सनल लेवल पे ऐसा नहीं लगता कि हम लोग लैक करते हैं, ना ही गन पावर में, ना ही स्ट्रेटेजी में, ना ही रोटेशन में। काफ़ी अच्छे IGLs है इंडिया में, काफ़ी अच्छे असॉल्टर्स है जो कि वहाँ पे जाकर डोमिनेट कर सकते हैं। सो बस ये बोलने की बात है, थोड़ा माइंड सेट की बात है कि तुम लोग कैसा वहाँ पे लेके जा रहे हो अपना। और मेरे को नहीं लगता हम लोग लैक करते हैं, हम लोग कंपटीशन दे सकते हैं, हर बार दे सकते हैं, और इंडियंस हैं, इंडियंस कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। BMSD का फॉर्मेट देखो फास्ट पेस है काफ़ी ज़्यादा, तो अभी जैसा भी फॉर्मेट होता है, फास्ट पेस, स्लो पेस, ट्रैवल बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, मेरे को कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, मैं कोई शिकायत नहीं करता, क्योंकि यही लाइफ है जिसके लिए मैंने बहुत दुआएं मांगी है कि भाई मेरे को ये वाली लाइफ चाहिए। तो अभी जैसा भी है सब कुछ सॉर्टेड है, सब कुछ अच्छा है। क्राफ्टन अपनी साइड से बेस्ट कर रहा है, अपनी जो मैनेजमेंट है वो बहुत अच्छा कर रही है। मेरे हिसाब से चलता रहना चाहिए जैसा भी चल रहा है। इतने सारे टूर्नामेंट्स आ रहे हैं, अच्छी बात है। मैं तो बोलता हूँ बैक टू बैक सारे के सारे टूर्नामेंट रखा करो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, सब खेलेंगे। मेरा ओपिनियन ये है कि पंक अपनी जगह पर बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, उस लाइनअप को हैंडल करना सबके बस की बात नहीं है, और पंक बहुत अच्छे से कर रहा है। तो ऐसा कंपैरिजन तो कुछ नहीं है, क्योंकि जब हम दोनों टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो जाते हैं, जैसा कि हम BMPS से दोनों बाहर हो गए थे, तो हम दोनों वीडियो कॉल पे थे एक दूसरे के साथ, क्योंकि मेरे को एक जगह से बहुत कुछ सुनने के लिए मिल रहा था, भाई को भी बहुत कुछ सुनने के लिए मिल रहा था, तो हम लोग सेम पेज पे थे। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे को कंपैरिजन हम दोनों के बीच में। वो अपनी जगह बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, मैं अपनी जगह बहुत अच्छा कर रहा हूँ। रही बात गॉडलाइक से फाइट की, तो जितनी फाइट होती है उससे ज़्यादा प्यार है यार, जो भी है नॉर्मली बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार है हम सबके बीच में। और हम दोनों अगर आपस में लड़ते भी हैं तो उसके बाद फ़न ही कर रहे होते हैं उस चीज़ का। बाकी गेम है, इसमें ये चीज़ चलती रहेगी, और इसमें अगर ये चीज़ नहीं चलती है तो फिर तो शायद इस गेम को खेलने का मतलब नहीं है। फ़न उसी चीज़ में कि आप लड़ो, दिखाओ कैसे खेल सकते हो, कैसे नहीं, तो वो चीज़ होती रहनी चाहिए। उसमें शायद ऑडियंस को ये बात समझने की ज़रूरत है कि अगर मान लो हमारी कभी फाइट ही नहीं होगी, तुमको देखने में मज़ा भी आएगा, मज़ा तो आना चाहिए ना, तो वही बात है। मेरे को एक टीम बहुत अच्छी लगी जो कि अपना सिनवे स्पोर्ट्स है। सिनवे अपने लास्ट टूर्नामेंट में बहुत अच्छा खेले वो लोग, और मैं मोक्ष को बहुत टाइम से देखता आ रहा हूँ। वो पहले हैदराबाद हाइड्रेस में था शायद, तो काफ़ी अच्छा करता आ रहा है एजल जो भी है। तो मेरे को लगता है वो टीम काफ़ी मतलब डिज़र्व करती है राइज करना, और वो करे अच्छा, यही चाहता हूँ उनके लिए। अगर क्राफ्टर ने 24 टीम्स को स्लॉट दिया है अपर ब्रैकेट में, तो सारी की सारी टीम्स अच्छी होने वाली है। वो ऐसा नहीं होगा कि ये टीम अच्छा नहीं खेलती या नहीं। तो 23 टीम्स काफ़ी अच्छा कंपटीशन देने वाली है, इसीलिए वो इस स्टेज पे आके खेल रहे हैं। और मैं किसी को भी कम नहीं मानता, लेकिन किसी को अपने सुपर भी नहीं मानता। तो जैसा भी होगा देख लूँगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है उसमें। प्लेयर्स जो मेरे को लगता है बहुत अच्छा करेंगे अभी आने वाले टाइम में, दो तो मेरी टीम में, मतलब क्योल माओ तो है ही ऑब्वियस है, लेकिन जो नए स्टार्स हैं उनकी बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, कि वो ऑलरेडी बहुत टाइम से खेल रहा है। तो मेरे को लगता है एक तो हर्ष जो मेरी टीम में, और हाइड्रो, ये दोनों बहुत अच्छा करने वाले हैं। और दूसरी चीज़ ये कि जो कंटेंडर्स मेरे को लगते हैं जो ग्लोबल चैम्पियनशिप में जा सकते हैं, ओजी मेरे को बहुत अच्छी लगता है। और मेरे को विस्गॉड स्पेशली बहुत बढ़िया लगता है। विस्गॉड एंड AKOP तो काफ़ी अच्छा कर चुका है अभी, लेकिन विस्गॉड शायद अभी तक अंडररेटेड है काफ़ी ज़्यादा। विस्गॉड को भी वो चीज़ें नहीं मिली जो वो डिजर्व करता है। आरू हो गया, और अपने आतंकीबाजी तो आई। मैं चाहता हूँ कि अगर मैं नहीं तो फिर ओजी वहाँ पे जाए।
देवी और सज्जनों, एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का स्वागत है एक बार फिर से KIE BMSD 2025। मेरा नाम है सॉल्टी, मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं स्पीरो, एंड दिस टाइम वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द मैचेस ऑफ बिटवीन ग्रुप्स A एंड C। ऑफ कोर्स बहुत धमाकेदार मुकाबले रहे, स्पेशली फॉर फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी एज वेल एज TrueRippers। बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा हिंदी डेस्क में चल क्या रहा है अभी फिलहाल के लिए, बिकॉज फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी जिस तबाही के साथ आज के दिन में उतरे, आई थिंक दिस इज अ मोमेंटम दैट दे हैव नेवर टच्ड बिफोर।
आई थिंक यहाँ ना हर एक खिलाड़ी, हर एक टीम की ना एक प्रिपरेशन टेस्ट होती है। और आज जिस तरह से वो आए हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है कि पूरा होमवर्क करके आए हैं, तैयार है इस पूरी लॉबी के लिए। और आप उनके रोटेशंस देखिए, फाइट लेने का तरीका देखिए, स्प्लिट को किस तरह से वो अपनाते हैं, उसके बाद किस तरह से रीयूनाइट होते हैं वो सारे प्लेयर्स। एवरीथिंग वाज फ्लॉलेस। आखिरी में जाके क्लच की बारी आती है तो क्लच भी कर देते हैं, तो सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है। आई एम नॉट क्यूरियस एनीमोर यार। आई थिंक पता चल चुका है कि कौन अच्छा खेल रहा है, कौन नहीं खेल रहा।
कौन अच्छा खेल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए तो हम सबको पता है, बट वो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स पे पता चलेगा। फिलहाल के लिए जो अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे उनके बारे में भी थोड़ा बात करेंगे, बट उसके पहले देवी और सज्जनों 10 UC तहत 10 U के साथ एक स्पिन, और अगर आप लकी रहे तो फिर एक ब्रिलियंट निक्सन सिनिस्ट्रा सूट आपके लिए इंतजार कर रहा है। ऑफ कोर्स जाइए, लुत्फ उठाइए इस ब्यूटीफुल सूट का। बट कमिंग बैक टू दैट कॉन्वर्सेशन स्पीरो, जो टीम्स अभी अच्छा नहीं खेल रही है फिलहाल के लिए, 5-6 गेम्स उनके हो चुके हैं, बट दे स्टिल रीलिंग एट दैट 20 to 25 पॉइंट मार्क। मैं बात कर रहा हूँ सिंसिनाटी किड्स, A डिबेट। क्या दिक्कत हो रही है, क्या लगता है आपको?
लॉट ऑफ टीम्स यार, काफी सारी परेशानी हो रही है, इस पे वापस आएंगे। बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं MVP की तरफ और नजर डालते हैं कि कौन है वो खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने सबसे बेहतर खेला है। ऑफ कोर्स यार, अगर ये सबसे अलग भी खेल रहे होते ना तब भी दिख जाता है यार यही MVP है, बिकॉज आखिरी में वो 1v2 किया, 6 फ्रैग टोटल निकाले, 586 का डैमेज दिया, 2 नॉक निकाले। इज अ रियली गुड प्लेयर क्रिप्टो। बट सिम्प जिस तरह से उन्होंने बचाया है गॉडलाइक को, पिछले मैच में पंख थे, इस मैच में सिम्प है। आई मीन एवरेज से ज्यादा के पॉइंट्स मिल रहे हैं। पिछले मैच में भी 8 पॉइंट थे, इसमें भी 8 मिल गए। They are doing their job really well.
They certainly are, and सिम के इस परफॉर्मेंस से जेनेसिस बहुत ज्यादा नाखुश रहेगी। उस मोमेंट पे शायद हम देखेंगे हाइलाइट्स पे। बट स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी 21 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट गेम इटसेल्फ। FS Esports 13 अंक उनको मिले हैं। AX की अगर हम बात करें 11, CK on 8, Godlike on 8, Soul on 7, Victorious Sumus for 8-bit on 4 points। पन्ना पलटेंगे और देखेंगे दूसरे पेज पे क्या है हालत, बिकॉज ये कुछ नाम है जो हमेशा ये दूसरे पन्ने पे नजर आते हैं। स्पीरो
मुश्किल बहुत है। मार्कोस गेमिंग काफी ज्यादा खराब शुरुआत हुई है उनकी। K9 मेडल, आई डोंट नो क्या हुआ, थोड़ा सा ओवर एग्रेशन देखने को मिला मेडल की तरफ से, जो वैसे भी तो जाने जाते हैं ओवर एग्रेशन के लिए, बट इतना नहीं होना चाहिए था। बट चलिए अब चलते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग पे और देखते हैं कि क्या नतीजा आया। 2 चिकन निकालने के बाद फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी काफी क्यूरियस नजर आए इस पूरे खेल में। और बैलेंस देखिए, 30 पोजीशन पॉइंट, 32 फिनिश पॉइंट, 62 टोटल पॉइंट्स के साथ अब वो #2 पे आ चुके हैं। ऑफ कोर्स TrueRippers नंबर 1, 80 अंक 6 मैचेस में। दे आर शोइंग एवरीवन कि BGMI खेलते कैसे हैं।
वेल BGMI खेलते कैसे है ये तो बाकी सारी टीम्स भी दिखाई थी, बट दे जस्ट कंप्लीटली टॉपल्ड देम। पन्ना पलटेंगे, पेज पलटेंगे और देखेंगे यहाँ पे क्या है हालत, बिकॉज हैव अ लुक एट दिस। हीरो एक्सट्रीम Godlike 40 points for them, Likitha Esports 39, BotArmyEsports 36, EVOX on 33, NoNx Esports 31, Genesis unlikely for them but 27 points from 6 matches। इस पे थोड़ा सा चर्चा करेंगे। 8-bit as well, 23 points from the 6 matches, and then the positions of danger। God's Reign, Cincinnati Kids, K9 Esports, Marcus Gaming, Medal Esports, बड़े नाम हैं यहाँ पे स्पीडो, और इन बड़े नाम के लिए जो भी दिक्कतें आ रही है, सोल्यूशन एक भी नजर नहीं आ रहा है।
देखिए ये अपर ब्रैकेट है, नाम तो सारे बड़े हैं, आपका काम आपको शायद थोड़ा सा और बड़ा बनाए यहाँ पे, और वो काम अभी तक नहीं आया। आप मिडल ई स्पोर्ट्स को देखिए, आए शुरुआत कितनी बेहतरीन हुई, 3 नॉक्स निकाल दिए, 2 फिनिश उनको मिले उसमें से, एंड ऑल ऑफ अ सडन सारे प्लेयर्स गायब हो गए एक प्लेयर को खत्म करने के चक्कर में। तो कुछ फाइट्स जो आपको लेनी चाहिए, कुछ फाइट्स जो आपको अवॉइड करनी चाहिए, और कुछ फाइट्स जो आपको बीच में छोड़ के चली जानी चाहिए उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे मिडल ई स्पोर्ट्स को। बट TrueRippers के हाइडो ने काफी अच्छा किया वहाँ पे। गॉड्स रेन को भी अब स्टेप अप करना है जब वो आएंगे आगे आने वाले मैचेस में। सिंसिनाटी किड्स, आई जस्ट डोंट नो क्या चल रहा है उनके मन में। सोमेन ने बहुत अच्छा खेला, बट एक प्लेयर के बल पे आप यहाँ से क्वालिफाई नहीं करेंगे सेमीज में, शायद क्वार्टर्स का रास्ता आपको चुनना पड़े। अभी भी वक्त है, अभी भी आपके पास बहुत सारे मैचेस हैं, यू कैन स्टिल मेक इट टू द सेमीफिनाले।
मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द अपर ब्रैकेट ने 6 मैचेस खेल लिए, अब उनके पास सिर्फ 6 मुकाबले बचेंगे टू काइंड ऑफ रीस्ट्रक्चर देयर पोजीशन। उसके बाद तो एंड गेम आ जाता है, उसके बाद आपको ज्यादा मौके नहीं मिलने वाले। ऑल द टीम्स हु आर फ्रॉम 17th to 24th, आई थिंक दीज 6 मैचेस, द नेक्स्ट 6 मैचेस विल बी एक्सट्रीमली क्रूशियल फॉर देम। अग्रेसिव खेलना चाहिए या फिर आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा सा स्थिर होके ट्राई टू गेट फॉर दैट पैसिव चिकन?
फर्क नहीं पड़ता यार, आप चाहे अग्रेसिव खेलो चाहे पैसिव खेलो, पॉइंट्स लेके आओ। वो आपको फिगर आउट करना है कि आपकी टीम के लिए क्या काम कर रहा है। अभी किस टीम के लिए होगा अग्रेसिव खेलना ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा, किसी टीम्स के लिए थोड़ा शुरुआत में रुक के खेलना ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा। बट शेड्यूल की तरफ चलते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स हमने आज की शुरुआत यहाँ पे करी थी शानदार तरीके से, जहाँ पे फर्स्ट क्यूरोसिटी ने वो पहला चिकन निकाला, उसके बाद गए हम मिरामार में, TrueRippers का एक्शन हमने देखा और उन्होंने लॉबी को जिस तरह से डिस्ट्रॉय किया वो भी देखा। उसके बाद सानोक में फर्स्ट क्यूरोसिटी आज के दिन का दूसरा चिकन निकाला, और अब बारी है एक बार फिर से सानोक के इस मुकाबले हुई, जहां पे ग्रुप ए वर्सेस ग्रुप बी आपको खेलते नजर आएंगे। मिरामार उसके बाद होगा, एरांगल उसके बाद होगा, ये तीनों मैचेस ग्रुप ए एंड बी खेलते नजर आएंगे।
काफी साधारण ये रोटेशन हम सबको दिखता है, हमेशा से यही शेड्यूल चलता हुआ आ रहा है। बट इफ यू टॉक अबाउट ग्रुप ए, आई थिंक टुडे इज गोइंग टू बी एक्सट्रीमली क्रूशियल। ग्रुप ए के बारे में बात करेंगे, एफएस esports, they are completely out of danger. मेरा NINZA, if you talk about them, I think they need a little bit of inputs.
हम ग्रुप ए में देखो तो सही, कितने टीम्स अच्छा खेल रही है। एक टीम दिख रही है मुझे एफएस, उसके अलावा तो कोई टीम ऐसी दिख नहीं रही जो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा कुछ कर दिया हो, क्रेजी कुछ कर दिया हो। तो ग्रुप ए तो सच में ऐसे लग रहा है कि सब आ रहे हैं और इनको हरा के जा रहे हैं, एफएस को छोड़ दिया जाए तो। ग्रुप बी में अगर नजर डालें तो BotArmyEsports, लॉस हर्मानोस को देखने के लिए हम सब बेताब हैं, और ओरांगुटान को देखने में मजा आएगा कि वो क्या करते हैं इन 3 मैचेस के अंदर। आज के दिन की शुरुआत होने से पहले जो टॉप 2 फ्रैगर्स थे दोनों ओरांगुटान में थे, 6 मैचेस में 0 भी थे आरू के, ये भी सबको पता है, इंटरव्यू किया था वहाँ पे रावण ने। बट गॉड्स, ओमन, NoNx, God's लिखिता esports, 4TR, ज़ीगॉड को भी देखने वाली बात होगी वो क्या करते हैं आज के दिन में। कल इतना अच्छा दिन नहीं था 4TR का, बट आज नया दिन है, मे बी नई स्ट्रैटेजीज के साथ आएंगे।
बॉट आर्मी एक सरप्राइज पैकेज की तरह उभरी है इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट के अंदर। आई डिड नॉट एक्सपेक्ट देम टू एक्चुअली हैव सच ब्यूटीफुल टीम कोऑर्डिनेशन, बट जिस तरीके से अभी आई फील लाइक बॉट आर्मी अपने आप को पोजीशन कर रही है, डेफिनेटली एक टॉप 8 का रास्ता तो हो सकता है। बट जैसे कि आपने कहा, कुछ बड़े नाम हेवी हिटर्स कम बैक लाइक लॉस हर्मानोस एंड ओरांगुटान। ग्रुप ए में जो दिक्कतें हो रही है, क्या उन टीम को और ज्यादा दिक्कतें होंगी, या फिर डू यू थिंक देयर विल बी सम सॉर्ट ऑफ रिलीफ? क्या लगता है आपको?
मैं तो ये सोच रहा हूँ कि यार आज ही तो बड़ा दिन था ग्रुप ए के लिए, आज तो बैक टू बैक 6 मैचेस हैं और वहां पे भी कोई टीम कुछ खास नहीं कर पा रही है अपार्ट फ्रॉम एफएस esports। सो मुश्किलें तो बहुत बढ़ चुकी हैं, और जब सामने सच में ऐसे अमेजिंग प्लेयर्स आएंगे, ज़ायरक जैसे प्लेयर्स, AKOP जैसे प्लेयर्स, मामला थोड़ा सा बिगड़ने वाला है। बट इट इज देयर टाइम टू मेक a comeback right now, because ग्रुप ए अगर यहाँ से कमबैक नहीं कर पा रहे, उनके सारे टीम्स नहीं कर पा रही, तो मुश्किलें बहुत बढ़ेंगी। बट बहुत सारी बातें होगी यार, अब मैच की तरफ चलते हैं। सानोक आपका इंतजार कर रहा है, कास्टर्स आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं, तो ओवर टू यू बॉयज।
Oh, thank you guys so much, Spiro, as well as Salty, for an amazing analysis here. But now we are going to be switching things up here in this new group. And this is going to be things a little bit of a difference of approach here. We're going to start things off with Sanhok, obviously. But at the start of the day, who would have thought FC would be taking the reins all the way through here?
I agree with you on that. I mean, game 1, game 2, game 3. Even though the chicken dinner wasn't there in game 2 as well, they did do quite well. They were securing those finishes. They did survive, I think, inside of the top 6, the top 5 of that particular match as well. And it is very impressive. And as you said, a surprising entry at the top of the leaderboard. But that is why this is the upper bracket as well, I see. We knew some of the best teams in the country are going to be here. And when you're playing against some of the best, you have to deal with a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, and of course, adapting is going to be key here. 8-Bit definitely having a lot of pressure here. They are currently below the top 12 here, so hopefully things are going to be further better here. They need to start grinding up some serious points if things want to be a little bit different here. But without further ado, let's jump straight into the game right now. There you have it, a new group in the fray here. This is Group A versus B in the map of Sanhok, and now we have Los Hermanos back in the picture, a team that we know they do have the fire potential to make it towards the top seeding here, but for them to completely, I would say, surprise us in day one, now back in action, are they going to be able to do the same here?
I think this is a team just quite similar to First Curiosity, where you have a lot of firepower and also the X factor of being new faces on the block. Los Hermanos this year itself have come into the limelight, and they are living up to all of the hype that was built up because of the first two officials of the year. And especially one thing that has changed in this tournament compared to how they were playing in the BGIS and the BMPS is Zyrax. He's been in an incredible form. Evil, Shadow, and Karlan, they were the usual suspect. They were the performing players, but that fourth man also firing on all cylinders is what has changed and is why Los Hermanos is right now one of the best teams in the tournament.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not do they have the consistent factor is going to be the question as well. But based on this flight path as well, it's very similar to the previous group's map flight path so far. But I don't know if the circle is going to be the same as well, because that was one of the faster paced games that we have seen in all tournaments, just because of how the direction of the circle has, as well as the flight path, has forced every single team, right? Came from a north, circle shift hard northwest. But fortunately for them, it is, I would say, the lesser evil compared to the previous circle. This one is going to be onto the northeast corner, but there is a lot of entry points prior to this. So this is not too shabby for every single team. Maybe for the teams on Alpha Island, but even then, it's not super crazy so far. But we are expecting company here, Johnny, in bootcamp. We have Reckoning going up against 4TR.
Oh, and look at Reckoning Esports. I mean, I don't think they were expecting this, but today, Reckoning, the players look in a good form. So I'm expecting them to come out on top. 4TR on the other side, already struggling in the overall leaderboard and playing their first match of the day. It's going to be interesting to see where do they find themselves. Reckoning Esports right now pinned in that center building, and a few players towards the eastern side. 4TR, all three players together, one man holding the southern front, just seeing if he can spot out the players of Reckoning, trying to move in towards his teammates and find that opening frag. But this fight is going to be about patience and a lot of pressure on Painter's life, the best performing player from the set of 4TR right now.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I want to see how things are going to be unfolding here. As 4TR official, they have to wrap things up quickly, but they don't really have the good sides of bootcamp just because they're playing the underground terrains a little bit more. Reckoning Esports, we've got Shubei, a young lad, one of the youngest players here in the tournament itself. Gonna try and find an off angle. He hears all these movements, but right now, the moment 4TR opens the door and walk out, that's gonna be a freebie for Shubei. Just drops a couple of Molotovs in. Seems like 4TR, they're pretty much stuck inside. Nothing much they can do about this. And just like that, 4TR, they're pretty much stuck.
Yeah.
They don't really have other places to go here. Like, they have to just brute force this.
Yeah, either that's what I was about to say. Either they take this fight or Reckoning just gains more control and eventually puts enough pressure on them to make them crumble. And Shob, he's just been standing still all this time. I wonder if INFGod and ZGod are aware this one man armed with an S12K is literally just right next to them. Well, they back off.
Oh.
It seems like Spidey senses started to tingle and they did not want to see or check if anyone was there. They just instantly fall off. 4TR putting some distance between them and Reckoning Esports.
Yes, I think this is a smart call.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not worth it. Like, it's not worth the time to commit towards a fight where you are put in a disadvantaged position. And right now, their only logical thing is either stock up a little bit more or just get out of the city. Just head towards the north side warehouse, which is kind of empty for now. But even then, taking too much time is just not worth it. Especially inside the map Sanhok, where control, timing, spacing is going to be very, very important. So We gotta put that on hold right now. Let's take a look at how Los Hermanos is doing. They're pretty okay, but oh, never mind. 4TR, they re-engaged. Seems like they found a good entry point towards the B building.
Oh boy, I mean, this is where an opening can be found. And as you mentioned, they have entered the center building, but Reckoning Esports, it seems like all angles are marked, and Dion moving in from the back lines can cause some trouble. He's not going to be alone as well. He has another teammate with him. A stun lobbed out to try and confuse the players of 4TR, but Flock still just waiting for 4TR to make the first move. Both these teams not really willing to commit into the action on their own footing. They want the other team to make the first mistake. Is that what it has come down to?
Yeah, you kind of have to as well. Reckoning Esports, they have the upper hand. There's no reason for them to give up advantage, right? Like,
yeah.
So 4TR, they're trying their best to get a jump on towards them, but they just can't find the angles here. Like, look at this. Reckoning is always in a position where they're just always going to win fights if 4TR don't brute force their way through. So right now, finding those 1v1s is what 4TR is going to be looking for, but it's going to be very, very difficult here. But on screen here, Delta finds a pick on God's Omen. Almost takes down the second as well.
Yeah, Max Robert extremely low, and he does manage to escape, but Lucifer, there's no saving this devil. And Max, spotted out for a second. Delta could have actually picked him off, but yes, did not really expect God's Omen to fall back the same way where they came from. And here we have it, the kickoff between the two sides. Dion charging forward, half his HP gone away, and it's 4TR who kicked things off, shoved out of the way. NINZA knocked out as well. Reckoning down to 2 players, but they've brought it down to a 1 versus 2 now. Flock the last survivor. Damage dished out with the DBS. And he has, or could actually have, the upper hand in this fight if he actually gets a reset and somehow turns it around to a 1v1, but a little bit of confusion for Flock as he wanted to go for the finish confirmed. Now he sees one more man, 1 versus 1. No HP on the other player as well. Flock, a slight edge in this fight. Will he come out on top? The answer is no! The pressure, the confident INF God just pushes through and brute forces his way to a win. Not a single player lost by 4TR, and they come out on top.
That is so unfortunate as well. Reckoning Esports, they had all the upper hands in terms of angles.
Yeah.
What went wrong? Like, how did that fight break down to a point that they were forced to just go completely ham on every single direction? Like, Dion was pulling some, I don't know, like Mission Impossible stunts through the roof and then getting a knock. I was like, wait, how did he lead that to a point there? Everybody's just trying to make individual plays rather than playing as a team. So 4TR, that was so close, but that was too close to be called comfort, man.
I agree with that. I mean, that was a scrappy fight. If it's down to a 1v1, you have already pretty much lost. After that, I mean, if you recover with all 4, good for you, but you just got lucky.
Oh boy, that was just a 50-50 coin flip at that stage here. But still, nevertheless, 4TR definitely, you know, got to be very happy about that win. That's going to be 1 team out, Reckoning down with 0 points, absolutely nothing, which is very, very unfortunate here. But for the rest of the world, they are already making their way into this next phase of the zone. As you can see, Genesis currently almost smack middle of the zone on the south side. He does scout out some of these rotations here. Likitha Esports now, 3 crosshires, 3 finishes. Hunter gets a perfect line of sight, and that's going to be 1 point, almost getting the second, and they do get the second as well. But actually, it's going to be stolen away. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well, unfortunate. There are a lot of teams eyeing this particular compound. And as you mentioned, there's a big cluster, a decent-sized cluster around where Likitha Esports is, because Los Hermanos is present towards their north. We just saw Genesis down south. And there's BotArmyEsports and FS also closing in from the southern side. Likitha Esports might be in a world of pain. Look at Starboy. He's stuck. Can't go anywhere from here.
Yeah, nothing much they can do about this as well. Los Hermanos got him pinned. Same can be said for Genesis. Likitha Esports is pretty much going to be stuck in those buildings for the longest of time until the zone forces them out and takes them out. But other than that, Genesis, they're going on a hunt. What? Hello? Okay. That is got to be the quickest, cleanest drive-by ever. Viper and Zap. Damn. That is, they just got no fear.
Man, it's Sanhok, it's a man called Viper, and of course they do zap the other player out of existence.
So we gotta name this the combo, the Viper Zap.
Yeah. Wheezy combo.
But Genesis Esports just playing so confident here. But let's take a look at the replay and how the things actually happen as well. Oh, Z-God had found Shub as the opener. That's why all hell went loose there. And because of that, 4TR was able to kind of equalize the fight into a 1 versus 1. Yes, you know.
This was brilliant.
Yeah, this was sick by Flock though.
Yeah, but then this was
just, you know, you hit the sickest shot, but missed the easiest shot ever.
I mean, you know, that the first shot, that first knock that brought it down to a 1v1 was sick, but the next one was just sick. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, man, I like the double meaning, man. It's the high sick and the low sick.
Yeah.
That's just unfortunate here. You can see the disappointment, the frustrations from Reckoning Esports. But fortunately for them, they're not eliminated yet. You know, this is a good time for them to actually get used to the environment, new team, new setup, new play style needs to be adapted as well.
This is Reckoning Esports. They're not supposed to be getting used to the environment. It's Reckoning Esports.
This is Reckoning Esports with now 3 players.
Yeah.
It's only Dion remaining with 3 new young guns. Shube is not really a young gun. He's like a sub back then. He's got a lot of mechanical skills. I was able to catch a chat with Dion. His biggest problems was like, we've got skills, but they've got no experience.
No experts, yeah, agreed.
Yeah, that was the one thing here. He told me today, this other day, I told him like, hey, just chill, just do what you can and wake up. But seems like they're trying, but it's got to take time, man.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. I mean, Flock is also a young athlete. I think Flock is one of those players in that team that has some experience. But again, he's a young player, and young players usually have the tendency of letting things get to their heads. And Reckoning Esports, I think the best thing that can happen for them is just find some stability in the next few games. Even if they walk away with like 6 or 7 points per match, that is still going to be an improvement.
Yeah. Hopefully things are going to be for the better. But at the rate how things are going in each and every single group so far, getting into the top 12 just means one massive game and you're in.
That is true.
Right now. The huge vacuum of points on the top side, especially coming from Los Hermanos, coming from AX, coming from TrueRippers, is making it very, very close here, especially for top 12. Way much closer compared to low brackets here. On screen now, we can see Marcos Gaming. Huge spray down. S-Power gets taken out.
What a spray that was. Instantly takes out his front tire, forces him to spin out. And then Marcos Gaming with that finish confirm as well. 8-bit, it seems like, well, those pixels aren't really doing a good job. On the other end now, BotArmyEsports, they heard all that commotion and their heads instantly turn in the direction of Marcos Gaming. Who's there? Is what they said to themselves.
Yeah, even 8-bit is also trying something new here. They brought in Beast this time to kind of fit the role, try and adapt to their basics. And I like how Somraj in his interview has also been saying that, you know what, let's just stick to the basics for now.
Yeah.
And even though this is a championship lineup, but this is a championship lineup that has gone through dismantling and also reassembling. So I wouldn't say it's the same that we saw in BGIS, but it's going to take time for them to get their chemistry back in action again.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, they need a breather, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's not been a good ride in that 8-bit party bus, but OG on the other side, just like one shot on line. Fine and easy knock mid rotation. BotArmyEsports getting punished over there for being complacent and not really checking their surroundings before they move in. And now in a world of pain, BotArmyEsports, it's going to be difficult to recover. 2 players stuck in the open, surrounded from every single direction. Los Hermanos watching their spot.
Yeah, and Kalan going to be in a very, very awkward angle there. Going to be playing on a stalemate here, but 8-bit seems like they are going to be having a little bit of run-in with Genesis here. Genesis has no fear, no retreat. They hear sound, they are going to go boom. That's going to be Viper's motto here. Hunters and Vipers lobbing out some serious nades. Massive nades on Somraj. Second one almost connecting though. Viper may have dropped it a little bit too early, but the damage has been done. But Hunters says it's all good. Aquanox gets knocked, and that's going to be the push coming from Genesis Esports.
The man is called Hunters. Of course, he's good at hunting players, but 8-bit, I see, I'm scared. This is going to be it. The point from Genesis stolen though. But Beast gets knocked out, and from the back lines, a third party coming in. FS with the cleanup, and 8-bit shattered yet again. Another game, another heartbreak. It seems like if you are an 8-bit supporter, Ooh, this is gonna be a long tournament for you.
Yeah, definitely. But FS Esports, they are just sneaky in all fronts so far. They've been playing the long-range game for the longest of time. Previous Sanhok, they did the exact same thing. Almost got the chicken dinner. Dropped the ball in the 2v1 situation. But this time, everybody is fighting from afar. I'm going to be snatching some serious points here. And just like that, FS, they themselves get some decent point. But they themselves need to find space to push into zone right now. Because Genesis also figuring out what to do next. And on screen here, we do see Orangutan also wrapping up a couple of fights himself. They're looking for gunshots, looking for some sort of space and fights to actually third party here. But nothing super crazy, but a massive gunfire has been sprayed down here. BotArmy pretty much beating themselves inside that shack. And they themselves get tagged hard.
I mean, they've been put down for a while. OG was the team that picked up one of their players mid-rotation, and Lion was the man they shut down. And then Los Hermanos hasn't really allowed BotArmyEsports to move out of that shack. So OG, they show up, looking to put more pressure. But there was another fight on the finish feed that caught my attention. It was K9 going up against 40R. Trades have been made from either sides, but both the teams still surviving. And it's a fight that's broken out on the western edge of the current play zone. So we'll keep track of how things go over there. And in fact, let's just head over there. In fact, 40R pinned down. Genesis show up. Oh, he barely survives. He's barely alive. Viper, though, on the other end, does manage to go up against the players of K9, but that was a mistake. Genesis losing players left and right. Gravity is the last man surviving, and he's spotted in a 1v2. The nade goes out. It blows up midair. A big blunder coming in from Genesis. This is a perfect example of biting more than you can chew.
Yeah, definitely as well. A little bit of misplaced here coming from Gravity. Just like that, Genesis now surrounded as he is being pinned by not just one, but two teams here with K9 on the fray, checking every single angle. Gravity has not much options left. He's forced to play defensive plays. Smoke here to try and keep his position. Not exposed yet. A secret. And K9 seems like has been drawing the attention of FS. Going to be turning their crosshairs on their slug. Gets a very nice headshot, but no knock there on Levi.
This is about to get very intense. FS, as you mentioned, I see they were sneaky. And they're trying to sneak into the backlines of K9 Esports. And now K9 might be in a very awkward position. They can't really move up because there's Gravity and there's 40R, and the backlines are compromised by FS. Have to wait for the next circle shift, both these two teams. It's going to be interesting if the circle moves away. Oh, no. K9 Esports, they just came from there. Now they're going to be forced to just once again charge towards the players of FS Esports on the other end of NON. In a conflict of their own against the players of Marcos Gaming. Both the teams just trying to strat check each other, but both of them end up losing players.
Yeah, but while this is happening as well, NoNx, they are in a situation where they need to back out now. 20 seconds left, the zone is about to push them in. And right now, they don't really have an idea where they should be pushing through here. They hear all these gunshots on the south side, but apparently they just can't do anything about it. Like, they want to farm some finishes, but they just can't do it. Circle is going to force them to leave their depot here. Gravity finally goes down in the hands of K9. His earlier spokes gone down to waste, could not reposition, and K9 was able to wrap things up and get a point themselves.
I mean, they just brute force their way into 40R. And Gravity was forced to back off, just gives them space. But in the end, he also suffers the same fate. Now, that was very interesting because two options available for K9 Esports. Either they fight for the western control or they move down south, and they choose to move down south. The southern edge is theirs. Los Hermanos make an attempt. One after the other. The beast sinks its teeth into its prey. 10 eliminations for K9 Esports already, and they're not looking to slow down. As I said, the southern edge is theirs. Their IGL went up, said hello to the players of FS, and now is joining his team back. K9 Esports, they look incredible right now, finding their way inside of the top 7 as well. But OG, EVOX, almost shutting down these apes. One more nade, Atanki, second knock. There it is, Aru also falls. They're down to the last man. AKOP is the last hope for Orangutan. Well, no, Wizgard is also there. My apologies.
Yeah, he still is alive as well. OG, they definitely need to get those resets here. They are right at the edge of the zone, and they have to push inside the zone itself. It's going to be a very difficult one to do so. But as you can see, Wizgard is panicking. He's about to tap the zone as well. Can he get Aru in time? Yes, just in the nick of time as well. And they will get the reset here for Orangutan. They've got 3 men alive, but the zone will shift in towards Paradise once more. EVOX does have prime position. Godtrain on the northeast corner does have prime position as well. West side, we have FS having prime position. So there is going to be 4 teams that is pretty much very happy about this zone. But how will they collide against each other is going to be the question here. NoNx getting picked apart by Godtrain on the east side, and that is going to be NoNx out on 7th position. Well, K9 Esports still on the hunt to clean up all the south side. Seems like it is in the clear.
Yeah.
Now their problem is going to be how do they push in.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say this might be coming to an end for K9 Esports. Slug, he checks the shack, spots out 2 individuals, now just hiding, waiting for his teammates to show up. Here comes the rest of the squad, but they got to be careful as well. Showing up from this angle is going to put them in the line of fire, but Slug, Reaper, he chose to go for a gunfight and instantly gets punished. Ninja Boy in the backlines from K9 Esports does get taken out. Oh! He breathes fire with the DBS! Dragon, what was that? Both the players from K9 Esports have their teeth just broken in their mouths.
Oh my god! 1 pump is all they need and they go bye-bye. K9 Esports, they may have stepped up big time, but you have woken the dragon, baby. Oh my goodness, Meta NINZA. That was a sick play.
Man, he just gave them.
Oh my god.
He just gave them summer teeth, man. Some are here, some are there.
Oh. Big game for K9,
Yeah.
but that was just unfortunate. that was just unfortunate, man.
You know what though? That's the irony, right? No matter how good they played in this match, that is still gonna be the best clip of the day.
Yeah, from how they just went down like that, that was just
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have a new contender this time, Dragon OP. He has been awoken, but will he be able to unleash even more fire here? Lavish gonna be playing around the shack here, making no steps so far. Lavish, will he going for the check is gonna be the question here. It looks like the Molotovs comes through. He does check it, and it's the exact same play. Dragon OP just stands on top of the table and says, you know what? I'm gonna be A-okay. The Molotovs is well, yeah, right. Yes. This you know, it doesn't spread the fire on top of the table, man. Like, that's the safe spot, brother.
Lavish is still aware that there's someone in there though. He still wants to check it, I guess. Oh no, but does he have any utility? On the other side, by the way, we completely missed it. We are so excited about that one dragon that OG just got wiped out.
Yeah, and now Lavish says, you know what, I've got other people here as well, but Dragon, he comes out and picks him! When you least expect it, he comes out, takes a freebie. Bye-bye, Lavish, sit down. Oh...
That's the thing, 2 Molotovs in his face, he doesn't move, and as soon as Lavish just gets distracted, Dragon chooses to strike. But God's Reign, they finally realize they have weapons as well and start shooting at anyone they see. 6 eliminations secured, the only team that stands in between them and the chicken, and it's going to be actually 1 player from the side of FS, and that's going to be Levi. And Roman, actually. Roman is also there. FS is down to a 3-man roster, and God's Reign as well. It's a 3v3. Is God's Reign going to secure this win, or are we going to see another failed attempt from the Titans?
Yeah, FS now. This is the second attempt here in Sanhok, making the top 2, but this time it is going to be a 2 versus 2. Roman against Destro as well as Delta. He's got to play his angles correctly. He gets the last one, but there is going to be a 1 versus 1, but Delta could not find the last player. He's going to go down, and that's going to be FS that takes the chicken dinner finally. Oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, Roman, everyone, all right. All of these players, look at how stressed they are, and then there's that man, Lavish. You know why he was smiling? He also knew what happened to him over there, but I have to say, FS, lovely performance. What a day, what a game from this team. And of course, it's kind of similar to how they were playing during the last Pro Series as well when they ended up finishing top 2. It was this team under a different banner. But man, oh man, what a game of Sanhok. And I have to say, IC, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, I'm kind of disappointed with God's Reign. This was their game, Paradise Resort. The circle was on top of their heads for the longest time. They had cover. They just had to win the end game fight against FS, and they just completely dropped the ball.
Well, all things considered, at least they still made it to the top two. So
Yeah.
I would say that is a better performance compared to yesterday's
That is
performance.
very true.
So I would say that's a small little victories that count here, because again, this is a marathon. It's all about getting in top 12, being number 1, number 2, number 3, all the way to 12th place. It's not much of a difference.
Fair.
Difference is you either make it to the semifinals, or you gotta play the quarterfinals against the lower bracket top 12. So
Yeah.
that is gonna be the biggest difference right now. So I would say getting in top 12, great, good enough.
But I think we are going to see a little bit of a recap of what happened and how things went down towards the end of the game. And while that happens, I guess that gives us an opportunity to talk about some of the biggest players of this particular match. First of all, K9 Esports just going absolutely berserk. And then that one man who's also the IGL, but when his teammates aren't really doing their job, he's like, all right, I'm going to be the IGL, I'm going to be the fragger, I'm going to be the support, I'm going to be the scout, does everything by himself. I'm talking about Dragon OP.
Yeah, definitely. And even the final moments as well. Like, well, we're not looking at Dragon's highlights in this final blow here. Obviously, it is going to be a assault towards K9's injury, but in this final moment, I like how FS has been playing tactically this entire day as well.
Yeah.
Their entire objective is just getting into fights that do not affect them. And their third partings, every single fight is just phenomenal.
Look at that, a choice words exchange between the players of God's Reign. And I think it has me a little bit worried, to be honest, about the team and what is going on with them. Yesterday as well, we saw them very a time get close to that chicken dinner position, but just completely drop it. Happens yet again.
Well, unfortunately to say, things needs to be ironed here in terms of their formations. They
Quite a
need to
lot,
fix their basics, and even 8-bit as well has been struggling in terms of their overall performance as well. I think every single team has been trying to adapt to their play styles or even their basic strategies here, but so far, not overthinking is pretty much the way to go here.
Yeah,
I would say.
I guess so. I mean, just stick to what you have known all this time. Like for K9 Esports, you have mechanically gifted players. Why are you trying to hide from everyone? Just run into those fights. And Omega actually did a brilliant job of taking the pressure of getting the information all upon himself. I'll get you the info. I'll tell you where you are. You guys just make sure that he's not there anymore. And that sort of a 1 then 3 approach kind of has worked out quite nicely for K9 in this game.
Yeah, I actually like K9's performance now compared to the yesterday as well today here. So this is like, if K9 is able to continue this consistency, they should be able to crawl themselves into a top 12.
Exactly, but let's see. We still have 2 more matches left in the day, ladies and gentlemen. All of that and more after this break.
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
Hello everyone and welcome to the BMSD 2025 analyst segment here. We are currently in the upper brackets, and of course my name is ICBB12. Joining me is Rawan, as we are going to be talking a little bit more on how things are going here on BMSD. Interesting enough, Rawan, I had a very interesting game on this Sanhok map here, but so far FS Esports is on a roll today. They have been very consistent so far, and they have been engaging in fights in ways where they don't directly confront people or attack people. They're just picking people from farming points, and out of nowhere they just get chicken dinners. What are your thoughts on FS performance so far today?
देखिए एफएस के लिए कहानी बड़ी सिंपल से रही है। जिस तरीके से उनकी स्टार्ट हुई थी, अपने ग्रुप से बोल सकते हैं कि बेहतर वो परफॉर्मेंस हमें देखने को मिला था, बट एट द एंड वो एक्सपेक्टेशन होता है ना कि आप ही धीरे धीरे करके बढ़ाते चले जाते हैं, तो उम्मीदें उनसे बहुत ज्यादा थी, फाइनली वो परफॉर्मेंस आया।
And of course, for these guys watching out here on the screen, we do have a new suit here. It's going to be Dravi X suit out on the picture. Be sure to check it and in the game. Get a spin daily, and it's just only 10 UC. Don't let this offer slide right now. It is very nice. But now, all things considered as well, when we talk about FS, there is another team here. I think earlier today, we had a conversation. Necro brought this up very importantly. He specifically mentioned about K9 Esports here. he did not like their performance, yes, but that performance is now played super aggressive. What do you think about that?
देखिए K9 के लिए मैं थोड़ा और ऐड ऑन करते चला जाऊंगा, जैसा आपने सवाल पूछा, बट उससे पहले इस खिलाड़ी के बारे में थोड़ी सी बातचीत कर लेते हैं। FS फाइनली गॉड एक्स इन फॉर्म, जो कि FS के लिए बहुत अच्छी खबर रहने वाली है। 5 इंडिविजुअल फिनिशर निकाले गए, डैमेज भी काफी ज्यादा बेहतर, और साथ ही साथ K9 निंजा बॉय वो 4 फिनिशर, ड्रैगन क्या कमाल का सरप्राइज दिया गया था, और उसके बदौलत ये खिलाड़ी भी यहाँ पे डेल्टा भी काफी अच्छे फॉर्म में। AK अगर एवरेजेस भी निकालेंगे तो इतना काम तो चल जाएगा कि ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में ये हमें जरूर टॉप 5 में देखने को मिलने वाले हैं, बट मैच स्टैंडिंग 20 पॉइंट FS की तरफ से।
Yep, of course, they did get themselves 20 points as well. K9 doing really well, even though they got taken out rather early, but the amount of finish points they've gotten themselves here wrecks themselves in towards the top 2 position with 13 points. We've got Godstrain, also a better performance. Yes, they may have fumbled the chicken dinner, but still, this is some points for them to retain into the top 12. OG also 12 points. These are one of the few teams that did pretty okay. But let's talk about teams that kind of struggled in the bottom half here. I want to talk about 8-bit. I want to talk about Reckoning Esports. I want to talk about Genesis. These are 3 teams that have a lot of experience, but somehow kind of dropped the ball that game here.
Hopefully इनका भी हमें कमबैक देखने को मिले, क्योंकि ये वो टीम है जिन्होंने रिसेंट कुछ इवेंट पे वो ट्रॉफी भी उठाई थी, वो डोमिनेंस भी हमें देखने को मिला था, लेकिन अभी थोड़े से गायब चल रहे। बट ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग TrueRippers 80 टोटल पॉइंट्स पहले स्थान पे, एंड FS एक अच्छा मुकाबला और आ चुके हैं दूसरे स्थान पे। हाँ, मैच प्लेड अगर आप देखें वो 7 हो चुका है, बट स्टिल top 2 FS खुश होंगे यहाँ से।
Yeah, but of course, when we talk about FS Esports, that is a little bit of grind. Like you said, 7 match played, right? TrueRippers has pretty much set a lead so far, but right now, my question here is, in the upper brackets, is it important who's going to be number 1 or number 2? Not really, right? Just top 12, good enough. But now, let's talk about the cutoff right now. BotArmyEsports is currently in 12th position. Godstrain, with that performance, is able to push up closer to that. But the gap towards top 12 is not really that big of a difference right now, because we are seeing that huge vacuum of points kind of congested all the way into the top teams so far. So that means 1 or 2 good games is all you need to make in the top 12 right now.
चलिए, उनके लिए तो अभी भी जैसा आपने बताया कि एक आध मैचेस वो कम बैक कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इनका क्या, 17वें से 24वें स्थान पे जो है इनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ती चली जा रही। बट मेटा निंजा 23 पॉइंट, ड्रैगन बहुत ज्यादा खुश होंगे, सरप्राइज किया गया K9 को, और मजेदार ये पूरा मूवमेंट था K9 के लिए।
I think that's got to be the MVP moment coming from Reckoning. That's got to be the play of the day. That surprise moment where, if you think about it, K9 Esports, they did all their due diligence. They sat there and they checked, okay, there's somebody in there, Molotovs here, Molotov there. Oh, wait, everything's on fire, but Dragon is just on top of that table, and surprising enough, the fire just doesn't burn up on top, which is weird. And the moment they go in for the push, 1 shot is all you need, takes 2 players out of K9. K9, they played really well, but that was just unlucky.
होपफुली मतलब ये जो स्टार्ट मिला है ड्रैगन को, और जैसा आपने बताया K9 थोड़े से अनलकी थे, बट स्टिल अच्छे खासे फिनिशर्स निकाल के गए थे। K9 भी तो वो अपने परफॉर्मेंस से बहुत ज्यादा खुश नहीं होंगे, बट निराश भी नहीं होने वाले। बट ड्रैगन, उन्हें और इस तरीके के मैचेस यहाँ पे ढूंढने की जरूरत पड़ने वाली है, तभी जाके वो बाउंस बैक कर सकते हैं। अभी तीसरे पेज में है, उन्हें दूसरे पेज पे आना पड़ेगा, फिर पहले पेज की तरफ कदमों को लेके जाने की जरूरत है। एटलीस्ट वो टॉप 12 में जरूर आना चाहिए। बट फिलहाल अगला मैच तैयार है, सीधा चलते हैं कास्टर्स की तरफ।
It's the second last game of the day, and still a lot of concerning names and big names on the latter half of the board. K9 Esports, for them, we have seen a bit of that recovery, but in my opinion, that recovery is not enough. And speaking of the previous game itself, for God's Reign, it could be in their chicken dinner, but they messed up that one fight against FS Esports.
They definitely did, but ladies and gentlemen, can this team, Los Hermanos, bring back their old glory is the question. I can see the players locked in. Everyone hyper-focused. I'm pretty sure the rest of the 15 teams in the lobby as well are going to be pretty hyper-focused. Ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar on your screens in about a couple of seconds. Here we go.
The plane's in the skies once again for the second last time of the day. And this time, the plane's going to be starting all the way from the southern side of the Los Leones towards La Cabrera. This plane fly path tilted a little bit towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards right, for example, El Azhar, Camp Militar, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch.
Yeah, it will be a tough stretch, to be honest, because that is one of those regions extremely hard to attain, and also vehicles moving towards there hard to find. We'll find out if those will lead to early collisions, or are we going to have a peaceful first half of the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. But this time, on your mic is going to be Salty, and with me joining alongside is going to be Necro. It seems like a lovely sunny morning on the map of Miramar, but currently speaking, not so sunny for a couple of those teams. So one of them has to be Genesis Esports. Necro, one of your favorites.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Genesis Esports, but one thing is for sure, we're not seeing that same aggression from Genesis Esports anymore. This team is much more passive, and it does seem like they are on that experimental phase, which does make a lot of sense. This is one of those stages where you can experiment since you know you're not going to be eliminated from the competition, and that's what Genesis Esports is taking advantage of, and this is the advantage that the upper brackets have over the lower brackets. Speaking of EVOX, dropping all the way towards Puerto Paraiso, it's going to be slow and steady start for EVOX as well. For BotArmyEsports, now heading towards Minas Generalis. Now that's a little bit weird for BotArmyEsports. They actually do want to move towards Valle del Mar. So it's interesting. For BotArmyEsports, probably want to stay away from all the chaos. And speaking of Minas Generalis, you've got God's Omen heading towards that spot.
Interesting stuff. Also, we've usually found out that K9 Esports usually love that region of Hashin del Patron and the compounds near it. So if there is an instance of these two teams coming together, might be a possibility that K9 will have to inflict first damage. Even they have been struggling way too much. And I heard you, Necro, you were actually complaining about K9's performance on the analyst desk. What just happened over there with Anki?
Look, for K9 Esports, to be honest, we expect a lot more, right?
Yeah.
Especially winning a third-party tournament in such a massive style, and now transition towards this tournament. Yeah, the performance is not really matching up. You expect a lot more from a champion lineup, and it does seem like K9 Esports is not exactly performing to the champion standards yet. But what do you think?
I mean, I completely agree with you. It's just that one of their players, Omega, has been kind of holding the fort for the lineup. Slug as well has sort of been contributing here and there. But then Beast and Ninja Boy have massively underperformed, in my opinion. And I think if these two players also pull up their socks, there can be improvements coming in for them. But for that, they don't have a lot of time remaining.
True that. And speak of not having a lot of time, you've also got NoNx on the screen. Yesterday played all the 6 games. And from NoNx, the performance was pretty lackluster. Today in these 3 games, NoNx, they need to perform no matter what. 1 game's played already, Kana. Now he takes his buggy on top of this hill. Wants to secure a high ground for the boys. NoNx probably do want to play around it. There's also Likitha Esports in the close by, so they need to be a little bit careful. And Likitha Esports is one of those teams that's looking pretty decent in the overall standings. They've got decent amount of points. And they've also spotted that man from NoNx. Inferno knows what exactly is going on. He knows there's a man making the climb on top of the hill. And he probably wants to make it stop. Look at Inferno wanting to create that off angle. He's trying to go as far away as he can.
I don't think he's going to get a line of sight, to be honest. I think he knows exactly what is happening, just like you mentioned, but then Likitha Esports, they don't really have any interest in trying to stop that. Yes, once NoNx do get that high ground, I think Likitha Esports are going to be in a world of trouble, so they have to be a little more cautious. But Necro, this is one of those standard circles of Miramar right around the center of the map. I think majority of the teams who will be quite equidistant from each other, not really engaging into those initial fights. So we are expecting a rather passive first half of Miramar. What do you think?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what's going to happen. Majority of these Miramars, they have been extremely passive and slow. And once again, it seems like we're going to see the same scuffle happen again. Look at the esports. There was already a man at top, and it was Kana. But unfortunately, he gets caught off guard. That's quite unfortunate if we look at the esports. NoNx Kana able to get that finish point. And now look at the esports losing that high ground they had. That's got to sting. The remaining 3 players, they need to back away. And that's what they're exactly doing. They've realized they've lost the high ground. But Kana, he's probably going to try to take those fadeaway shots. Return firing against the man as well. And Smoker, he finds that needle. Eventually, does want to get the confirmation too. It's going to be tough. Are we going to see the backup from NoNx? And yes, we will. Another man caught off guard. And this is where the major advantage is now in the hands of NoNx once again. The confirmation as well follows up. NoNx getting their hands on the vehicles as well. And they probably want to beat there on the high ground too.
Likitha Esports have messed up massively. I don't see any world where they actually come back into this fight, to be honest, unless and until all the players of NoNx actually get wiped off. Especially the first man. I still don't understand how did Kana make that climb with the buggy and still find the finish in spite of taking so much time. And now look at this, Smoker spams against that man, Kalyuk. And he's been taken out of the game as well. It's both the teams getting equal trades left, right, and center, but then none of them are going to come out of this fight healthy.
What is Smoker doing? Did he not know there's a guy on top? Of course he did. And then just get caught off guard like that. So weird. Look at the esports made so many mistakes, so many errors just in this one battle. And now it's Inferno, the last man standing. And I highly doubt he can beam anyone down. The Inferno beam's going to be missing this time. No teammates for the man to be supported. Speaking of look at the esports, as I mentioned at the start of the game, they're doing extremely good in the overall standings. But if you're going to have back games like that, then that's going to hurt you. OG on the screen. And even for OG, things have been looking a little bit different. Yesterday's day was fantastic, but today's day start was not the ideal OG start. But looking at the elimination feed now, NINZA taking those shots against NoNx. Getting that confirmation too. NoNx in a world of trouble as well. The spot they've got, it's compromised.
The high ground not really paying dividends to them, is it? At the distance, you have Team 40R in front of Team Orangutan. You did mention how today was actually not as good as it was yesterday. But I think Orangutan, they've done the heavy lifting. 65 points on the overall standings. They just need about 15 to 20 points more. And they will be into the semis. Talk about another team who has had a very good start to this competition will be God's Omen, especially yesterday. This man, Lucifer, was the devil himself.
True that. With how God's Omen as well has been looking like recently, we know it's a team with a lot of potential. Yesterday started things off with a massive chicken dinner. Later on, we did see that form fade away. And speaking of Shogun, this guy, he's quite the OG as well. Veteran inside of the scene. Does have a lot of focus and also experience with it. He's someone who packs a lot of punch as well. He's played for glorified lineups like Team Insane Esports in their prime. And he's also been a part of God's Reign. So he knows what exactly needs to be done. But the moment I say so, Lucifer falls down. Yesterday we saw an insane moment from Lucifer, but today he messes up big time. And that's going to be a pop-up for Ninja Boy.
At least K9 Esports got off the mark, and Ninja Boy has always been finding these knocks and finishes left, right, and center. This man has been successful in finding those outliers and has been capitalizing on top of them. But the point is, in 4v4 fights, when a team charges against K9 Esports, someone who is supposed to be, someone who is tasked with defense is always Ninja Boy to try and be that first line of offense and stop that attack, but he has been failing to do that ever since. This time at least, K9 Esports, they do have the favorites of the circle. San Martin is where we are heading, Necro.
This zone shift, it's definitely quite a curveball one. Out of all the territories, shift is up north. And this one is going to be catching a lot of teams off guard. Especially looking at 8-Bit towards the left side of the map. For 8-Bit as well, today's day has been pretty lackluster. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with 8-Bit, but it feels like this combination, they're definitely having a lot of struggles. And 8-Bit's not able to get over it. NoNx Esports, all the 4 players looking good and dandy after snatching that previous game. Of course, they're going to have the confidence all-time high as well. Levi, in the previous tournament, this man was the main playmaker, but this time it's been Godlike so far. But Godlike gets caught off guard. That's going to be Ninja Boy once again knocking on the doors. And K9 Esports doing a fantastic job in making sure NoNx Esports, they will be caught off guard completely.
Ninja Boy has been knocked out in the distance. It seems like NoNx Esports, they've also put some retaliation work into the mix of things, and now they come in from all different directions. The shotguns go blazing in K9 Esports. They completely engulf the lads from FS. Only one player stands tall, and that will be the MVP of PMPS, Levi, with a humongous task on his shoulders.
Just one man against the entirety of the squad. It's going to be tough. But look at NINZA finally realizing they need to be aggressive. Here to third party. You do see 2 players right around the horizon. They probably do want to get a few pop shots as well, maybe get a few confirmations, steal those frags away. It'll be tough. Utilities tossed out from the pros, and as we move on towards a different fight, even for BotArmyEsports, this fight against OG is going to be desperately needed. OG is one of those teams that's doing extremely good. They've got a red-hot form with them. And while if you speak of the players of BotArmyEsports, a lot of things have been going wrong. But look at AKOP. This man, he probably does want to get the confirmation too. But BotArmyEsports, they're in a massive pinch. And eventually, they've been eliminated from the game too. What just happened? Aru fragging out.
Surprised? Well. Somebody who had 0 finishes in the entirety of D1 comes out in clutch against BotArmyEsports. 2 eliminations in quick successions. We saw AKOP try to wrap around from the back lines, but it felt like BotArmyEsports wanted to close the gap and wanted to push up, and that is exactly where Aru came in clutch. But now look at this, Orangutan, they are so aware of their surroundings. They knew problems are not over already. There are a couple of outliers up top. They're already looking at NoNx Esports.
Reckoning Esports. Position they've got. To be honest, Reckoning Esports can make a lot out of it. But let's see how they play this. We have seen a lot of mess-ups from Reckoning Esports in the past couple of games as well, so I would not be surprised if they do mess this thing up as well. But it all comes down to the experience at the end of the day. Shub in the game 1 itself was doing fantastic, but the transition later on wasn't that smooth. Reckoning Esports is still on the latter half of the overall standings, and considering the fact that they were playing all the 6 games today, we expected a major leap in the overall standings.
Talking about expectations, Necro did not expect 2 back-to-back hard shifts. The circle has been giving curveballs after another. This time Levi, he is once again being charged by the lads from K9 Esports. Did reposition, but that is not going to pay him dividends. Molotovs coming in, nades coming in. It seems like for Levi, the task is just keeps on getting harder and harder. The shotguns go boom, but he still kind of gets himself absolutely cornered. And of course, with Slug facing him, he's never going to be able to succeed.
Unfortunate. Really unfortunate. The man was cornered and pinned, and he could not do anything in that given circumstance. Had to take the fight no matter what. He took the fight, but was not successful. And for K9 Esports, finally back to the aggressive front, right? Finally the K9 Esports that we wanted to see. Well, NINZA, unfortunately, they're dropping down bodies, and it's not looking too good. Beard Baba's down as well. For NINZA, they're taking those fights. They're getting rewarded too. But in this one, as Beard Baba has been ripped apart, the remaining 2 players from NINZA, they're now left in a pretty awkward spot. EVOX on the receiving side. A lot of those shots are taken from NINZA, and Reaper, he actually finds a second knock as well. Executor's down. Now the fight's taken down to a 2v2, and Reaper, the man still tapping away, spots another man on the horizon. Shots were taken, but no connections found yet. The opponents, they're getting a complete reset.
Usual course of action should have actually been Reaper to close in the gap, to try to push up, especially after that second knock, but EVOX, given the time to reset around the smokes, it seems like they will get back on all fours. But right around the corner, I did spot Team 8-Bit. And if they are there, they will be hearing this commotion. They will be looking to pounce on.
EVOX out in the open. Not a lot of cover to play with. And they do not even know where to go. It's such a bad spot to be in. Reckoning Esports. All the 4 players next to each other. And this is where things can vary a little bit. K9 Esports now on the receiving side. As it's also going to be the players of God's Reign putting in a lot of work. For K9 Esports, in my opinion, things might just start to sting soon. At least they do have a decent bit of elimination points in this game, so that's going to compensate. Looking at the players of God's Omen, Max is the only one with any sort of finishes, while the remaining players, one of them is knocked out and finished, which is Lucifer. And now for God's Omen, these three remaining players, they've got a lot on their shoulders. And that too outside of the blue, that just makes it even worse.
And the reason they are outside the blue is because Reckoning Esports, they find themselves in such a lovely position, marking just the insides of the circle, forcing God's Omen to not to leave their territories. But then that will also result in them getting electrocuted. One option that they have is to try and make that mad dash, but look at that, none of their three players have any sort of HP to actually work with. And if Reckoning Esports could have taken advantage of it, they almost had 3 finishes, but no shots being taken. That is bad news.
In my opinion, God's Omen, they should reset and reposition. Patch themselves up, find a different way to breach inside of the zone. Taking a fight against Reckoning Esports is not the ideal start God's Omen wants to have to the final few moments. There's also IG Los Hermanos, and that territory, it does seem quite vacant. So if God's Omen wants, they can actually breach in from that side, and that's what they're exactly doing. Marcos Gaming on the screen, another one of those teams that has been struggling so far. I personally expected a lot from Marcos Gaming, especially the way they played in the recent third-party tournament. Marcos Gaming was supposed to perform in this one.
We saw little tricks up their sleeve as well. Noddy, Stone, BGMI. We saw that lovely little parkour movement on the map of Erangel, but then after that brilliance, it seems like all of that performance has kind of died down.
Look, you don't really get points for parkour. You get points for eliminating teams.
See, that is skills nonetheless, right? It's just skills not translated to points. They could not use it effectively. Well, we'll find out if they can actually do that on this map, but they still have at least 4 players alive. And one good thing about this entire lobby is that one big game, a 120-pointer, you will be climbing a lot of stairs.
Of course you will be. The overall standings are still pretty fragile. As you mentioned, one massive game and you can instantly make a massive catapult. But that's the thing, right? We haven't really been seeing a lot of these catapults. NoNx eliminated from the game too. Problems after problems. It's K9 Esports on the aggressive front, and of course they're getting rewarded. And this is the K9 Esports we all wanted to see. Finally, K9's aggressive, and we're getting to see what we wanted.
Beast in form is something which I would love to see, but now look at this, another team who is supposed to be aggressive, but has failed to do so. Genesis Esports in front of our screens right now. The first Molotov does come through, forces Noddy out of that compound. Retaliation coming in from their side, but it seems like Marcos Gaming, they are on their knees as Wizard is down. Noddy is on 20% HP as well. Gyro God and Stone BGMI, they're being forced out of this entire fight as well.
Oh my god, another nade tossed in, and that's going to find a knock against Noddy. It's quite unfortunate, Marcos Gaming. They're getting dismantled in such a one-sided way. Not even a chance to fight back, and eventually the entirety of Marcos Gaming, they vanish and evaporate into thin air.
Wow. Wild side of Miramar are we getting to see. This is the Mexican desert, ladies and gentlemen, but on towards another fight. EVOX Arshit finds himself in a world of trouble. Surrounded with smokes for sure. But now look at this. Meta NINZA in a ditch. They've actually been caught off guard. Genesis Esports, they are high flying. And now, another team who is flying high has to be Team Orangutan. And Archit, completely surrounded with force, is going to fall down to his knees as well. Add that to the tally of Orangutan. They are looking for targets after target. 6 on their tally already. And look at that from the distance. Aru finds yet another one. Just one player survives from EVOX.
True that. And look at OG, constantly on the slam, constantly on the run. As they're shutting down players and teams back to back. 7 finishes already racked up from OG. Things looking so good and dandy. Now on the southern side, off the map. They're playing around the edges. And yeah, looking at the players of 8-Bit as well. They're also putting in a lot of work. 4TR, they make the pounce, but it's maybe a little bit too late. INF God, the man is all by himself against the entirety of 8-Bit, but he still finds that crucial strike. But that's not going to last for too long as 4TR, they've been eliminated by the hands of 8-Bit.
Lovely positioning from Somraj. Love that from the distance, kind of separated from the rest of the squad. But now I guess he hears the convoy arrive. And the convoy that is knocking on the door, it's not something to scoff at. It is Team Orangutan who try and occupy the warehouse right outside of them. Not going to be easy for them to try and dissipate the damage. There is also the lonesome survivor of Likitha Esports, who has been surviving for quite a while, Necro.
Yeah, he indeed has been. To be honest, for Likitha Esports, with how that entire scuffle went off the rip, it was just bad. The presence of mind, the awareness, it was lacking throughout the entire battle. And that's what the opponents took advantage of. And the moment you said that, look at Likitha Esports, eliminated from the game. Maybe you should have just kept quiet.
I might try actually do that, but then I won't do it. Let's find out which are the teams who are going to fall Genesis Esports. Let's just talk about them for a sec. Shots being taken by Team Orangutan. I like this approach coming in from them. Always looking to clear their south side. Always chopping off their backside. No backstabs being found so far. Genesis Esports, who are threatening their presence, they are trying to nullify them as soon as they possibly can. But now look at this. Somraj had the clear opening. One vehicle. They had 3 players inside, but they still failed to connect.
IG Los Hermanos is on the move, and they're going to find that one straggler lose from OG. And they say thank you for that free elimination point. Just cruising past him, but they actually do find that free elimination point. But now they themselves are an open feast waiting to be devoured. As Genesis Esports from the far frame taking those constant shots. Colin, the man, was on the verge of being knocked out and confirmed. Just for that one finish point and just for that loot. IG Los Hermanos, they might have just ended up throwing this game.
They potentially have. Genesis Esports, though, they have been racking up those points, which has been desperately missing from the KD so far. 7 eliminations, and they have multiple targets in front of them. One will, of course, be Orangutan, but also there is another team in the ditch. That is IG Los Hermanos. They talk about them. Genesis Esports taking a little bit of hurt. Yash needs to be picked back up. Zap has been subbed out, and I'm not sure if that decision is going to pay off, but Genesis Esports, they definitely need to move inside the circle.
Indeed do. The man's still knocked out, and he does want to get him inside of the vehicle, but he's also making a lot of mistakes as he's panicking. Eventually, he does get him inside of the circle, so that's a good news. Genesis Esports, still a man's down. The revival's coming through, but look at Shadow. He's actually lurking in the shadow. IG Los Hermanos, the only glimmer of hope inside of the game. Yesterday's day was fantastic. It was brilliant, but we're not really seeing the replication of that today.
The blame for this team's state at this point has to go to the driver. Had he not rammed into the tree, I think the rest of the 3 players would have actually survived, but then...
I think they actually got greedy for the loot as well. They wanted to loot up. That's what I personally think.
They wouldn't have actually rammed into a tree, but nonetheless, we'll find out, hopefully, when we talk to the players later on. But Team 8-Bit, currently one of their players, S-Power, in fact, in the front lines, will actually find himself knocked out. Look at this. Nades coming through from Shadow. I believe he's taking a fight which is out of his league because Genesis Esports, they are still 4-man strong, and Yash has been caught off guard from the backlines. The rest of the 3 players will chase him down, of course, and Shadow will get run over. That is a statement and a half.
That's what you like to see from a banner like Genesis Esports. 11 finishes on the block already. Genesis looking extremely strong. Look at his power. The man's still taken down pretty low, and eventually he's also going to get ran over. As Genesis, they look desperate for the confirmation. Viper, the man's knocked out. And now 8-Bit, for them it's going to be go call that's made. They want to punish the players of Genesis Esports even more and maybe potentially get the fallen player back up, but it's already too late. S-Power's confirmed. Genesis Esports, they're going for that reset, and maybe they will get that too, and yes, they do.
Viper needs to heal up. The nade quite wonderfully placed, but he did reposition himself. But now look at this, their Erangel is going to fall. Beast from the flank has been taken down as well. Yash pretty brilliant over there. Somraj trying to find someone through the smoke, but no hit markers, which means Team 8-Bit will have to buy some time, but they don't have a lot. The blue zone's approaching, Necro.
True that. And Somraj, he's going to toss out a smoke. He realizes now it's time to take a bit of that pit stop inside of the fight. Get the reset, get the fallen comrades back upon their feet as utilities are being tossed in from Genesis. They know they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. They know they're a lot up inside of this fight. And they do have a bit of the edge over 8-Bit. Somraj runs out of bullets in the magazine, now falls back and gets the fresh one. For 8-Bit, they're still in such a bad spot, but now Genesis, they're done waiting. They're going to make the pounds, and 8-Bit, they do seem like they're quite hurt. Aquanox up close and personal, but even he fades away as Genesis Esports' aggression, it's back in full form. 15 finishes from Genesis.
7 on Viper. This team is looking unstoppable at this point. Completely wiping off the south side of the circle, and that is under their control. On towards the other side, God's Reign. Can they hold on to their possession is going to be the question, because Reckoning Esports are fighting hard for it. But of course, they will have to disengage. Nades coming in, a lot of retaliation from the flank as well. God's Reign have done a good job holding majority of the circle, but can they translate it to a chicken dinner is the question, because they still have 0 finishes to their name, Necro.
They indeed do. For God's Reign, once again, that same old passive playstyle, avoid the fight, survive till the end. That's what it is. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But if you end up missing the final few fights, you are pretty much compromised on the chicken dinner as well, which is not a good thing. Now imagine if God's Reign gets 4 points or 4 eliminations and then a chicken dinner, that's just 14 points. It's not enough. That's where you're supposed to go and take the fights and get the elimination points too. But having a look at the replay of a fight between the players of Reckoning Esports and their opponents, it was quite an interesting fight. God's Omen unfortunately faded away in that one.
The plunge in the deep was being off for a second, but then Reckoning Esports forgot that this is the map of Miramar. There will always be third parties. Wait a second. 2 back-to-back explosions right in the face of PMWI, but he survives that scare somehow. The Molotov might actually force him away from that cover. But he still finds a little pocket of space for himself. Team Orangutan not giving an inch of space, and now Westcott is going to devour him. But from the sidelines, it's going to be Beast from Team K9 Esports, and he finds a knock.
The man just raining down death and destruction at this point. Look at God's Reign, already a casualty on their name. All the passive playstyle for what? This? To get knocked out in such a weird way? And imagine if you end up losing this entire fight, it's just going to be creating a lot more problems. But eventually, they still do have a day saver. And that's going to be in the name of Neo. He was there to try and provide the cover fire as well. Even Justin is able to rack up a few elimination points and save the sinking ship for God's Reign. But still, Delta was the casualty inside of the entire game.
5 teams, 9 players remaining inside of this final fight, ladies and gentlemen. It is anybody's game at this point. If you go ahead with the man advantage, then God's Reign for sure have the upper hand. But K9 Esports, Orangutan, both surviving with 2 players each. Genesis Esports with just 1 lonesome survivor. And of course, K9 Esports. You've been brilliant so far, 9 eliminations. This is the performance that has been missing from K9 Esports, and they're back for a while. But now, when they look back in prime form, can they take down their arch nemesis, God's Reign? That will certainly be a big question.
For K9 Esports, the amount of elimination points they've got, it's already helping them. Even if they do get eliminated in the top 3, that's still a solid performance from K9. And this is what I was talking about. This is why you need those elimination points. Even if you miss out on the chicken dinner, you still have a lot of points backing you up. And for K9 Esports, that explosive start at the start, it has really helped them. Looking at the replay of the Reckoning Esports fight once again on how exactly the fight was executed by them, it was a little bit of an awkward engagement between the players of God's Reign and Reckoning Esports. For a moment we thought Reckoning Esports might just be able to fight back, but then, of course, God's Reign having the man advantage in that instance, eliminating the entirety of Reckoning Esports.
Look at that lovely bird's eye view. One side of the road completely dominated by players from God's Reign. They do have a little bit of the circle as well, while the rest of the players, 4 teams completely scattered in multiple directions. OnePlus K9, they have got themselves a little bit of a ditch for themselves. PMWI IGL inside of the circle, but then Hunters is inside of the blue, or barely inside of the blue. I feel like this can actually be the outlier. Nobody knows about his presence. Nobody is aware of his presence. If he does decide to actually get up, those tally of 15 finishes can actually be brought up to by a margin. Finds Beast, the top fragger from K9 Esports, confirms it as well. Just needs to devour Omega.
I'm pretty sure Omega is now going to try to play that ratty playstyle. Try and survive for as long as possible. Get as many placement points as you can. K9 is already looking good on the elimination bracket. They just need the placement points now. God's Reign tossing out the utilities in the hopes of finding some sort of knocks. And those utils definitely do dish out a lot of damage. Justin follows up with another nade, and that's going to chip a lot of damage away. With God, he's the one facing the players of God's Reign as of now. Another nade tossed out, And it's going to do a bit of that chip damage once again. AKOP is taken down to barely any sort of HP. This nade, it's going to find the knock that was desperately needed. Another one tossed out, and that's going to be the confirmation. OG down to just one last guy in the name of WizGod. And he's the one with the nature inside of a bush, waiting for the opponents to push up and make a mistake. But God's Reign, they've got the advantage in the final few moments, and they know it's their game to lose. And that's why God's Reign, they're playing a bit on the passive front. Genesis Esports, the man pushes up, gets his 17th frag. This is insane from Genesis. Hunters with 5, Viper with 7, Gravity with 3. Genesis Esports, if they would have gone to chicken dinner, this could have been a nuclear performance, but Hunters knows he cannot get it. So anyways, he gives that elimination point away to the gods of BGMI. But now as God's Reign, they make the final dash towards the last man surviving of K9 Esports. Even that frag is missed out. God's Reign does not have a lot of elimination points to back this chicken dinner up.
It's so surprising that Destro never celebrates after a chicken dinner.
That's just 14 points. There's just nothing to celebrate about it.
So, God's Reign have 2 chicken dinners in all the matches that they've played. And in both those occasions, they only had 4 points.
Exactly. Even if you're getting a chicken dinner, that's not a lot of points. That's not going to give you the boost that you need in the overall standings. And that's my whole point. Imagine if they only had 4 more eliminations. That could have been 18 points, and that could have been a world of difference.
Genesis have more points only by virtue of finishes.
Yeah.
You don't even need to add the position points to actually match up to God's Reign and the Italian. This is how much of a difference aggressive playing style versus a much more passive approach gives you. But then Destro, I think he has his game plans. But for now, I think they are, I'm talking about Genesis, they are going to find themselves a lot of confidence back, and so will K9 Esports, because both these two teams, they're known for their aggressive approach, but they were not really being successful on it. But once they find success, we know that they can actually snowball out of competition anytime.
And I'm finally happy. I'm seeing that aggressive front from K9 Esports and Genesis Esports. This is what I was asking for, even on the analyst panel, and I'm finally getting to see that. Now, I just want to see Metal Esports as well on the aggressive front, and maybe things can be better. We also did see the aggression amp up from the side of NINZA. Yeah, it's a whole different thing that the conversions wasn't really good, and that's why NINZA has been struggling. But I do believe the fact that since they've got so many games, they can keep on going aggressive and just get their playstyle a little bit more smoothened out.
We're talking about smoothing out. This one was a very smooth gameplay coming in from God's Reign as well. Look at that. 4 eliminations being shared between Justin and Destro. That is it. Nothing from Neo. Nothing from Delta. Only 146 points of damage coming in from Delta and 155 from Destro. I think that has been a cause of problems because Delta, this man was once the MVP of the BGIS, the entirety of the tournament, the overall tournament. But now you look at his impact in every single match, it's bare minimum.
That's the whole point, right? And I feel like the only person to blame over here is Destro, because he's just driving his team too passive. That's what I personally think. Justin, Delta, these guys have so much potential. They have so much fragging potential, but it just feels like on the field, they're just backing away constantly. They're not taking those fights. They're playing it passive. Even inside of this game, they were avoiding as many fights as they can just to survive in the end moments. And yeah, the final few moments, of course, they had the man advantage, so they were supposed to win that game. But that's what I mentioned, right? Now just getting 14 points in the overall standings, it's not going to make a lot of difference.
It certainly will not make a lot of difference. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, with that being said, I think a little bit of a resurrection for God's Reign, a little bit of resurrection for Genesis, a little bit of resurrection for K9 Esports. But what happens to 8-Bit? I don't see any signs of life from this team. But all of those discussions, ladies and gentlemen, will happen on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का स्वागत है एक बार फिर से BMSD 2025। एक आखिरी मुकाबला बचा हुआ फिलहाल के लिए, बट एक बहुत बढ़िया मुकाबला देख के आए मीरामार के मैदान से। मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं मेजी एनालिस्ट डेस्क पे, बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा इस बार क्या राज था अचानक से जेनेसिस ई स्पोर्ट्स एकदम फर्स्ट गियर से लेके फिफ्थ गियर पे ट्रांसफर करे, एंड क्या ही बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस, 17 फिनिशेस एंड ऑफ कोर्स चिकन डिनर रह गया बस।
उसके पहले भी मैच में उन्होंने वो झलकियां दिखाई थी। सैनहॉक का मैच था जहां पर जेनेसिस ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला था, तो मैं ये एक्सपेक्ट करके चल रहा था कि हाँ अब धीरे धीरे वो लय पकड़ रहे हैं और एंड में कुछ बढ़िया धमाका वो करके जाने वाले हैं। वैसे भी आज के दिन पर उनके 6 मैचेस थे, तो पॉइंट्स तो उनको निकालने ही थे। आज के दिन पर वो मेक श्योर करना चाहते हैं कि अपने आप को टॉप 12 के अंदर वो बनाकर रखें, स्ट्रॉन्ग पोजीशन पर बनाकर रखें। पर अगर ऑडियंस हमारी चाहती है कि वो गेम के अंदर अपने दोस्तों के बीच पकड़ मजबूत रखें, तो उसको लिए आपको ये निक्स सिनेस्ट्रा जो सेट है वो चाहिए होगा। 10 यूसी मात्र अगर आप स्पिन करते हैं, लकी इनफ रहे, आप ये सूट अपने लिए बना सकते हैं।
आप लकी थे?
अभी तक नहीं।
मैं तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं हूं, तो मेरा तो सवाल ही नहीं बनता। बट लकी थे GDR जो बिना कोई अग्रेशन के भी मुझे लगता है कि एक बार फिर से एक 4 फिनिश वाला चिकन डिनर लेके गए। 2 चिकन डिनर अभी तक प्राप्त हुए, दोनों में 4 पॉइंट। आई डोंट थिंक दैट इज वेरी इंप्रेसिव टू बी ऑनेस्ट मेजी, मेरे ओपिनियन में।
पर अगर 2-3 और चिकन डिनर आ गए फिर अपना वो काम कर देंगे। 14 का अगर एवरेज इस तरीके से मेंटेन होता रहा तो वो बहुत आसानी से ऊपर चले भी जाएंगे। पर वाइपर हैं जिन्होंने वो 7 फिनिशेस निकाले, 799 का टोटल डैमेज उन्होंने डील किया है, बढ़िया तरीके से वो खेल कर गए। चलते टॉप 5 की तरफ, वहां पर बाकी 4 प्लेयर्स को देखते हैं। बीस्ट एक बार फिर से उनकी वापसी हुई है, 6 फिनिशेस निकाले, कमाल का ये खिलाड़ी है। हंटर्स 5 के साथ हैं, ग्रेविटी खुद 3 और आतंकी वो भी 3 के साथ।
मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुश हूँ स्पेशली विद K9's परफॉर्मेंस, बिकॉज जिस तरीके से खेल रहे अभी तक मुझे लग रहा था कि बहुत ज्यादा अनलकी फाइट्स में जा रहे थे, बट फाइनली बीस्ट शोड अप एंड शोड देम हाउ इट्स डन। बट पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ चलेंगी, जेनेसिस बिल्कुल शिखर पे, नंबर 1 पोजीशन 22 पॉइंट्स, K9 Esports 15 पॉइंट्स एंड गॉड्स रेन एट 14। ओरंगुटान का एक और कंसिस्टेंट प्रदर्शन, 13 पॉइंट्स विद देम रेकनिंग esports। यहाँ पे एक बहुत बड़ा जंप देखने को मिलता है, 5 ऑन रेकनिंग, 5 ऑन 8-bit, NoNx on 4 points, God's Omen की अगर आप बात करो 3 पॉइंट उनके पास है। Los Hermanos not that impressive in this one.
मार्कस गेमिंग ऐसा लगता है कि वो लैग हो चुके हैं, मेटा निंजा ऐसा लगता है कि वो लैग हो चुके हैं। 4TR को आप देखिए, लगातार खराब प्रदर्शन उनके लिए चलता हुआ। FS के लिए आप कह सकते हैं कि हाँ ठीक है, उनके पहले के मुकाबले बहुत बढ़िया रहे थे। इसके पहला वाला मैच उन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया खेला था, इस मैच में 1 पॉइंट है, उतना कुछ खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता। पर अब चलते सीधा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और वहां पर देखेंगे कौन कौन सी टीम कहां मौजूद है। TrueRippers 6 मैचेस खेलने के बाद 80 टोटल पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले हैं। ओरंगुटान अभी तक चिकन डिनर नहीं आया, पर 8 मैचेस खेलने के बाद 78 टोटल पॉइंट्स।
Impressive stuff. FS Esports को देखिए 70 points total. I don't think they have any problems to actually worry about. Los Hermanos की अगर आप बात करो 63 points for them. Team AX 54 points. Genesis Esports a very big jump coming in from them, 53 points as well. But अगर हम पन्ना पलटेंगे तो God's Reign यहाँ पे 46 points. This match kind of put them in the top 12, but अभी maintain करने के लिए एक और chicken dinner की दरकार, because have a look at this entire page. पूरे 8 पायदान में बस 10 अंक का फर्क।
और सबसे बड़ी बात कि कई सारी टीम है जो 8 मैचेस खेली है, कई है जो 6 है, जैसे सोल है 6 खेली है, गॉडलाइक वो 6 खेले हैं। यानी कल के दिन पर जब वो अपने लगातार 6 मुकाबले खेलने वाले हैं, वैसे भी कल के दिन पर सबके बराबरी के मुकाबले हो जाएंगे, 12 मैचेस सब अपने कंप्लीट करेंगे। पर चिंता का विषय यहां से शुरू होता है, जहां पर 8-bit 8 मैचेस खेलने के बाद बस 28 पॉइंट लेकर बैठी है। रेकनिंग 27 के साथ है। मेटा निंजा कंप्लीट कर चुकी है 4TR, उन्होंने अपने 8 मैचेस कंप्लीट किए, 25-21 उनके पास मौजूद है। ये एक चिंता का विषय जरूर रहेगा मार्कस गेमिंग के लिए भी। 8 मैचेस खेलने के बाद कौन सोच सकता है कि वो टीम 17 पॉइंट के साथ रहेगी।
Well, अभी मार्कस गेमिंग को जूझना तो पड़ेगा अपने प्रॉब्लम्स के साथ, बट वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट 8-bit एंड हमने एक इंटरव्यू में देखा था जहां पे सोमराज ने बताया था कि पहले 3 गेम्स ही वांट्स टू स्काउट आउट, लॉबी कैसा है वो परखना चाहते हैं। बट पहले 3 गेम्स तो हो गए, उसके बाद के भी 3 गेम्स हो गए, नॉट अ लॉट ऑफ चेंज इन टर्म्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस। समहाउ एस पावर का जो फायर पावर है वो कहीं ना कहीं मिसिंग दिख रहा है। एक्वोनॉक्स जिनको हम लैंड डीमन के रूप से जानते हैं, उनका भी परफॉर्मेंस डाउन है। क्या लगता है व्हाट कैन ब्रिंग टीम 8-bit बैक टू देयर ग्लोरी?
हाल फिलहाल के जितने भी इवेंट्स हुए हैं वहां पर उतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन नहीं रहा उनका। इस मैच में रेडन को बेंच किया था, वो बीस्ट को लेकर आए थे, लगा था कि शायद कुछ बढ़िया हो सकता है। थोड़े बहुत जो गेम प्ले थे वो भी ठीक ठाक तरीके से चले जरूर हैं, पर 8-bit के लिए सफर अभी बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा है, बहुत दूर है। अब आज के 9 मैचेस कंप्लीट करने के बाद 7 मैचेस बचेंगे, जिनमें से कल उनको 3 खेलने हैं, देन उसके बाद 4 मैचेस उनके पास बचे रहेंगे। और भूलना नहीं है कि जो फाइनल डे होता है वहां पर कोई भी सैनॉक का मैच नहीं होता, आपको अपने इरांगल मिरामार 2-2 खेलने होते हैं। पर अगर हाईलाइट की बात करी जाए तो कुछ इस प्रकार से बॉट आर्मी वर्सेस ओरांगुटान की फाइट की शुरुआत हुई थी, जहां पर फ्रैगर सबसे पहले वो डाउन हुए थे और उसके बाद आरू गाड़ी लेकर सीधा आए और गाड़ी पर सीट स्विच करके जो उन्होंने यूएमपी का प्रदर्शन करके दिखाया, मजेदार परफॉर्मेंस।
मुझे 2 मिनट के लिए लगा था कि शायद जब AKOP बैकलाइंस पे जाएंगे वहां से वो फिनिशेस निकालेंगे, बट आरू वाज ऑलरेडी प्रीटी ब्रिलियंट। लीवाई एक ऐसा मैच जहां पे ज्यादा इंपैक्ट डाल नहीं पाए, बट दिस वाज वन मोमेंट। जेनेसिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स ऐसा लग रहा था कि जहां भी टारगेट्स दिख रहे थे चारों खिलाड़ी टूट पड़ रहे थे कि कितने फिनिशेस निकाल सकते हैं।
अभी आप रीपर और बाकी जो प्लेयर्स हैं उनकी बातचीत सुनिए, काफी ज्यादा एग्रेसिव बातचीत, और रोमन की तरफ से भी हमने वही देखा था। ये सोमराज का वो ग्रेनेड था जहां पर वाइपर को डाउन किया गया था, उसके बाद हंटर्स वो अकेले आगे चले गए और क्या बढ़िया वहां पर नॉक्स एंड फिनिशेस निकाले। और सोमराज उनकी तरफ से भी वो आप गुस्सा देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनको भी पता है कि भाई ये सारे मैचेस बहुत जरूरी हैं। अगर यहाँ खराब प्रदर्शन हुआ क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में जाना होगा आपको।
मुझे लगता नहीं क्वार्टर फाइनल्स खेलना वुड एक्चुअली बी अ बैड ऑप्शन, बिकॉज आई थिंक दे ओनली गेट मोर प्रैक्टिस। मुझे लगता है कि आपके ओपिनियंस दूसरे हो सकते हैं। सेमीफाइनल्स में ऑफ कोर्स आप एक पड़ाव मिस कर जाते हो, आप स्किप कर जाते हो, बट नॉनदलेस मूविंग अहेड यहाँ पे गॉड्स रेन अपना दबदबा दिखाए, स्पेशली विद एडिशनल मैन पावर। बट यही राज रहा है डेस्ट्रो का, हमेशा अपने मैन एडवांटेज को बरकरार रखते, लास्ट तक लेके जाते चारों खिलाड़ियों को। बट क्या ये स्ट्रैटेजी काम करेगी आगे जाके? बिकॉज हम देख रहे हैं कि जितने भी टीम्स अग्रेसिव खेल रही, इनिशियल फाइट्स ले रहे, वही सक्सेस प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
और लास्ट के दोनों फ्रैग्स गॉड्सरेन सोच रही थी कि उनको मिल जाएगा, पर दोनों ही प्लेयर प्ले जोन के बाहर ही फिनिश होना उन्होंने सही समझा, और 4 फिनिशेस के साथ गॉड्सरेन ये दूसरा चिकन डिनर है जो वो लेकर गए। पर जैसे मैं कह भी रहा हूं ना कि इसी तरीके से 2 और चिकन डिनर आ गए, अभी भी शायद वो 46 के आसपास मौजूद हैं। अगर 14-14 लेकर वो ऐसे तरीके से आते हैं तो भी आप सोचिए कि 74 के आसपास के जो पॉइंट्स है वो उनके पास मौजूद रहेंगे, तो उनका सेट है काम, क्योंकि 2 और निकाले, अभी भी उनके पास 7 और मैचेस बचे हैं। आसान होगा गॉड्स रेन के लिए,
आसान होगा डेस्ट्रो के लिए तो स्पेशली आसान होगा, बिकॉज सर्कल्स बहुत बढ़िया प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हैं। K9 के लिए अभी शायद वो मौका बन सकता है, बिकॉज फाइनली हम प्लेयर्स को उभरते हुए देख रहे हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ फॉर्म। निंजा बॉय जो स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, बीस्ट स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, हम इंग्लिश टेस्ट पे भी बहुत ज्यादा चर्चा कर रहे थे कि स्लग एंड ओमेगा इस टीम को फिलहाल के लिए तो स्टेबिलिटी दे रहे थे, बट देन निंजा बॉय एंड बीस्ट जब तक नहीं आते वो हाई फ्रैगिंग परफॉर्मेंसेस नहीं आएंगे। बट फाइनली अब बीस्ट चलते दिखे।
और जरूरी है बीस्ट का चलना, क्योंकि हमेशा हम देखते हैं कि अगर K9 से कोई एक प्लेयर चलता है तो धीरे धीरे बाकी भी लय में आ जाते हैं। अभी आज बीस्ट ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला है, 6 फिनिशेस निकाले। उम्मीद करता हूं अगला जो एरांगल का मुकाबला है वहां पर आपको निंजा बॉय, स्लग, ये भी जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी चलते हुए नजर आए। पर अगर वाइपर की बात करी जाए तो अभी थोड़े दिन पहले ही वाइपर का एडिशन हुआ जेनेसिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स में। हालांकि बहुत समय से वो हंटर्स और ग्रेविटी के साथ खेलते हुए दिखाई दिए हैं। 17 टोटल फ्रैग्स अभी तक निकाले गए हैं, 15 नॉक्स निकाले थे, 2978 का डैमेज उन्होंने डील किया है। तो बढ़िया गेम प्ले अभी तक वाइपर का चलता हुआ,
बढ़िया गेम प्ले। एंड आई लव हिज एग्रेसिव अप्रोच। मुझे लगता है कि ऑफ कोर्स हंटर्स के बाजू में जब भी आते वाइपर का एक अलग फॉर्म दिखता है। ऑफ कोर्स हंटर्स के बिना भी रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स को अपने कंधों पे लेके चल रहे थे वाइपर, बट अब with gravity and hunters right by him, I feel like अभी तो उनको कोई दिक्कतों का सामना करना ही नहीं पड़ेगा। जेनेसिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स लय ढूंढ रहे थे बहुत ज्यादा, बट अब उनको वो मिलता हुआ EVOX हमारे सामने। क्या लगता है इस टीम के बारे में मेजी? बिकॉज आई फील लाइक एवरेज परफॉर्मेंसेस, कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंसेस जरूर आ रहे, बट देन वो बड़ा फ्लैशी चिकन डिनर वो इनकी तरफ से मिसिंग आ रहा है।
EVOX एक ऐसी टीम आप मान सकते हैं जिन पर निगाहें किसी की है नहीं। वो नॉर्मल तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस दे रहे हैं, अपना स्लो एंड स्टडी वाला जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो लेकर चल रहे हैं कि धीरे धीरे किसी के ऊपर कोई निगाहें नहीं होंगी और आराम से वो सेमीफाइनल्स में पहुंच जाएंगे। इस तरीके से वो खेल जरूर रहे हैं। पर चलिए आज के दिन का आखिरी मुकाबला एरांगल का शुरू करने का समय आ चुका है। चलते हैं सीधा हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ।
Man, oh man, I mean, a lot of things discussed by our lovely experts, and of course, we want to talk about the expressions that are there on the faces of a few of these names. I see 8-bit, it seems like the team is falling apart, man.
Yeah, man. You can see intense, heated arguments here between Somraj as well as I'm not specific. I'm not sure is it Equinox or is it S Power, but it's in that general vicinity, man. So things are getting heated up, and hopefully in this final game it is going to be for the better here, because now day 2 we are about to conclude, but without finishing, we have to finish in El Clasico. Well, we are going back into its El Clasico here for this one final match here for day 2 of the upper brackets. It is going to be Group A and B in the map of Erangel. And to start things off here, the flight path seems to be coming in from the southwest corner of the map. So it's a very, very weird shift towards the west side. So that means teams heading towards the east side is going to have some struggles. Milta Power, Lipovka, Kamishki, Prison, Shelter, Milta, Novo is going to be a long stretch there. So I am expecting some drop clashes down around the highways around school, maybe even on towards the south side of Pochinki as well.
I mean, could be a lot of high priority vehicle spawns over there. North of Pochinki, in fact, the road leading westward is where one of the vehicle spawns is. You do not want to really contest the city spawn, the garage towards the church, because anyone who is dropping in Pochinki will send a player towards the southern side of the road, and then you just end up getting risk getting taken out over there. But let's see. It becomes a big challenge for these teams. By the way, earlier on, I mean, the first angle of the day, we were thinking, I thought, I mean, it was a similar flight path towards the western side of the map. No one really went towards the east. The only team playing the eastern half of the map was FS. They played from Milta. And Seoul, I guess, wanted to take that fight towards Shelter, but in the end, everyone just played from the western side. But hey, now they're going to be forced eastward, and the circle is going to be centered between Yasna and Rozok.
Why do I have a feeling that the circle is going to shift onto the Shelter again? Like, we've seen a couple of circles like this for this past few days now. And I personally hate it the most, just because there's just not a lot of cover. You have to play your compounds really, really wisely. Shelter exits or entry points has never been like a high success rate of surviving into the ultra late stage game. It gets you there, but getting out extremely difficult, especially if you don't have a very decent setup to work with. But I do see teams heading towards the Asnaya. That's going to be something that Reckoning Esports may be looking forward to, but they might expect some sort of company from BotArmyEsports.
Yeah.
This is a huge split from BotArmyEsports, though. 2 all the way to North Stauber, 2 down on Stauber itself. That's a wide swing.
I think they want to loot up those small compounds on the slope of the hill that leads from Stalber to Yasnaya Poliana, and then maybe take control of the Kamishki city, then fall back along the eastern shoreline. But Reckoning Esports, now this is an interesting move. We saw a few of these players gliding quite close to OG. It was a massive risk, because if OG hit the floor first and they found weapons, they would have had the option of going after Reckoning Esports, but luckily the players from Reckoning find those vehicles and they get to Yasnaya safely. Although Rozok School, an awkward cluster. FS is there. Marcos Gaming is there as well.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward there. But I feel like the biggest awkward is going to be teams on the west side here, especially coming from Quarry vicinity. We've got Los Hermanos, we've got Meta NINZA, we've got EVOX, we've got Genesis, we've got NoNx, we've got 4TR. Everybody is on the west side. That's like at least 6 to 7 teams playing from that vicinity. So we are going to be expecting a huge cluster right from first or second circle while they're trying to rotate from the same direction here. So teams on the east side, they are going to be very happy. But if they rotate the wrong direction, they are going to be in some serious pain.
Oh, I mean, it is going to be interesting. I was just about to say, I want to talk about that western cluster as well, because I smell a few fights brewing up. You look towards Georgopol, 4TR, NON, and Genesis, all of them present in northern Georgopol, and Hospital, respectively. When they start to move, their options are also limited, and I believe NON, NoNx, and Genesis might end up colliding. Then, as you mentioned, that query cluster with Los Hermanos, NINZA, and EVOX, that is going to be very interesting, because you are moving out into the open. You don't really have an opportunity to stop and fight. And then, of course, once you reach all the way to Pochinki, you have to worry about the other teams. There's 8-bit present in Pochinki, so you are expecting to be gate-kept from that angle. You know God's Reign is in this game, and the flight path was close to that military island, so it's guaranteed that they went there, and that bridge cross opportunity for God's Reign is they move late. Then you risk getting backstab as well. But talking about God's Reign, Now the question is, does anyone go to that military base and try and stop them in their tracks? Because that is also an option available. Now God's Reign isn't doing too well.
Yeah, but the question here is that I'm very surprised. This is my first time that I've seen Erangel where 16 teams drop in, at least 3 to 4 major cities are empty.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Lvovka, I'm talking about Milta Power, I'm talking about Novo. Just completely left up for grabs. No one has got to those drop spots here. So that means loot's very, very scarce between some teams, but hopefully it's going to be for the better, especially if teams coming from the west side. But let's take a look at the Likitha Esports here. Seems like they do have a little bit of drive by. FS Esports get a couple shots in from school. Doesn't want to take this risk here to take this fight there. But Likitha Esports looks like they are going to drive by and just might consider going for the slam here. Smoker is still scouting around. But it seems like they are just going to drive by and ignore them to try and get center control right now. Very early rotations though.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. From the perspective of Likitha Esports, I wonder if they know if it's FS there or not. Because FS is in an incredible form right now. It's one of those teams that you do not want to fight. And going back to the thing that you were talking about, the western cities being empty, I think a big contribution or a big reason for that is the flight path itself, which was completed towards the western side. And of course, I'm kind of surprised as well that Milta is empty because in a similar flight path, as I mentioned, game number 1 of the day, FS still took the longer route and went towards Milta to kick off their game. Not this time. This time they just went for school straight up and they find themselves in a massive, massive cluster. Luxury is that they do not really have to force any fights anymore, or not anymore at least for the next 10 minutes in the game. But the problem with this situation is if the circle shifts towards the northeastern side, towards Yasnaya and Stalber Hill, then FS is going to be in a world of pain. And NON right now, I think they might be either on the receiving end of pain or on the ones dishing out, because Genesis right behind them is looking to move and 4TR is moving down south. But Marco's Gaming in the middle of nowhere. Few shots exchanged, but no contact again with the opponents.
Yeah, but Stone BGMI, he's lost a view there on his buggy, so that means he has to find a way to maybe swap up with vehicles or just settle with his compound in this vicinity. He's got a pretty decent compound to work with. But you know who's the teams that is going to be very happy about this game itself? The teams in the lower brackets, especially Revenant Export. Milta, no one contesting? All right, great. You know, if we face them in the quarterfinals, I'm going to make sure Milta is mine. Classic Sensei things, you know. But that's only provided if they go back there.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, I mean, we're going to have to wait before we see them again in the mix.
Yeah, that's going to be like, what, 4 or 5 days time? Well, technically, we're going to see them in 3 days time.
Yeah, exactly. 3 days? Today is day 2. 2 more days. Oh, yeah, the third day we get.
So
He rises again on the 3rd day.
All right. I kind of understand that reference, but I'm not going to go into detail with that. But
I grew up reading that reference.
Okay.
But anyways, coming back to this one.
Yeah, Los Hermanos there, finding a couple of picks for themselves. 4TR losing a player here. That's going to be casualty on board as Los Hermanos continues to pick people on the roadsides here. Mid-rotation pickoff. Very nicely done there. Find a couple, but Los Hermanos seems like they want more. They want to go on the hunt. That's going to be Pain. His life pretty much stuck on the sides here. But Shadow overcommitted his spray. Gets sprayed down himself. Zeegood takes him out. And now Los Hermanos is forced to re-engage his fight. But unfortunately to say, they're taking too much damage there. 4TR now fights back. And this is the cluster we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams, Georgia Pool, Hospital, Position, end up fighting amongst themselves. And Los Hermanos, what a great way to get things off. Z got knocked out. And they have Pain his life pinned as well and surrounded. Although he does find a trade. Shadow from the side of Los Hermanos. It's the floor. Oh no, Zyrex shot in the back. They forgot about NON, who just turn around and show up for a third party.
Yeah, NON, also a team coming from the west side. This is bound to happen as well. As long as gunshots come through, people are going to be attracted like moths to flames itself here. Meanwhile, another major fight is happening here. It's going to be OG going up against FS. FS forced to defend this. Wizgard, Aru, looking for those nades here to try and find an opening knock. An opener to push up, but it seems like Wizgard just not able to find any kind of knocks here. But at the same time here, Leeway getting shot from afar. Smoker actually helps them, and OG cleans them out with the help of a third party from afar. FS, they crumble just like that.
My goodness. The Ape Army proving a little bit too strong for FS to deal with. And Los Hermanos! Oh no. Hey, Hey, saving grace. At least they did not finish with 0. They did wipe out one squad before they were taken out.
No, I really hate that I actually caster's curse FS Esports. Like,
Me too.
On the analyst desk, I was like, you know what? For all things considered, FS Esports was doing great all day, and then proceeds to drop every single game after that. That is, I don't know what I actually don't want to talk about any other teams now. I'm sorry, guys, but FS, you guys did good. Take a break. Reset tomorrow. That's it. Move on. Same can be said for Los Hermanos too.
Yeah, I mean, Los Hermanos did well yesterday, FS did well today, so I think that that safety cushion that they have has been utilized because of you now.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, at least for FS, they've got 70 points, but
Yeah.
Los Hermanos 67, not too bad.
Oh, by the way, I mean, where are we expecting the cutoff for the top 12 to be in the upper bracket? Because I think one thing that's different between the upper bracket and the lower bracket teams is the differences aren't really there.
Yeah.
It's a very close competition between, well, the third
I'm
and
still gonna put
all the way to
89
the
points.
10th position. 89 points. is
Still
where
gonna
you're
put
at.
89 points.
All right.
Yeah.
I think it
Mathematics.
Mathematics.
Don't lie, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maths doesn't lie.
Eight-
Unless.
89 points gives you like 88% chance, pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, not pretty much guaranteed. The cutoff for lower bracket was 93.
Yeah, but the guy next below was like 86
80
or 86 points.
87.
So 87 was
Yeah.
pretty much all you need as well.
No, that was 13th position, top 12.
Yeah, that was 13 I'm
yeah,
talking about, yeah.
The thing here is the
To be in
upper
top
bracket
12.
is different. Yeah, you go either to the semis or the quarters. You do not get eliminated, so that's one luxury. But I do not know how these teams are going to use that. I think I'm going to wait till tomorrow because day 3 is always the most interesting day for at least this round 1, where everyone at the end of the day has the same number of matches played. And that gives a little bit, much more clearer image of how these teams have been doing and what that last day needs to be like for a few chosen names who are struggling in the middle pack. But the circle, it seems like everyone knows where the circle is going to go, and not a lot of these IGLs were wrong.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, all the teams, they do have to take time to actually adapt to the setup itself, right? Like the stage, the lights, the camera can be a little bit overwhelming as well. And in the upper brackets, this is like day 2. This is their second day. And even in the low brackets, well, it took them, what, 2 days, 3 days before they can actually utilize and get a feel for how the game actually feels like here. So most important, stick to basics. And I think a lot of teams sticking to the basics was really good. And another team that I want to talk about here, just briefly on screen here, was Genesis Esports. This was a team that kind of fumbled in day number 1, but they just had no fear. In every single play that they played, had literally no fear in their eyes, and they just went and punish people all the way through. And it's converted really well here in day number 2. They've got some insane games so far coming from Genesis Esports. And even for NoNx Esports, they've been playing slow, playing low-key. But so far, NoNx, this should be a massive game coming from them if they do not spin out like that, because now Kanhai is in trouble. And he's going to be picked apart, and that's going to be S-Power that takes him out. And Kaliuji, he wants to go in for the save, but unfortunately, just cannot do so. And now Meta NINZA is going to be joining the fray, and he's going to go fall again, and the caster's curse is real.
Oh, man. I see you got to stop taking the names of a few of these big names.
I know, right?
And after wiping out the players of Los Hermanos, now they are the ones on the receiving end. OG, one more knock secured. WizGod making sure that this Viper doesn't strike anyone anymore. Anonymous, they saw him go in. That man is not getting out of there in one piece, man.
Yeah, OG definitely looking for the cleanup here. This is definitely a very easy one. They need to stock up as well. And I like how OG is actually trying to stack up a couple of vehicles there, but who would have thought for now? Anonymous getting hunted down! He goes in for the punch, but the save from WizGod through the smoke blindly with the shot. He saves Artenki's life, wipes out NoNx from existence. What a clutch here coming from WizGod.
Can they reset? Marcos Gaming in the nearby vicinity. GyroGod, he saw all of it, what went down in that house. And the position of Marcos Gaming, or the way the players are positioned, I don't think it actually allows them to push any further. But OG, they've been on fire recently. A missed opportunity over there to take out WizGod, and they just got punished. The players of FS, an early finish in this game, an early exit handed to them. It's 15 points secured, and Los Hermanos annihilated at the hands of NON. The start of the game, but Marcos Gaming. All right, here comes the setup. All 4 players kind of regrouped together, but they still need an opening. And AKOP in the backlines can be a very unpleasant surprise to the players of Marcos Gaming, but Reckoning Esports, oh no. They get spotted out by K9, and K9, we all know today, they've been out for blood.
Yeah, they are. But as of yet, one finishes, no aggression yet. They are going to be playing from the northeast corner in the circle. Well, seems like it is going to be on the Medusa's intersection, so that means having vehicles, having cover is going to be very, very important in these scenarios, especially long-range battles. So we are going to be expecting a lot as well. Slug's going to try and protect some of it as well. Omega is going to try and regroup with him, but he does hear a couple of gunshots coming in from inside the zone. We've got EVOX in the middle. We've got Genesis also in the middle as well. And right now, nobody's exposing themselves. And Genesis got a very interesting split here. Yash is all by himself inside those shelter. And I don't think they can regroup this. But if Genesis play their cards right, they should have a lot of off angles to punish teams rotating in from the north side.
Let's see how
No. It's tough. K9 is making sure that they do not have those advantages as well. So this is going to be a tough spot to be in, but if they lay low, they should be fine.
I mean, K9 Esports, they got to be careful. They are the ones on the edge, and Genesis at least has the luxury to just wait this pressure out. And it's an open field that K9 has to close in as well. They can be spotted out by Reckoning Esports, who, well, they have drawn their attention towards themselves. There's BotArmyEsports as well, towards the northeastern edge of the circle. And K9, the players are a four-man spread formation. BotArmyEsports also moving into the open fields. Yash is going to be the first line of defense, the first casualty of this fight. But here they show up, the players of OG and EVOX. Well, they just completely put an X on whatever plans OG was trying to execute. Two players, blink of an eye, and they're gone.
EVOX has been just laying low for the longest time. They're just waiting for the right moment to strike. They've already set up their bunkers ready for this fight as well. Their center control. All they need to do is just wait for the flies to come in. And they'll just gobble the arm up like a Venus flytrap here. And they have just no reason to push out anymore. All they need to do is just hold down the fort. Circle favoring them. Everybody needs to push into them. PMWI is the only guy left from EVOX that has I would say a working vehicle to try and scout things out. But aside from that, he's just making sure that their backs are not exposed. That's pretty much it. But yeah, here comes a slam from Likitha Esports onto his Meta Ninza.
And it's going to be Dragon OP, the danger man from the side of Meta Ninza, knocked out, but trade comes through. It's a third party, in fact. Likitha Esports put pressure around the surrounding. That nade, close to Poco. He needs to run away. Oh man, he went in at the right time. That vehicle blows up, and Meta Ninja, they got a little bit of luck involved, a little bit of skill in the mix as well. But they do manage to stay four-man strong. Had he had Poco stayed out longer, he would have been finished off. But hey, more points secured. At least one more point secured by Reaper as he just sprays down those two men remaining from the side of OG. Picks off one. The other one gets shut down by another different team.
It was 8-bit that actually shut them down, which is a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that OG just ran out of options actually push inside zone, right? The first two reconnaissance teams just got wiped out. Only two remaining. They turned right. There was this team here shooting them. They turned left. It was 8-bit. They had to pick their poisons. Pretty much nothing much they could have done. Just got completely wiped out. They had a great run, but unfortunately this circle, it is very brutal. Wrong timings, not wrong positions, you are messed up. But EVOX, once again, circle favors them. All they need to do is just double down the north side, make sure that everyone that passes through them gets completely shut down, and they are good for the final top three. But meanwhile, Genesis, they have been laying low for the longest time. Biggest threat was K9 Esports, and as you can see, Omega is trying to set up those nades to try and shut down Yash. And as of yet, this is their biggest poison right now from the side of K9 Esports. No. They cannot push if Yash is still inside the shack. And now the nade comes through, taking down on Omega. K9 just might not be able to push through.
Yeah, I think Omega is going to be done for. His fate was pretty much sealed the moment the first nade made contact. It took a lot of damage, and as we mentioned, K9, their surroundings are also compromised, all thanks to BotArmyEsports and their position. But here comes the backup. K9, we see them on the radar moving in. BotArmyEsports on the other side pinned. Well, at least two players, Lion and Fragger, pinned, all thanks to EVOX. And, well, this position from Archit, it's going to put all of these teams under threat. He can spot out the players from K9. He can go after Genesis. He can go after BotArmyEsports. He has to watch his back as well because, well, Meta Ninza is still present over there. But, hey, get those finishes. Get out of here. Nice, relax for the end game. Oh, that nade was brilliant, but the trade was even better.
Yeah, Genesis now doing a fantastic job holding on, but they need to go in for the reset. They've just lost Yash on the other side, and K9 is looking to try and push through to take this fight. Hunter's pretty much exposed out in open. Ninja Boy takes the shack away, and now their flanks are exposed, and Genesis now has a completely free angle for K9 Esports to take them all out. They need those resets, but it's going to be extremely tough. Yash was their strongest defense, and the moment they've lost Yash, now K9 is going to be able to gobble them up. Now with the nades coming through, Genesis might not be able to survive this now.
Oh man, it all depends on whose nade is going to be perfect. That is going to be an overshoot. Beast, he's just messing with the players of Genesis. Point blank range, shotgun goes off. Beast grabs the first. One more player surviving. Gravity still in the smoke, not spotted out, but as soon as he is, he's going to vanish again. This time just straight away sent back to the lobby packing, and K9 Esports, one after the other, going after whoever they see. 6 eliminations racked up. EVOX on the other side also managed to clean house as Reckoning Esports bite the dust, but the next target is NINZA, and Archit knocked out one of his teammates, finished off. All the pressure is on RD07 now, the frontliner, or the temporary frontliner for EVOX. And while all this is happening, I see we forgot about 8-bit. They are still in the mix. They've found their way inside of the top 8, and I believe, yes, all 4 of their players are still alive.
Yeah, this is huge for 8-bit. This is a well-needed round for them here if they want to stay in the race for top 12 at least by the end of today itself here. As EVOX now, they were the biggest nuisance here. They've been waiting for the longest time. Archit pretty much knocked right now. Needs to be picked up, but they just can't seem to group up here, whereas the circle is going to force into with the huge divider out in the open. So that means no vehicles, no hunker, no cover at all. So 8-bit, all they need to do is just wait for a massive fight and just gobble them up. It's all about third parties right now for 8-bit. They do have an easy access in, but it's just not worth it when there's so many teams left alive in this circle.
Yeah, for sure. They're getting pushed outside the circle again and again. It seems like 8-bit this time with the zone are getting a little unlucky. And it is an open end game as well. That is what I'm concerned about. Plus a little bit about NINZA on the other side of the hill as well. Yeah, who seem like they are in incredible form. 7 eliminations in the game so far.
Yeah, but based on the zone as well, the only compound in the zone is pretty much occupied by God's Omen here. But EVOX, oh my goodness, a nade by S-Power cleans them out. The biggest nuisance has been eliminated. The threat has been eliminated now. The next big threat is going to be the guys across the road with those compounds where God's Omen is. And now, MG pretty much getting scouted out by Aquanox as well. He's done. Gyro is done for. God's Omen claims that point for themselves.
Now we're down to the top 6 of this game. As you mentioned, God's Omen kind of in the prime spot to secure chicken dinner. Day number 1, first Erangel of the day. For upper bracket, it was God's Omen who were able to secure the win this time as well, looking in the prime spot. They've kept their heads down, they kept their morale and their numbers up, but NINZA spotted out by Aquanox. There's the opener, although it is K9 from the other angle who find the opening. They are the ones who got the knock. Nade goes out, finish does not come through, and K9, they are taking all of these points home. Beard Baba is the last man left standing. Well, not the last, the second last man left standing from the side of NINZA. The other one, Reaper, he's just pushed inside the zone. Beard Baba barely on the edge. There it is, Reaper trying to keep the players of 8-bit in check, but while all this is happening, K9 secure another frag, and NINZA now confirmed down to their last 2 players.
Oh boy, now here comes the slam. God's Rain crushing in towards K9 Esports right now. And now this is going to be a massive scrappy fight right now as God's Rain is able to somehow hold on and wipe the floor with K9 in one quick rush, only losing Delta. Same can be said for 8-bit as they clean out NINZA as well. And they will be part of the top 4 in this final zone.
I mean, what a play coming through from God's Rain as well. 3 versus 4, they just slam, and unfortunately for K9, they were the first ones to lose a man. They wanted to secure those finishes, but too late. Top 3 teams now left in the game with BotArmyEsports as well getting kicked out. This is a final fight, or could be the final few fights of the game. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 4, a 3-way finale battle between God's Reign, God's Omen, and 8-Bit.
And the biggest threat is got to be God's Omen right now.
Yeah.
8-Bit and God's Reign have no reason fighting each other. But seems like God's Omen, they are going to bring the fight to them outside to try and make things a little bit fair as the circle forces on towards God's Omen. They've sent Lucifer in front to try and get a sneaky off angle because 8-Bit to try and shut them down. But here he comes, the spray comes through, but he needs to back out. The nade's coming in. He's going to scare off Lucifer. He is going to re-engage with the team to regroup, then play inside those houses here. Why give away advantage when every single team has to push in towards God's Omen right now?
They're the only ones with cover, and oh no, I see they messed up a long time ago. They've used up too much ammunition. They have nothing remaining.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this.
Yeah.
If only 8-Bit and God's Reign know they do not have those ammunition.
And I think God's Omen right now just trying to
fake it.
Fake it, yeah. They're just trying to fake it. They're committing whatever they have into forcing these teams into fighting each other. It's a smart call, but eventually I think they are going to be picked off. He goes into the blue. Why would you take him into the blue, Del? I think that's just a punish. He just wanted to show Neo, right? All right, you got knocked out. Deal with this.
I think Delta tried to save him, but oh boy. That's just so unfortunate. But at the same time, Shogun, you know, does have a little bit of decent ammunition as well. 140 bullets on him, so that's still pretty decent. It's not empty completely. They are able to find a couple of ammunitions from the sides there. But 8-Bit, now their biggest threat here is they have Slam in. Smokes has been set up as well. They are going to be playing from the sides. S-Power going for the slam. Ooh, the buggy did not connect at the end. But he does win his corner for now. As God's Omen actually backed off inside the house. But S-Power goes in with full confidence. Fights one, fights two. That's just God's Omen completely annihilated. Finally goes down, but the defense has been completely exposed. And now Somraj, last man standing from the side of 8-Bit. Can he make this work? S-Power has opened things up for you.
Yeah, I mean, he has done a brilliant job taking down 2 players. And it's a 1v1, but hey, no time to reset. You can't really make a comeback. God's Reign, they show up knocking. The timing is perfect. They're the only team with the numbers intact. And they're going to make full use of it. It's 3 versus 2 versus 1 situation. They have the upper hand, but the nade, it goes out flying. Damage dished out onto Justin. Delta and Destro, they're trying to find angles. They're trying to see if they can just clean house with those nades themselves. And there's the trade. Aquanox goes down. It's a 3 versus 1 versus 1. Somraj, he's hiding in this hovercraft. It's smart. But can he isolate those fights in the end? Lucifer on the 2nd floor of this building. He has only one option. Go up to the rooftop and just pray that God's Reign pick off 8-Bit first and then come after him.
Yeah, they're only playing for placements here. Somraj, he does have all the information to work with. God's Reign still trying to flush out Lucifer on top there. As Aquanox is also keeping tabs here for Somraj, but I don't think they can play resets right now. It's just too risky. Delta also going to be cooking up a couple nades here. I think they know that there's someone inside the hovercraft. But they want to flush out the guy on top first. Lucifer taking some serious fire, but he messed up the nade. Oh no, boy. Oh, mistakes were made. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to whether or not God's Reign actually flush him out. It's all just playing very patient right now. Somraj, uh-oh. The hovercraft being exposed as well. He's forced to play outside. Oh, he doesn't have mats to actually mat himself out as well. God's Reign might actually lose here. Somraj going for a couple taps here. They know he's outside on the edge of the wall. And now Somraj, oh, just the hand. The sticky bomb. His elbow was exposed and Justin takes him out.
Now 3 versus 1. I think we all know how this game is going to go down. Unless this man pulls off a miracle, but no! Attempts a move of a superhero, but, well, he ain't won, at least not for this match. God's Reign, they secure a nice chicken dinner at the end of the day. All of that frustration, I think, now can be put to bed, at least for today. 90 points from this match for God's Reign. And a decent game, a decent outing for 8-Bit and God's Omen as well. These 3 teams, they were struggling throughout the day, but finally in the last game, make a bounce back. But I have to say, K9 Esports, last 3 matches, loved the performance.
Yeah, seems like they have adapted to the environment and definitely showing signs of life of why this was one of the best teams in the country. And now, for them to actually make a little bit comeback here, well done in them. But God's Reign, so far, all their chicken dinners has been low finish volume. But today, this was a very, very good game here coming from God's Reign. Some of us were doubting what happened to God's Reign. Guess what? They're back in form, back in action here, especially in day number 2. This is a big jump here coming from God's Reign.
Exactly, and I think 8-Bit also got to settle down a little bit. They need to realize that sometimes it's just better to consistently finish in the top 3 rather than just having high finishes every single time. Take this lesson from TrueRippers and Jelly, who are more focused on consistently making it into the top 4, and that is one of the reasons that they are one of the best teams in this opening round of this BGMI showdown.
But at the same time as well, even 8-Bit as well, there was a lot of question marks whether or not have they adapted to their disassemble for a long, long time, right? And based on this performance, it feels like they're starting to work very well as a team here. Espoir was able to do his own things, which was amazing as well. Unfortunately, this was a very difficult circle for 8-Bit to play, but even then, a couple of points here and there, top 3 finish, I think it's not too shabby for 8-Bit's performance, because at the end of the day, the goal is just to make it to top 12. You don't really need too much. And even Espoir here, this final moment, he got 2 finish, but he just got taken down in the 3rd one. It's just like, oh, that could have been a clip.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clip already. The way he just charged forward, he's a man possessed. And I think, so you know what surprised me about this fight? You remember when Espoir was charging indoor? Where does that Lamborghini fall from? What was it doing on the rooftop, man? How did it get there in the end?
No idea, man. No idea, man. But at the same time as well, let's talk a little bit more on some of these performances here. But all things considered, winner chicken dinners that's coming from God's Reign. Low finishes with high chicken dinner for quite some time now. But this one was a massive game coming from God's Reign. Immediately, I think this is a big climb coming from God's Reign that should put them somewhere in the middle of the pack after this performance.
Yes, agreed. I think this does put them in a decent position, but the question again is 2 more days remaining. Do you think you have done enough in the matches you have played so far to just skip the quarterfinals and move to the semis?
I think for God's Reig's perspective, they have been playing very low-key for so long. There are a lot of things that needs to be improved here coming from God's Reign specifically here, especially when it comes to the macro decision. But you can see that there are steps in God's Reig's playstyle for day 1 and day 2. Like day 1, this is the game plan. This is this is what we should be doing. Can we work on this? Can we work on this? And day 1 was a very passive approach coming from God's Reign, but I think this is all part of their plan here. So I'm not exactly sure if it's Destro plan or what, but I'm pretty sure Robin will have some inside info for us tomorrow. I'm gonna get him on a desk.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a lot of it. Info. Today he was telling me, I mean, very recently he's been talking to his players like, all right, what's happening? Why aren't you able to play? And turns out, I mean, the coach is important. You gotta have a coach like Robin said. Of course, these lads are incredible. I'm happy seeing Justin in an incredible form these days, to be honest. I mean, he used to be one of the best players on this roster, but for some reason, then the limelight kind of shifted to Neo. It went on to Delta being the frontliner for the team and the face of the team. And Justin just got kind of sidelined, even though all this time he was either the best man on the team or just toe-to-toe with the next best player on the team.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not if Neo is going to be able to step up to his name once more again here, because he was the hard carry. But of course, that's what we think. I'm curious to see what our analysts think about this match as well, because this was a well-deserved win coming from God's Reign. We are going to be throwing in over to our amazing specialist who's watched the game from the sides to give you guys even more additional information. Take it away, analysts.
रावण मेरे साथ यहाँ पे एनालिस्ट डेस्क पे जुड़ते हुए नेक्रो व्हाट इज अप नेक्रो माय मैन वेलकम ऑन द एनालिस्ट पैनल बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है आपको देख के बट बहुत बढ़िया ये भी लग रहा है देख के गॉड्स रेन जिनके परफॉर्मेंसेस पे बहुत सारे सवाल किए जा रहे थे अब एक बहुत करारा जवाब स्पेशली विद दिस चिकन डिनर आई थिंक 9 या 10 फिनिश पॉइंट के साथ चलेगा चिकन डिनर
9 elimination points, that's 19 points in total. But yeah, back-to-back game from God's Reign, and that's going to save them a lot of time in the overall standings. And of course, a heavy climb as well. And this is what we wanted to see from a banner like God's Reign, right? They're supposed to be in the top 5, and after such a performance, there's a big chance they will be seen in the top 5. But moving the conversation towards teams like K9 Esports, Genesis Esports, we're finally seeing them on the aggressive front.
अग्रेसिव फ्रंट तो देखने को मिल रहा है और ये टीम्स बहुत ज़्यादा लकी भी साबित हो रही है। अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आपका लक भी आपका साथ दे रहा है, मेक श्योर कि आप जाइए और सिर्फ 10 यूसी के तहत एक स्पिन कीजिए। अगर लकी रहे तो फिर एक बहुत बढ़िया सूट आपको मिल सकता है, डेफिनेटली उसको चेकआउट कीजिए। बट कमिंग बैक टू द कॉन्वर्सेशन, एक बार फिर से आप बात कर रहे थे K9 Esports के बारे में, कुछ और टीम्स भी ऐसी थी जो स्ट्रगल कर रही थी। मेटा निंजा के बारे में बात करते, पहली बार शायद हमने देखने को मिला कि उनको भी अराउंड 9 से 10 फिनिश पॉइंट का आंकड़ा वो टच कर पाए।
That's the whole point, right? I'm so happy that the teams are finally listening to me. They're going aggressive. They're positioning themselves in places that they can actually take fights in. For NINZA, before this game, they were constantly trying to avoid those fights, but now they're actually facing the fights like real men, and this is what you like to see. Having a look at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be S-Power with 6 finishes and the damage stat number of 990. Solid stats from this guy.
Solid stats to be honest, but top 5 players की तरफ बढ़ते हैं यहाँ पे। S-Power of course बिल्कुल शिखर पे, #1 जस्टिन closely following by 5 फिनिश पॉइंट्स उनके नाम। अगर आप बात करें तो बीस्ट भी इस पायदान पे आते हुए तीसरे पायदान पे 4 फिनिशेस उनके नाम, स्लग 4 फिनिशेस एंड विज गॉड भी 4 फिनिशेस के साथ। इसके बाद देवी और सज्जनों हम आगे बढ़ेंगे पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ, जहां पे GDR एक बहुत डोमिनेटिंग परफॉर्मेंस एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने। नेक्रो स्पेशली बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर डिस्ट्रो की तरफ से आएंगे, बट बहुत बढ़िया खेला 8 बिट की तरफ से। अगर बात करें तो एक कमबैक 14 अंक उनके पास भी आ गए। K9 Esports 13 पॉइंट्स फॉर देम। गॉड्स ओमेन की अगर बात करें 10, मेटा निंजा ऑन 10, OG के 6 अंक आए। बहुत अग्रेसिव जा रहे थे, बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे थे, बट अचानक से मोमेंटम छीन लिया गया उनसे।
Hey, let's move on towards the latter half of the board, and this is where you will see a few concerning names. And I guess one of the most concerning name has to be Marcos Gaming too, right? Just getting 1 point out of that game. Now that's going to be a bit of a problematic day for Marcos Gaming. They've got so much to recover in the upcoming day, and that's too much in my opinion. Looking at the last page as well, you've got Reckoning Esports, Genesis Esports, one lackluster game. It's completely fine. The previous game, they compensated for this.
Absolutely. But इस पूरे दिन की शुरुआत और अंत के बाद देवी और सज्जनों हम जाएंगे रिपोर्ट कार्ड की तरफ। इट इज टाइम फॉर द ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स, जहां पे बिल्कुल टॉप पे आपको देखने को मिलेंगे ओरंगुटान 84 पॉइंट्स विद देम। TrueRippers अभी भी उनके पास मौका है, बिकॉज सिर्फ और सिर्फ 6 मैचेस खेले, 80 अंक उनके पास। FS Esports की अगर बात करो 70 पॉइंट्स, Los Hermanos 67, God's Reign 65, First Curiosity on 62, God's Omen on 62 and K9 Esports। क्या ही रिकवरी रही है नेक्रो।
Solid stuff from the teams in the top 8, right? And for K9 Esports, what a comeback it's been. This is what you expect from a banner like K9 Esports, and they finally deliver. But on the latter half of the board, you will see a few concerning names. Now, I generally expected a lot of improvement, even from the side of Seoul, but we did not exactly see that. On day 1, Seoul was performing out of their minds, but now on day 2, we've seen that stagnant pace from Seoul, and that's going to hinder them in the future. You've also got Team AX on the 9th spot, pushed down from the overall standings. That's going to sting them as well. Genesis Esports, in my opinion, this is quite a decent stance they've finally got now.
देखिए कुछ टीम्स वहां पे थी, जैसे कि गॉडलाइक हो गए, जिन्होंने 6 मैचेस खेले थे। उनके पास एक मौका रहेगा 3 गेम्स और खेलने का और फिर अपनी स्थिति और बेहतर करने का ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स पे। बट आखिरी पन्ने पे अगर आप देखिए तो यहाँ पे दिक्कतों का सामना करने पड़ेगा मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टीम्स को, बिकॉज 9 मैचेस हो चुके हैं। NoNx की बारी अगर आप बात करें 40 पॉइंट्स उनके पास, मेटा निंजा 35, नॉट रियली द बेस्ट ऑफ पोजीशंस, 40 ऑफिशियल्स 21, रेकनिंग स्पोर्ट्स 27, विक्टोरियस समस 6 गेम्स खेले 16 पॉइंट्स, बट स्टिल अभी भी एक बहुत लंबा सफर। मेडल स्पोर्ट्स आखिरी पायदान पे अभी भी 6 गेम्स खेल चुके हैं, 12 अंक। क्या करना चाहिए मेडल स्पोर्ट्स को अभी, बिकॉज मुझे तो लगता है कि अगले 10 गेम्स जो उनके पास रहेंगे, अग्रेसिव होने के अलावा और कोई चारा नहीं है। जितना ज्यादा फिनिशेस निकालोगे, जितना ज्यादा चिकन डिनर प्राप्त करोगे, आई थिंक मोमेंटम उनको उतना ज्यादा मिलेगा, बिना मोमेंटम के तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
That's the whole point, right? Victorious Sumus, Metal Esports, even if you speak of Seoul, Godlike, they do not have that momentum that they need to move on towards the last day. And we know tomorrow they're going to play all the 6 games, which is a good news for them, but I just hope in the game 1 itself they start banging doors and they start getting those elimination points. That's the only thing that's going to refuel the confidence back in the banner. But what about you?
But आज के दिन पे नेक्रो मैं तो बोलूंगा आज का दिन डे ऑफ कमबैक्स रहा, बिकॉज कितनी सारी ऐसी टीम्स थी जो स्ट्रगल कर रही थी। 8 बिट के बारे में हम चर्चा कर रहे थे, इंग्लिश डेस्क पे हम चर्चा कर रहे थे, K9 Esports की हम चर्चा कर रहे थे, जेनेसिस की सारी टीम्स ने यहाँ पे कमबैक करके दिखाया। JDR की अगर हम बात करें, उन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया एक जंप लिया। बट देवी और सज्जनों आज का दिन यहाँ पे समाप्त होता हुआ, बट एक छोटा सा सेगमेंट आप लोगों के लिए अभी बचा हुआ, बिकॉज हमारे टेसरेक्ट एरिना पे बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स हैं और उनमें से एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी है जो स्टैंड आउट करते हुए चलेंगे थोड़ी देर में होस्ट की तरफ, और वो रेडी है आप लोगों के लिए एक बहुत बढ़िया इंटरव्यू के साथ।
थैंक यू सो मच सॉल्टी। और आज का दिन बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया रहा। एफएससी स्पोर्ट्स उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया किया है। रोमन हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, रोमन से थोड़ी बातचीत करेंगे। रोमन, आज का दिन उतार चढ़ाव भरा रहा। 2 मैचेस आपने बहुत बढ़िया खेले। 2 मैच ऐसे थे जहां पर आप 0 लेकर गए। कैसा फील हो रहा है, कैसा रहा आज के 6 मैचेस?
आज के 6 मैचेस के बाद हम क्वालिफाई हो सकते थे, लेकिन आज हमने बहुत थ्रो किए, बहुत चोक्स किए, मतलब इतनी सिली मिस्टेक्स करी हमने कि हाँ हम, और ये शायद ही हमने इतने पहले मैचेस में करी होंगी। हमने थोड़ा सेंट्रिक वाला जो फेवर था वो ज़्यादा घुसे सेंटर के लिए, तो उसमें हमें बहुत लॉस हो गया। ये 2 मैच हम अगर हमारे 0 नहीं आते तो शायद हम आज ही क्वालिफाई हो जाते।
और अगर मैं 0 की बात कर रहा हूँ तो वहाँ पर एक चिकन डिनर भी था सैनॉक का जो आपने मिस करा। क्रिप्टो जब 1v2 करके वो गए, आपके चेहरे पर निराशा दिख रही थी, काफ़ी गुस्सा भी आप हो गए थे। क्या चल रहा था वहाँ पर?
अब गुस्सा तो मतलब ऑलरेडी फ्रस्ट्रेट तो बहुत होता ही है। मैंने उन दोनों को कॉल दी थी कि जो करोगे साथ में करना, साथ में जाना, लेकिन वहाँ पे दोनों अलग अलग चले गए। गॉडेक्स अलग चला गया, लविश अलग चला गया, और फिर मतलब क्रिप्टो ने बहुत अच्छा मारा, उसमें तो नो डाउट। अब उसमें तो क्या ही कर सकते थे, उसमें गॉडेक्स का फॉल्ट था, उसने एक्सेप्ट करी अपनी गलती। अब गुस्सा तो फिर वो रेस तो आता ही है कि इतना क्लोज आके चिकन थ्रो कर दो तो।
और अगर एग्रेसिव गेम प्ले की बात कर रहे हैं तो आप इन रियल लाइफ भी काफ़ी एग्रेसिव हैं। जब मैं देख रहा होता हूँ, हम लोग देख रहे होते हैं कि मैच खत्म हुआ है, अगर कोई गलती हुई है तो प्लेयर के ऊपर वो थोड़ा नाराजगी दिखाई जाती है। इससे टीम का थोड़ा संतुलन बिगड़ता है या कंट्रोल में रहते हैं वो?
नहीं, मतलब वो बस गेम के 2-3 मिनट का ही रेज रहता है। उनको पता रहता है उन्होंने गलती करी है, तो उनको थोड़ा तो भरना पड़ता है जिससे वो अगले गेम में ना करे। उनके लिए भी वो बेटरमेंट है। अगर उनको ऐसा मैं अप करता रहूँगा कि चलो कोई नहीं ठीक है नेक्स्ट गेम में कॉल कर लेना, तो फिर वो चीज़ कैरी फॉरवर्ड हो जाती है उनकी तरफ से। अगर मैं उनको बोलता हूँ तो फिर वो समझते हैं उस चीज़ को।
चलिए, ये तो हमने आपके प्लेइंग 4 के बारे में बात कर ली। अगर हम 5वें प्लेयर की बात करें सर्वित का, तो क्या उनका रोल है, वो कब खेलने के लिए आ सकते हैं? कुछ प्लान सभी आपकी तरफ से?
हमारा प्लान तो आज ही था कि आज हम लास्ट के 3 मैच सर्वित को खिलाएंगे। अगर हमारा आज के 3 अच्छे नहीं गए, लेकिन 3 में हम कंसिस्टेंट खेले, और आखिरी का मतलब थर्ड जो हमारा 4th मैच था उसमें सैनॉक में हमारा अच्छा गेम आया। फिर लास्ट 2 नहीं आए। अब हम अभी तो फिलहाल तो कल हम अपना मेन 4 ही करेंगे। इफ़ अगर कुछ लगता है ऐसा, या तो फिर कल ही हमें लगता है कि हम क्वालिफाई हो गए, तो लास्ट 4 मैच हम सर्वित के साथ जाएंगे। अगर नहीं लगता है तो हम देखेंगे कहाँ पे हम उसको बेटर ला सकते हैं, उसका सपोर्ट रोल या उसका माइंडसेट जो है वो ला सकते हैं, फिर हम उसको साथ इनपुट करेंगे अपने गेम।
चलिए, ये तो सारी बात आपकी टीम की हो गई, पर आपसे मैं एक नाम जानना चाहता हूँ जो आपको लगता है कि कंटेंडर्स हैं जो शायद ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप चले जाएं।
ओ जी,
चलिए, इन्होंने ओरांगुटान का नाम ले लिया है और उम्मीद करते हैं कि ओरांगुटान उसी तरीके से खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे। रोमन, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऐसे ही आप अपने मैचेस खेलते रहिए। पर अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें तो आज का दिन बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया रहा। कुछ हमने कमबैक्स भी देखे, कुछ ऐसी भी टीम्स थी जो बॉटम पर बैठी हुई थी पर बहुत अच्छा वो खेल कर गए। उनमें से वो K9 टीम जरूर आती है जो शानदार खेल कर गए आज के दिन पर इसी के साथ आज डे 2 अपर ब्रैकेट का खत्म होता है। मैं हूं ज़ीशान में के मेजी, मिलता हूं आप सभी से कल। तब तक के लिए ख्याल रखें। गुड बाय एंड टेक केयर।
dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X suit. Get now.
Drop back, roll out. Force collar got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all of my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Leicester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the 6 flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, wait the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. My flow don't silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all of my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Leicester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the 6 flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, wait the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. My flow got silly like Jester. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm Esther. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Leicester. Send a big man west with a tester. Blot and I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on Fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KW, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no solo. Boy, I want to go. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm Esther. Underdog, 016 Leicester.